to the fifth hearing of the Public Accountability Committee's inquiry into the appointment of Mr. John Barilaro as Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner to the Americas. The inquiry is examining the circumstances leading up to the appointment, including the processes and probity and integrity measures that were undertaken. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands in which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing culture and connections to the lands and water of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Today we will be hearing from three witnesses: Mrs. Siobhan Hamblin, former Chief of Staff to Mr. John Barilaro, Ms. Kylie Bell, Managing Director, Investment New South Wales, and Ms. Kathrina Lowe, the Public Service Commissioner. I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses to giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. And finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. I now welcome our first witness. Could you please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name is Siobhan Hamblin, the former Chief of Staff to the then Deputy Premier, John Barilaro.
Thank you, Mrs. Hamblin. Do you have a short opening statement to make? Oh, sorry. Yes, swearing. Would you like to swear the oath or the affirmation?
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Now, do you have a short opening statement to make?
I do.
To the committee? Thank you.
I'm here today to assist the committee in its inquiry and answer its questions. I was Chief of Staff to the then Deputy Premier John Barilaro from February 2020 to October 2021 during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. I managed a team of advisors that were the primary contact for the relevant departments on policy matters. My role as Chief of Staff was to manage the office, assist the staff in their duties and provide advice to Mr Barilaro in the development of policy and media matters. However, the policy direction of the portfolios held by the then Deputy Premier and final decisions relating to any policy was that of Mr Barilaro. In answering the committee's questions, I would like to illustrate the environmental conditions at the time, as it is material context to many of the answers that I'll give today. The significant priority of the government during the time period relevant to the committee's interest was managing the COVID-19 pandemic, and my role was central to that throughout the time frame in question. This is important context, which explains why my response in many of the questions I expect to get today about the process to appoint trade commissioners was involved in the peripheral. I was one of only about 4 staff that sat on the state's crisis cabinet. In addition to my role as Chief of Staff, I was the sole member within Mr Barilaro's office tasked with overseeing the government's COVID-19 response, the roadmap out of lockdown, and recovery and the crisis cabinet process. The enormity of this task cannot be understated. I felt the full weight of the people of New South Wales on my shoulders throughout this entire time. I took my responsibility in supporting the government's response to get it right with grave seriousness and necessary diligence, care and attention. The nature of the crisis meant that along with a small group of senior members of government, I worked 7 days a week and sometimes up to 18 hours a day, which were extremely busy with crisis cabinet meetings, rolling high-level stakeholder briefings, department briefings, media inquiries from the general public and MPs as their electorates went in and out of various lockdowns. It was unprecedented in the level of sheer traffic and volume of work, all dealing with matters of significant importance and critical decision-making and all requiring close, careful attention. My role extended well beyond portfolio matters and developed into a cross-government role necessitated by the crisis. All of this was in addition to my duties as Chief of Staff. Working from home created added complexities around managing how the office interacted, shared information and collaborated, as well as the fact we had lost the ability to gain information merely by proximity to others. I trust this provides helpful context in today's hearing. In relation to the State Trade and Investment Commissioner positions, Mr Barilaro never raised with me any personal interest in these roles. Any request from Mr Barilaro for information or instructions, I understood to be in the sole capacity as Minister responsible for trade. Had I had reason to believe at any time that any steps or actions taken relating to the State Trade and Investment Commissioners would benefit Mr Barilaro personally, I would have no issues escalating the matter and, if necessary, make representations to the appropriate independent bodies.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the opposition. Mr Hookey.
Thank you, Chair. And is it Mrs Hamblin?
Mrs Hamblin.
Sorry,
Yes,
I think we seek your forgiveness for a slight misspelling of your name.
That's fine.
As well. Firstly, Mrs Hamblin, thank you for coming. By any chance, can you table your opening statement?
Of course.
Thank you. And forgive me for just in terms of just checking a couple of the dates. Firstly, what is your current occupation?
I'm a director at a government relations company.
And is that the role you took upon leaving the Deputy Premier's office?
Correct.
And you said in your opening statement when you were the Chief of Staff.
Yes.
Can you just tell me the dates again, please?
I don't have the exact date, but it was from about February 2020.
Okay, until the Deputy Premier's resignation?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And prior to that, what was your role?
I was the Deputy Chief of Staff in the office. I took up that position from, again, about May 2019, and previous to that, I was with the federal government.
Okay, so in effect, you joined the former Deputy Premier's office upon effectively the government's re-election in 2019, or
Yes.
thereabouts. You served as Deputy Chief of Staff, and then upon a change in leadership in the office, you became Chief of Staff.
Correct.
And I do appreciate, Mrs Hamlin, you taking us through the duties of the Chief of Staff. And when you say that my role as Chief of Staff was to manage the office, assist staff in their duties and provide advice to Mr Barilaro in the development of policy and media matters, do you have a formal job description by any chance?
Not to my recollection.
So that's a best description as to the actual role you ended up performing.
Yes.
Thank you. And how often would you talk to the former Deputy Premier?
As I said, it was during the COVID-19 pandemic. Often it was quite frequently, but to the length of conversations depended on the issues that we were discussing. And at that time, there was plenty going on that often the conversations were short and quite focused on immediate issues that were emerging in and around what may have been the emerging issues of the day insofar as it relates to COVID response, various lockdowns, and other various policy matters that may have arisen.
Did you speak to him daily?
Yes.
Frequently, each day?
Yes.
So obviously we're very busy and we all appreciate that, know about that at the time. Can you just take us through then how you allocated tasks within the office, particularly around the trade issue and the role? Obviously we've heard from Mr Brayford, but whether there were other staff that were also working on some of this as you were clearly very busy.
To the best of my recollection, Mr Brayford was the senior advisor allocated to manage this portfolio. I'm unaware, or I can't recall, if any other tasks were delegated to anybody else. But if they were, it would have been in a managing of workload. But as I said, the senior advisor for trade was the primary.
So the Deputy Chief of Staff at that time was Mr McCormick, is that right?
Correct.
What was his role?
He worked on some various other policy matters that may have arisen. The nature of his role was a little bit more in relation to media and supporting the media team, and a bit of a roving brief, so to speak, to assist on.
A fixer in the office?
Probably a fair description.
So he reported directly to you?
Yes, but also noting his relationship. He had, as you'd expect with the Deputy Chief of Staff, to have had a relationship with Mr. Barilaro as well.
What was that relationship?
That's a matter for them to Mr. McCormack and Mr. Barilaro to.
Indeed it is, but he was your Deputy Chief of Staff. So, did he report exclusively to you, or did he report to you and the Deputy Premier?
To me and the Deputy Premier.
So how did you manage that dual reporting line?
So when it came to policy and to media and the running of the office, he reported to me. But anything that he may have reported to Mr. Barilaro would be a matter for Mr. Barilaro and for Mr. McCormack. However, it was clear within the office, including to Mr. McCormack, that I was the Chief of Staff. Matters were to be brought to my attention, and that I led the office, and that was clear I understood it to be clear not only for Mr. McCormack but also for Mr. Barilaro.
Can I ask you, Mrs. Hamblin, how many people worked in the office?
Oh, look, I would say it was somewhere between the order of 15 to 20.
Okay. And is it the practice of the office, was there a weekly agenda or a staff meeting, or was it just
Outside of working from home, we'd have a weekly sort of Friday meeting. During COVID, our meetings were daily. But the purpose of those meetings as being daily was more of an opportunity for me to touch base with my team. I was gravely concerned for my team and their welfare. I wanted to check in each day to make sure that they were, up and feeling well about the extended lockdown, and to provide support where possible. The contents of those meetings were often short, sometimes as little as 5 to 7 minutes. But really just as a touch base point.
Indeed. And is it the case, you say in your opening statement that it was your role to assist staff in their duties and provide advice to Mr. Barilaro on the development of policy and media matters. Presumably that was a function that was discharged by you and others in the office, correct?
Sorry, Mr. Mookie, could you just...
Sure.
Sorry.
Remove yours. It's not
Sorry, I rarely struggle to make myself heard, so forgive me, Mrs. Hamblin, if that's been the case. But Mrs. Hamblin, it's the case, is it not, that the 15 to 20 people who were in the office, it was their role also to assist Mr. Barilaro in the development of policy as well as media matters and other parts of his ministerial duties, that's fair?
Correct.
And presumably, therefore, requests that were made by Mr. Barilaro would ordinarily, as in for additional advice, questions, inquiries, could surface with you or could surface with staff, that's correct?
Correct.
And was it the practice that if a request had surfaced with another staff member, they would perhaps disclose that to you?
It would depend on the nature of it. And I think, as I explained in my opening statement, the proximity or the lack of proximity of being able to have some of those conversations were often informal, in the sense it may have been someone walking past my office, or it may be something that I would have overheard. And given the fact that we were working from home, there was some complexities around that. So if I wasn't informed of some things, I may have took it as just the nature of the day, or the fact that it was difficult to connect with the office given the challenges of us working from home.
And Mrs. Hamblin, what you're describing there is no different to what would typically happen in most offices, in most workplaces, correct?
Correct.
But it is the case that there was no one else from a staff level who was more senior than you?
Correct.
And it was the case that you were ultimately accountable for staff to the Deputy Premier and to others?
Correct.
Thank you. Can I just also just thank you for teasing that out. Mrs. Hamblin, can you explain to us what was the nature of the interactions with the respective departments that supported Minister Barilaro as Trade Minister? That is, how often would you be meeting with the department?
For me, quite infrequently. The primary relationship holder there was the senior advisor. As I don't have any of that information in front of me, I don't have my diary, so I couldn't tell you the frequency, but it was infrequent.
The Secretary, well, actually, let's go through step by step. Firstly, back in time, the Secretary of the Department of Enterprise and Trade, the time prior to that, it was Investment New South Wales. Probably best to refer to her as the CEO of Investment New South Wales. She told us that he was having fortnightly meetings with the Deputy Premier's office.
Mhm.
Is that in accordance with your recollection?
That would be a matter for the senior advisor. I wasn't involved in those regular meetings. I understood those meetings to be regular, what we'd call WIP meetings, work in progress meetings, that all relevant advisors would have, specific to the policy areas that they were managing.
Did you ever attend any of those meetings?
Not to my recollection.
Did Mr. Is it Brayford,
Yes,
the senior advisor, did he report to you on the work in progress?
all of my advisors did.
So presumably he did in respect to the trade issues?
Yes, and I can't recall any specifics. As I said, I don't have my emails. I don't know how he would have done that, but it would have been my expectation that my advisors would have reported in, even if it was just high level, to ensure that work was continuing in each of the policy areas.
Okay, but your recollection is that you never attended any of the fortnightly meetings with Investment New South Wales?
To the best of my recollection, I don't recall, but that doesn't mean that I didn't throughout my tenure as Chief of Staff.
Did you ever, can you describe what were your interactions with Investment New South Wales?
Limited.
Please explain.
As I said in my opening statement, my priorities between February 2020 and October 2021 was rolling crises, quite frankly, moving from bushfires into COVID-19 and the various challenges that related to that. Therefore, that was my priority, and I had a number of staff that were able to assist in managing those policy areas, and it was the expectation that if there were issues that were arising in relevant portfolios that needed my assistance, my attention, either of my attention or that of the Deputy Premiers, it would have been raised with me.
Okay. And do you recall any specific instances where you yourself have had occasion to call any person at Investment New South Wales at any matter whatsoever?
Not to my recollection.
Do you recall any particular instances in which perhaps the CEO or any other member of Investment New South Wales would have called you directly?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. When you say that it was your job to assist the Deputy Premier and to manage the office in respect to policy advice and media matters, I presume that would encompass, for example, the preparation of briefs for the Deputy Premier?
That was the responsibility of advisors.
Indeed, but did you provide any oversight or of that role?
Yes, it was the role in which I would review briefs was more of an oversight. It would come through briefs and correspondence would come through me, but again, it would be in the order of determining priorities, in the sense of if a letter had been sitting in an in-tray for months on end that required the Deputy Premier to sign that, I would reprioritise that letter or that brief because it was a looming deadline to the top of the priority list for Mr. Barilaro's attention. I would ask questions in and around whether other conversations or whether there's briefs that require attention of other ministerial officers of those, if those conversations had happened, or whether that was aligned with any other conversations I may have been having with other chiefs of staff, other officers, or the Deputy Premier himself.
So would you relate back Mr. Barilaro's feedback on any briefs he got?
I would expect that in most instances, that feedback was given from Mr. Barilaro directly to those advisors.
Thank you, Mrs. Hamblin, but that wasn't the question. Were there instances in which you did relate back feedback from the Deputy Premier to staff members?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just clarify, in some ministerial offices, basically nothing gets to the minister unless the Chief of Staff has gone through that. Is that what you're saying today, that every brief, every corro you saw before it got to the Deputy Premier?
I couldn't say that it was every brief or every piece of correspondence. I would endeavour to be across everything that I could, but in some instances it may have been the case that those things went directly to the Deputy Premier. But it wasn't a fait accompli that nothing went to the Deputy Premier without it going through me.
Can you give me a sense just of, I mean, I know this is difficult, but given how busy you were at the time, I'm assuming that there's probably, you didn't have time to be sitting and reading every letter that had come into the office. Can you give it an idea of the proportion of you think of briefs that perhaps could have gone to the Deputy Premier without you having seen them?
Look, I couldn't say. I wouldn't want to mislead the committee in any way, so I wouldn't be able to say.
In addition to oversighting briefs, would you also, for example, assist in the the Deputy Premier when he wants Cabinet submissions prepared?
Again, that would have been primarily done by the policy advisors.
I don't dispute the primary responsibility here, Mrs. Hamblin, but I'm asking you, did you play any role in the assistance of the production of and proposal of Cabinet submissions whatsoever?
I would have provided an advisory role, or it would be more asking questions in the sense of, has this gone through the relevant officers that insofar it relates? Have you had conversations with Mr. Barilaro on this? Is there any feedback on it, rather than holding the pen, so to speak, on the drafting of those Cabinet submissions?
Sure, I'm not suggesting, Mrs. Hamblin, that you drafted them, but I'm asking you, if Mr. Barilaro wanted a Cabinet submission to produce, would it be ordinary practice for him to talk to you about it?
Yes, at some point there would have been a conversation.
Would it be his ordinary practice to ask you at first instance to take steps to cause one to be produced?
Not necessarily.
Was it his practice to do that with Mr. McCormack then?
That's a question for...
Well, Mrs. Hamlin, I accept that it is, of course, a question and we're happy to put it to him too. You apparently were Mr. McCormack's boss, were you not?
Correct.
So, was it Mr. Barilaro's practice to go to Mr. McCormack directly for the production of Cabinet submissions without telling you?
No.
So, if he went to Mr. McCormack, would he tell you?
In most instances, well, given that I wouldn't have seen an instance, or I can't recall an instance in which Mr. Barilaro would have gone directly to the Deputy Chief of Staff for a production of a Cabinet minute. But in most instances, our office was quite open in the sense of we were aware of what was happening in and around those daily conversations. So if that was the situation, I would envisage that Mr. Barilaro would have alerted me at some point.
Sure. And would Mr. McCormack have alerted you at some point?
That would have been my expectation.
Sure. Was it the practice of Mr. Barilaro to seek this in verbal meetings, or verbally at meetings with you, or in phone calls?
Yes.
And would he text you?
Yes.
Has he ever texted you and asking you to produce a Cabinet submission?
Not to my recollection.
Be very clear here, Mrs. Hamlin. Not to your recollection, Mr. Barrow never texted you and asked you to produce a Cabinet submission about any matter.
I handed in all my devices, so given the fact that also...
To the best of your recollection.
To the best of my recollection, no. But also, he was the Minister responsible for Regional New South Wales, the leader of the Nationals, that had him out on the road more often than not. So often the way in which some of those communications or instructions or came through may have been ad hoc. It may have been through the advisor on the road. It may have been via a text message, but not to my recollection was I ever requested via text message to produce a Cabinet submission.
Okay. How frequently did Mr. Barilaro request urgent Cabinet submissions?
Look, I couldn't give you a specific any specifics on that. I will say that Mr. Barilaro operated with a sense of urgency across all of his portfolios, with a level of enthusiasm to get things done. So if there was something urgent that was brought forward, it was, in my understanding, it was usually to do in and around that nature of wanting to get things done.
Urgently?
As soon as possible.
Because he's a self-described action man, according to him. Is that fair?
That's a question for him.
Sure. Okay, can we just go to a point in time? You recall you were sat on the State Crisis Committee, did you not? Or as a staff member assisting that committee, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that was a crisis committee which I think the Honourable Penny Sharp and I had explored at some length at a budget estimates hearing with the former Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet. But that was a committee that was formed in effectively April 2020 when the COVID pandemic arrived in New South Wales.
Correct.
And you assisted it from that point onwards, from the point where you became the Chief of Staff.
When it was established, it took a while for it to form. It's, I guess, the way that it operated. Mr. Cormack, in the first instance, sat in on some of those meetings with Mr. Barilaro in those early stages but that very quickly transitioned to me, given the nature of the pandemic, the way in which it was evolving, and the various issues in and around that for the people of New South Wales, that I took carriage of that. And if there was a reason that I couldn't attend or assist, as you'd expect, the Deputy Chief of Staff would have filled in for me. But to the best of my recollection, between the period of particularly June last year to October, I was the sole person from the office responsible of sitting in on those meetings.
Okay. Is it your recollection that the state entered a lockdown on circa June 2021?
Yes.
And at that point, presumably, you were the role of assisting the State Crisis Committee, I imagine, perhaps a bit larger than it was in the months preceding it?
Correct.
Thank you. And you made the point in your opening statement that involved, you were extremely busy with crisis cabinet meetings, rolling high-level stakeholder briefings, department meetings, media inquiries from the general public and MPs as their electors went in and out of various lockdowns. That also meant that you were responsible, or the Deputy Premier certainly had responsibility for example, developing cabinet positions as to crisis response. Is that fair?
Sorry, Mr. Wilkie, could you just repeat that last bit?
Presumably, in that crisis situation, and just to be very clear, Mrs. Hamblin, of course, we respect the service that you and others provided in that period of time, but I only presume that the Deputy Premier would have had to, for example, take forward policy proposals to assist regional New South Wales in that period of time.
Correct.
And I presume equally he would have had to take a view as to what sort of stimulus or economic support would be required.
Correct.
I presume he'd also have to take views in respect to what were the appropriate levels of health orders.
Correct.
And I presume that required him to produce various submissions and suggestions for Cabinet.
For Cabinet or for the Crisis Cabinet?
You tell me.
Those issues that related in and around the lockdowns, the response, the COVID-19 response, the health response, the forum by which the majority of that took place was the Crisis Cabinet. But of course, anything that, insofar as it related to economic decisions of government, of course, went through the Expenditure Review Committee.
So I can only presume that the economic advice to Cabinet was predominantly coming from the Treasury and Treasurer at the time, correct?
Look, that would be my assumption, but of course, given the collaborative nature at the time, there was a number of key ministers involved in that discussion. But of course, my understanding would be that, of course, Treasury would have been key to a lot of that.
And I presume so was health in respect to the health orders.
Correct.
And so, in that period of time, did Minister Barilaro urgently produce any form of Cabinet submission as respect to any particular need of regional New South Wales? It was distinct from and separate to the production processes embarked upon by the Treasurer or Treasury, or the Health Minister, or for that matter, the Premier. Did he bring anything of his own volition?
Through the Crisis Cabinet process, it would have been almost daily, whether that be decisions in and around.
I'm talking about a formal Cabinet submission here.
Not to my recollection, but in saying that, in the office there was a number of people. There was policy advisors. There was also a Cabinet Director that managed the flow of Cabinet, but not to my recollection. But that doesn't mean that didn't happen.
Sorry, you said not to your recollection. Just to be very clear, just step by step. Not to your best of your recollection, during this crisis, the Deputy Premier himself may have had opinions or had to provide feedback on various proposals, which is all to be expected. He's the second most senior leader of the government. Of course he would have a view on all these matters. But he himself never actually brought a formal submission to the Cabinet process about any specific or distinct need of regional New South Wales, to the best of your recollection.
To the Crisis Cabinet? Yes.
Thank you.
I'd just like to clarify. Mr. Barilaro would have, through the Crisis Cabinet process, brought through urgent matters for discussion insofar as it relates to regional New South Wales, and a range of matters.
Oh, of course, and there's no dispute about that, but I'm talking about a formal written submission here.
To Cabinet or Crisis Cabinet?
Both.
Well, Crisis Cabinet, yes. I couldn't.
Okay, sure, but
I
Cabinet?
can't recall the exact specifics. It was such a moving feast at the time. As for any other urgent cabinet submissions in and around that same time that relates to regional New South Wales, I can't recall. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but particularly prior to that, insofar as it related to bushfires, I suspect that there could have been urgent submissions that would have been produced at that time. But I can't.
Are you speculating, Ms Hamlin, on that?
I'm saying that there could have been, but
So you're speculating on that, Ms Hamlin?
yes.
Thank you. Okay, I accept that the crisis had its own dynamics, but let's talk about the non-crisis parts of his portfolio, which I presume the non-crisis parts of his portfolio were not brought to the crisis committee.
Correct.
So, can you recall any specific cabinet submission that Mr. Barilaro brought in the months of June through to October to the cabinet relating to any other part of his duties?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. So, thank you for that. Can I please ask that we table the documents and provide to the witness?
Yes.
It is, yes.
Yeah,
It's one that I think is spelt appropriately for what it's worth.
Can I give...
Can I just confirm, are these the...
They're all public documents. I think we've made copies available to the Secretariat for the production of the government. Thank you. Do you mind turning to... We'll start around...
Just pause 1 minute while our committee members get theirs.
Yep, that's probably a good thing, so I can find what to talk about.
Okay. Proceed, Mr. Mulkey.
Thank you. I think the very first page, Mrs. Hamlin, I'd like to take you to is going to be there we go. I think it will be page 35, the very last page before you get to a transcript.
Order. We'll just part of your bundle has in-camera transcript at the top.
Oh, sorry, that's just the published. That's been published.
Or has it been published?
It's the part of the...
I'd say this is Mr. Brayford.
Yes, it's Brayford.
Mr. Brayford's transcript.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Proceed. Yeah.
So, sorry, I just need a little bit of guidance. Where am I looking?
If you go to there's a document club bundle that is at the top, incorrectly has your name spelled, that says S. Hamlin.
Tab 2.
Yes, it's probably tab 2.
Sorry.
Yes. And if you can go to page 35 of that tender bundle.
Yep.
Thank you. Miss Hamlin, I'm certain you have not seen this before. So if you want to take 10 seconds to read it.
Did you say page 35?
Of the tender bundle. Thank you. This is correspondence from the then CEO of Investment New South Wales to the then, to Miss Jenny West. I can't recall her precise title at that point in time. But you can see there's a highlighted passage here that says, given the Deputy Premier has now formally lodged a submission to Cabinet which would, if approved, affect Investment New South Wales delegations in relation to appointment of all senior trainers investment commissioner roles, I won't be able to proceed with the finalisation of your contract until I'm aware of Cabinet's decision. You're aware of that? You see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Hamlin, can you take us through what's your knowledge of this submission?
So in relation to this submission, I was broadly aware that there was a submission being developed. From memory, the senior advisor, Mr. Brayford, alerted me to the fact that it was being developed. Insofar as to what that, seeing the final submission or what was uploaded, to the best of my recollection, they were discussions between Mr. Brayford and Mr. Barilaro.
Do you recall any specific or direct conversations with Mr. Barilaro about this Cabinet submission?
I don't.
Okay. Is that the case because you probably didn't have one, or you just don't recall it?
My suspicion is that I suspect that I didn't have a conversation, particularly noting this date, which is the 18th of September. We were at that point a week or so away from releasing the roadmap out of lockdown, and that would have absolutely been my firm focus at the time. But to the best of my recollection, I don't remember having a conversation around
That's an important point, Mrs. Hamblin. When was the roadmap released?
the 27th of September.
Oh, the cabinet meeting. That was following the cabinet meeting on the 27th. That's correct.
It was before, so
Oh.
from best of my recollection, the announcement was made at the 11 a.m. press conference, and to the best of my recollection, it was that day, and then obviously cabinet was at some point in that afternoon.
Thank you. So all your focus was on assisting the government in producing the roadmap out of COVID, the lockdown, correct? The majority of your focus.
Yes, I wouldn't want to take away from the fact that I took my responsibilities as Chief of Staff very seriously, that I
It's
didn't...
apparent, Mrs. Hamblin, that you did.
Yes, but clearly a week out where we needed to provide details and certainty to a state that clearly needed, for the lack of better words, light at the end of the tunnel of that extended lockdown. That was my focus.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hamblin. That's good to know. But equally, it's clear from what you said earlier that the only matter upon which the Deputy Premier at this point in time was taking to the Cabinet that wasn't related to COVID, presumably was this?
I couldn't say that. I'd have to see the cabinet agenda, but there was, during that time period, the cabinet agenda, insofar as it related to our office, continued as normal.
Were you asked to prepare any other cabinet submissions, or were you aware of any other staff member in your office assisting the production in cabinet on any other submission for that 27th meeting?
Not to my recollection, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't. As I said, I don't have the cabinet agenda.
Of course you don't, but
it could absolutely be likely that there were other matters that were before cabinet on that day.
Indeed, of course. There's always other matters that are before cabinet.
From the Deputy Premier, sorry, I should.
What are the nature of the other matters that weren't related to COVID that were potentially could have been on the agenda at this point in time?
I don't have that in front of me, Mr. Mookie.
Sorry, who in your office would have known?
The relevant policy advisors. There was a cabinet director, but the role of the cabinet director really was just to
Coordinate all the submissions.
Yes. So, but the primary relationship holder and the carriage of those cabinet submissions would have been the relevant policy advisors.
Mrs. Hamlin, it wasn't ordinary practice of your office for staff members to be producing cabinet submissions without your knowledge?
It wouldn't be that without my knowledge. If the Deputy Premier had requested cabinet submissions, staff were expected to deliver on them. How and when I was made aware of them was somewhat of an iterative process. It could have been by the fact that I was also in that conversation when it was requested. It could have also been by the fact that it was a conversation that Mr. Barilaro had with one of his staff members, and then I was alerted to at some point, or whether it was the staff member had come to me directly or Mr. Barilaro.
And to the best of your knowledge, none of that took place, with the exception of Mr. Brayford, for any other potential proposal to Cabinet around this time in September.
So I just want to clarify that from my memory, Mr. Brayford did alert me to this.
I said with the exception of Mr. Brayford.
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with any of your direct reports or indirect reports, any of the 15 to 20 staff that you were supervising, around the production of any other Cabinet submission unrelated to COVID in the month of September?
I could have, but I can't recall.
Okay. But you do recall the interactions you had with Mr. Brayford?
Yes, because I have spent a lot of time quite clearly thinking about, over the last 7 weeks, about what took place in and around that time. I have racked my brain. I have tried the best to recall as much information as I could, and this was one of them. I wasn't expecting to answer questions about given the size of the Deputy Premier's portfolio. I'm sure that if I went away and did the same thing, but you're asking specifically about a specific cabinet submission. Perhaps if there was another specific cabinet submission.
I'm not sure there's anyone to ask you about, Mrs. Hamlin. That's the issue here. I mean, we're not able to confirm that there was any other cabinet submission other than this one. So I'm asking you again, Mrs. Hamlin, do you recall having any discussions with any other staff member about any other cabinet submission whatsoever
I'm
in
going to take
September
a
that
point.
was not related to the COVID crisis?
I'm going to take a point of order at this point, Chair.
Point of order.
I think this question has already been asked, and I think the answer from Ms. Hamblin has been quite clear that she has come prepared to answer questions around the cabinet submission that is the focus of this inquiry. However, she hasn't precluded herself from answering another one. I would just remind that she might want to take the question on notice, perhaps, and then she could be given some more time to...
I've heard enough to rule. Thank you, Mr. Fang. There is no point of order. The witness does know that she can take a question on notice, but the questioning was in order. So proceed, Mr. Mookie.
Thank you, Mrs. Hamlin. I do appreciate the diligence of your preparation, and I also appreciate the fact that you described hypothetically what could have happened. I'm asking you specifically, do you have any specific recall of having any discussion with any staff member about the production of any cabinet submission other than the Barilaro submission about any matter whatsoever in this month of September?
Not that I can recall.
Thank you, Mrs. Hamlin. Let's now go through the specific interactions you had with Mr. Brayford. When did you first learn that Mr. Brayford had been asked to produce a cabinet submission?
I don't have exact dates, I'm afraid, but from my recollection, it was in and around August. As I said, I don't have exact dates, and I apologise for that. But it was after he'd had the request to deliver the cabinet submission or prepare the cabinet submission.
Okay. Did he call you?
I can't recall.
So it was either via a phone call or in a person meeting or a Teams call, because the state was in lockdown at this point.
Yeah, I suspect it was a phone call. As I think I reiterated and probably should have elaborated on, I took the welfare of my staff quite seriously. So in and amongst everything else I was doing, it was quite common that I would have regular phone calls where I would, one, check in on their well-being, but also discuss anything that may be going on in their remit.
Sure. And what did Mr. Brayford tell you?
I can't recall the specifics, other than that on his now list of things to do within his portfolio is prepare a cabinet submission, and to the best of my recollection, Mr. Brayford, didn't raise any concerns about the fact that he was requested to do so.
Did he tell you how he was requested?
I can't recall.
Okay. Well, did he tell you what the cabinet submission was meant to do?
I can't recall, but I suspect he would have, and if he didn't, I suspect I would have inquired as to the nature of what the cabinet submission was to look like.
How often was Mr. Brayford speaking to Mr. Barilaro in general?
Oh, look, that would be a question for Mr. Barilaro and Mr. Brayford. As I described earlier, the nature in which the office interacted was unusual in the sense of we were in the midst of a lockdown, so the way in which we communicated was different to the way we usually would, which would be collaboratively in an office, either here at Parliament or at 52 Martin Place.
Can you just give me 30 seconds, Ms. Hamlin? Sorry. Thank you, Mrs. Hamlin. And we did ask Mr. Brayford. He said his interactions with Mr. Barilaro were infrequent. That was both before the pandemic and the lockdowns and afterwards. Is that in accord with your recollection?
What I will say is that as when I was Chief of Staff to Mr. Barilaro, and the way in which I understood Mr. Barilaro interacted with his staff was that there was numerous conversations amongst staff around policy. It was a collaborative office. As to the way in which Mr. Brayford chooses to describe his relationship with Mr. Barilaro is for him, but I was of the understanding that it was an office that was where the then Deputy Premier would speak to his team on a regular basis. But as to the nature and to the way in which Mr. Brayford would describe his own relationship is a matter for him.
Well, he's described it as infrequent. Rare direct contact, to be fair. I'm paraphrasing in terms of the word rare, but he said infrequent. He said that he basically would channel it all through you. Is that your agreement?
No.
Okay. So you're saying he had direct and frequent contact?
What I'm saying is I'm not in a position to describe someone else's relationship with the Deputy Premier, but that's not how I understood the relationship with Mr. Barilaro and any of his staff.
Okay. But just to be very clear here, I just want to ask you again, just to be so it's abundantly clear, because there's a clear discrepancy now between you and Mr. Brayford. Mr. Brayford said that ordinary practice would be for him to speak to you about the Deputy Premier's requests. But you're saying that maybe not be the complete picture.
No, sorry. Let me clarify. Mr. Brayford Mr. Brayford was a very diligent, hardworking senior advisor who, of course, understood the importance of discussing matters of policy and any other matter with his chief of staff, which he would do so. That doesn't preclude the fact that I understood in a broader nature in the office was that Mr. Barilaro would have conversations with all of his staff and would work collaboratively with all of his staff. But I'm not suggesting in any way that Mr. Brayford would go around me as the Chief of Staff directly to circumnavigate that, to speak directly to the Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mrs.
No, but to be clear, it is very possible that Mr. Barilaro was going straight to the advisor and you would not be aware of that.
Correct.
Mrs. Hamblin, we were talking about how you were informed of the request for the production of this cabinet submission. Did Mr. Brayford tell you that he got a text message from the Deputy Premier?
I can't recall.
You recall him saying that you need to get Amy Brown to prepare a cabinet minute to convert these positions as soon as possible?
I don't have any recollection of the extent of the conversation.
Do you recall Mr. Brayford telling you that the request from the Deputy Premier said that this had to be produced ASAP?
To the best of my recollection, Mr. Brayford noted that it was it was considered urgent, but I don't have any recollection as to the nature of the urgency.
Did you ask Mr. Brayford why was the Deputy Premier suggesting it was urgent?
I don't recall. I suspect I would have, but I don't recall the nature of it. And given that I can't recall that, I suspect that whatever the answer was given didn't raise with me any particularly red flag, so to speak, as to the fact that this was out of the ordinary.
Did you ask Mr. Brayford what he understood Mr. Barilaro's motivation was in seeking this change?
I can't recall to the extent I had any further conversations or to that nature. But in saying that, which I'd just like to reiterate, the time frame again in which we're speaking with my absolute priority was the response to COVID-19. It was delivering on the roadmap that at that point was taking many iterative forms, that I would have seen it as Mr. Brayford alerting me to what he was requested to do, and at that point I would have noted that there was he was tasked by the Deputy Premier to do something, and he was informing me of that.
But Mrs. Hamblin, that's precisely the point. You were focused on developing a roadmap out of COVID. But for whatever reason, at the same time, the Deputy Premier is focusing on producing this cabinet submission ASAP. From the ordinary public, they would expect you to have been doing your job, because what you're saying you're focused on is 100% appropriate. The obvious question is, given the government was obsessed with getting the roadmap out, as it should be, why was Mr. Barilaro asking for this cabinet submission to be produced ASAP for the same day that New South Wales is meant to learn we're getting out of COVID?
Mr. Hookie, that's a question for Mr. Barilaro. I don't have recollections of those conversations, and that's a question for him.
So, I'll ask you again then. After you have the conversation with Mr. Brayford, in which he gives you the report about the Deputy Premier's urgent request, What further interaction did you have with Mr. Brayford about this?
I can't recall. I'm sorry to. I don't have any recollection of any further interaction with him on that. As I said, that would have been my focus, and I suspect that I suspect it was going through its usual iterative process that cabinet submissions do go through.
Mrs. Hamblin, you said earlier that in the normal course of events, you would have been oversighting the liaison between other ministerial officers in relation to cabinet minutes that were going forward from Mr. Barilaro. Given that this particular minute actually touched on a number of different ministers, the Treasurer, Premier, and the Minister Ayres at the time, who I think was the Minister for Investment, did you have any interaction, or were you aware of any interaction between ministerial officers liaising in relation to this minute?
So I'd probably just like to clarify, I didn't, in the normal course of practice, with a cabinet submission, I wasn't the person that would have those interactions.
No, I'm not asking you that, I understand that, but you're oversighting the staff in the office. Clearly this required consultation with other ministers because it impacted directly on their own appointment processes and the process, the somewhat confused process to date in relation to the appointment of the sticks. Are you aware of what interaction there was office to office and consultation in relation to this minute?
I'm not.
Did you ever have a conversation with Mr. Brayford about that?
I can't recall, but I suspect that I would have, given the way that I conducted myself and how diligent I believe myself to be in all of these matters. But I can't remember the nature of it.
And so, I mean, Mr. Brayford basically gave evidence to this committee that he was liaising with you, and I'm not asking you to recall things you can't recall, but he did also give evidence that he had spoken to Mr. Barilaro about this, and Mr. Barilaro had said something to the words of, "Don't worry about it. I will fix it. I will talk to the ministers." Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware, only insofar as I understood it was given in evidence in this committee.
And would it be in a normal way that issues such as this? I mean, normally there's a more formal process in terms of getting consultation. This was a very rushed minute. Would that be a normal course of events that the minister would just, get the tick off by ministers rather than the officers?
Look, they're questions for Mr. Barilaro, but what I would say is that Mr. Barilaro was quite involved in the development of his own policies, so he would often have conversation with his colleagues about relevant policies, whether that be anything that was being taken to Cabinet or ERC. He would have those conversations, but as I said, they're questions for him. But as far as I understood in my capacity as Chief of Staff, it wasn't unusual for Mr. Barilaro to have conversation with his ministerial colleagues about anything coming before any of the cabinet committees.
But, Mrs. Hamlin, you maintain your view that as your role as Chief of Staff was to manage the office, assist staff in the duties and provide advice to Mr. Barilaro on the development of policy?
Yes.
Did he seek your policy advice in respect to his cabinet submissions?
Not that I can recall.
Did he speak to you about it whatsoever?
In relation to the cabinet submission, not to my knowledge. But in saying that, I'm not suggesting that it didn't. I just can't recall it.
You're his most senior advisor, were you not?
Yes.
This was a conversation happening this was a cabinet submission that was being treated while the state was in COVID, correct?
Correct.
You were speaking to the Deputy Premier on a daily basis, were you not?
Correct.
On a more than daily basis throughout this crisis, correct?
Correct.
Your focus was on the state's roadmap out.
Yes.
You would presumably have had conversations with Mr. Barilaro about that process, I presume?
Correct.
But at no point in any of those interactions, Mr. Barilaro sought your advice in respect to this matter, as to your recollection.
I can't recall. He may have, but to the best of my recollection, I can't remember having any of those conversations. So I'm not suggesting that he did or he didn't. I don't recall.
Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. McCormack about this submission?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Brayford was working with Mr. McCormack? Because to be fair, he kind of left this impression that it was either you or him. Do you know whether or not Mr. Brayford was speaking to Mr. McCormack about this?
Not that I'm aware, but that would be a question for Mr. Brayford and Mr. McCormack.
That wouldn't be unusual though if they were.
I wouldn't have seen it as unusual given that he was the Deputy Chief of Staff and given that I was focused on so many other things. there could have been, but they are questions for those two individuals.
So the Cabinet submission's effect was to alter these from public service positions to ministerial positions. Is that your understanding?
To be fair, from this inquiry, that's what I understand. But up until this point, I had obviously left politics. I had left I had left New South Wales Parliament, and this committee has refreshed my memory as to the nature of that cabinet submission.
I'm glad we could have been of some service. So you agree that that was basically the main point of the cabinet submission, correct?
As I said, I can't remember what the cabinet submission was. I couldn't comment on whether that was the substantive nature of it. Yeah.
What are the policy merits of converting positions from public service appointments to ministerial appointments as you understand them?
My understanding, and I probably need to go back, and I'm sure you'll get to this question given Mr. Brayford's evidence around the initial request to look into this. My understanding was that there was a request for information to understand how these committee appointments, these commissioner appointments could be made without going through cabinet, given the vast array of appointments to boards and committees that did require to go through cabinet, and how these ones weren't required to go through the cabinet process.
Sorry, that's helpful context, Mrs.
Oh, yeah, I probably haven't answered your question, so apologies.
That's okay. The question was, what are the merits, as you understand them, the policy merits of altering these from public service positions to ministerial appointments? What's the benefit for the people of New South Wales by making that change?
Look, as I said before, Mr. Mookie, I've since left politics. It would be misleading for me to now make past judgment on policy decisions that were made now almost a year ago, given that I have long left politics. I've long left this building, and I wouldn't want to mislead the inquiry, and I haven't prepared a policy answer as I would as a former staffer as to the merits of those decisions. They are for Mr. Barilaro.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mrs. Hamblin. And to be clear here, I'm not asking you to retrospectively comment. But you are, according to your own admission, the most senior advisor to Mr. Barilaro, who assisted him in the development of policy. Did you at any point have any conversation with Mr. Barilaro in which Mr. Barilaro explained it to you, the merits of converting these from public service positions to ministerial appointments?
Not to my recollection.
Ms. Hamblin, were you familiar with the Pearce Review into the Government Sector Employment Act and its implications for these type of appointments?
No.
Are you aware of the government response to that, which was brought down on the 24th of August 2021?
No.
I'm assuming then that you were not aware that the recommendations were in that these sort of ministerial appointments were not were generally not considered to be best practice?
No, I'm not aware.
Mrs. Hamblin, we'll go back to the events of September, August, September. I think we've established that there was a conversation with you and Mr. Brayford in which he informs you of this request. He explained, I think, did I hear you correctly, he said that he gave you a sense that it was to be treated urgently according to the instructions of the Deputy Premier?
As I said, I can't recall, but I suspect that he would have.
Sure. That cabinet, the process of producing that cabinet submission, I think the best we can tell, starts around September 6th, I think it is, or thereabouts. Did you ask the department to prepare that submission?
No.
Do you know who would have?
I suspect it was Mr. Brayford as the Senior Policy Advisor for Trade.
Indeed. And Mr. Brayford gave evidence that he then spoke to Miss Brown, who was the CEO of Investment New South Wales at that time, and set about causing the production of that submission. Did you have any conversations with Miss Brown at all about this?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay. The first draft is then produced to by the department. Do you recall the department asking for any specific meeting with the Deputy Premier to discuss his proposal?
I don't. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I don't recall.
But in the event that such a meeting would be taking place, you presumably would know about it because you would presumably have access to the Minister's diary and requests for meetings?
Yes.
Correct? Presumably if the lead CEO of an agency wants to have a meeting with their minister, that's something that you would be aware about?
Yes.
But you don't recall any specific request at that time?
Not that I recall.
Sure. Do you recall seeing the first version of the draft?
I don't.
Do you recall seeing any other versions of the draft?
I don't.
Do you recall specifically whether or not the first draft or any draft mentioned the fact that Miss Jenny West was a person selected from the first round?
I don't.
Thank you. Was it ordinary practice for a Cabinet submission that is transmitted to Cabinet to only be transmitted after it has approval of Mr Barilaro?
Correct.
Did you have any conversations with him about the final draft?
Not that I can recall.
Do you recall him authorising you to lodge the submission or to instruct the department to lodge the submission?
Not that I recall, but I wouldn't have been the person that would have lodged the submission.
Who would have?
Apologies, Mr. Mookie, you're testing my knowledge about the ins and outs of this process that, given as the Chief of Staff, it wasn't in my normal course of practice, and having held senior positions for some time, the lodging of a Cabinet submission is now dating back a while for me. My understanding is that the way that e-Cabinet works would be that it would be approved from a ministerial end before the department would lodge it. But that's the best to my recollection as to what if that process has changed since I last used it, and the process that would have gone under for this Cabinet submission, I'm not sure, but my understanding of a Cabinet submission wouldn't be loaded without the approval of Mr Barilaro.
Okay, so he must have approved it at some point in time.
Correct.
And given that we now have it established that it was lodged circa the 16th of September, we can infer that he would have approved it around that period of time?
I couldn't comment on that. I don't know when Mr Barilaro would have approved it.
Okay. Is it the ordinary practice that once Cabinet submissions are lodged, that it's a matter for the Premier to ultimately decide when they come onto Cabinet's agenda?
Correct.
And that in order for a matter to come on urgently, there has to be some basis for urgency. That's fair?
Yes.
And it's the case now that we have established that the Cabinet did consider this on the 27th of September. Is that the best of your recollection, or you've gotten that from the evidence given here?
I've only got it from the evidence of this committee.
You don't recall attending that Cabinet meeting or anything?
No.
Don't worry, I can't ask you about it anyway.
Sorry, but staff don't attend Cabinet meetings. Even through COVID, with all of the challenges, staff members did not attend Cabinet meetings.
Thank you, Mrs. Hamblin. It's important
Ask away.
It's important that you say. So, by the 27th of September, Cabinet has agreed to a proposal that was lodged on the 16th of September. Is the timeline we've established. That's 11 days. Once you deduct weekends, turns out to be 5 sort of working days. In your practice, in any matter, in the middle of the state's lockdown, did the Deputy Premier have any matter that was treated with such urgency that wasn't related to the COVID pandemic?
I can't recall the specifics in and around that time, but what I will say is that while common practice for Cabinet submissions, the process is about a month, and it's an iterative process. Having been involved in politics and government for over 8 years, while that being the usual practice, it's not uncommon that things are brought on urgently to Cabinet. So to see a Cabinet submission come up in any form that is of some form of urgency, while not usual practice, it's not uncommon.
Usually, if it's, accept your point, it's not uncommon, but it is unusual. Is that a fair way of summarizing?
No, I wouldn't categorise it like that. It's not common practice, but it's not unusual for it to happen.
Okay, sure, it's not common practice. But in order for there to be a deviation for common practice, there usually is a basis, is there not?
Yes.
Are you aware of any reasons why there was a basis
No.
for this one? Thank you. But it's a matter for, it is the case, is it not, that it's not the role of staff to talk to the Premier about, or any staff, no disrespect to any staff member whatsoever, but it's not usually the role of staff members to be talking to the Premier about what is an urgent matter and what is not.
No.
Fair? Ordinarily, that's the
Sorry,
practice.
just to that point, sorry, Mr. Mookie, the conversations that may have happened between staff and then with what the processes within the Premier's office as to how a matter gets onto the agenda, I'm not aware of, and would be questions for them. So while
Did you have any discussions with any member of the Premier's office?
no, not that I can recall, and not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware whether any of your direct reports had any such conversations?
Not that I'm aware of.
So we can infer, therefore, that the conversation probably took place at the level of ministers,
That would be a question for them.
of course. But if it wasn't for you, if it wasn't the staff members, is it the case that, are you suggesting that the other person who could have done this was the agencies?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying I don't have knowledge as to how that conversation or who that conversation took place with.
Well, Mr. Brayford tells us that Mr. Barilaro undertook to him that he'd have the conversations that are required for the matters to be treated urgently. Did Mr. Brayford disclose that to you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did Mr. Barilaro speak to you about any of that?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the evidence in front of us is that from your senior advisor is that the Deputy Premier told him that he would take responsibility for that. Did you have any discussions with the Deputy Premier at all between the 16th of September and the 27th of September in which he was reporting to you on the progress of those discussions?
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
And again, I'd just like to reiterate that in that time, the conversations that I would be most noting was other ministers' offices' comments and feedback on the roadmap out of lockdown. That was my focus. So any questions that, or any in discussions that he may have been having with his colleagues, that was my focus, to ensure that what I was tasked with delivering with the relevant agencies was in line with what the ministers were expecting. So I can't recall whether or not that was also raised in any of those discussions.
So at this point, you're phoning, Zooming, Microsoft Teaming with other members of the government to progress the roadmap out. But at the same period of time, amongst his other duties, the Deputy Premier is also phoning presumably the Premier and others to talk about urgent consideration of turning a stick appointment into a ministerial appointment. That's the chronology and the impression you're leaving, Mrs. Hamblin.
Point of order. I think
I'm asking the witness to respond. The witness is capable of denying that or pushing back.
Yes, don't break the microphone, maybe.
apologies. I think we're still working. No, I was just going to say, while I understand what Mr. Mookie and the nature of his questions, he asks a question and then he makes an assumption given the answer.
Order,
I think,
Mr.
no. I just
What's the point of order?
well, I just want to again remind people that there is a procedural fairness resolution here.
Which part are
There
you
is no.
alleging
There is
raised,
no.
Wes?
Look, you haven't made a point of order. You're making commentary on a member's questions, which are absolutely in line. So if Mr. Mookie can continue his questions, Mr. Fang, if you have a point of order, get to a point of order. But at the moment, I haven't heard one.
Well, I think that there's via the procedural fairness resolution, it's not fair to continually put propositions as what the witness is.
Yeah, no, I've heard
No. I'm making the point of order that it has been continual practice during this hearing, and I have held off making the point, but the witness provides an answer, and then Mr. Mookie then draws an inference from that answer, and then
Point
puts
of
it as
order.
a
Commentary on questioning is the only thing that is relevant is whether it's within the standing orders or not.
Yes, Mr. Fang, that
don't
is an
believe it's
order.
procedurally
Order.
fair.
I'm going to rule, and if you could just, that's enough. Mr. Mookie, your questions were perfectly in order. Please proceed.
Mrs. Hamblin, I think, thank you for forgive us the diversion, but question.
If you could repeat the question.
I thought you might need me to, as a result, Mrs. Hamblin. But Mrs. Hamblin, the impression that you're leaving is that in the week prior, you are rightly working furiously to ensure that the government's in a position to explain to the people of New South Wales its roadmap out of COVID. But at the same time, amongst his other duties, the Deputy Premier is also speaking to other senior members of the government about why there is a need for urgent consideration of a proposal to turn stick positions into ministerial appointments. It's an unfair characterisation of events.
That's how I would categorise it, that I understood during that time for both myself, Mr. Barilaro, and the office, while the focus was absolutely the COVID response, the roadmap out, we were also dealing with all of our other regular responsibilities as part of our portfolio responsibilities. So I can't comment on that. That's a question for Mr. Barilaro, but my understanding and my expectation of our office was that irrespective of how busy we were relating to the COVID response and the support we were providing and I was providing to the crisis cabinet, was that the regular tasks of government were continuing as well. So as to whether or not, to your question, Mr. Mookie, that is a question for Mr. Barilaro.
Were you aware, when did you become aware that Mr. Barilaro was intending to resign?
So I was broadly aware that Mr. Barilaro was intending to resign at some point. That the nature of that often took various forms in terms of sometimes it was quite flippant and then other times somewhat more serious.
Sometimes more public.
Correct. What I will say is that following the events of the resignation of the Premier, my advice to Mr. Barilaro on that day was that any plans that you may have to leave politics should be shelved for the sake of stable government and for the people of New South Wales as we're still in the grips of a lockdown and the disruption that those changes would have. I became aware of Mr. Barilaro's intention to resign. I think it was the Monday the 4th, was on the Sunday when I was asked to gather key staff to prepare media materials.
Let's just unpack that step by step. So, working back in time, the Deputy Premier resigns on the 4th of October, which is my birthday. Thank you.
As you keep reminding
It was a very good Labor Day.
time.
It was a very good Labor Day. But the day before, you asked to gather staff. Let's go back in time before that. You said that you gave him advice in which you suggested that he should stay for the sake of stable government, because he was, I guess, in your view, a person who provided stability to the government.
No, my point was that the state was in the grips of a lockdown. People were still locked at home. There was going to be a level of disruption to the normal order of governing and business. There would be a new premier at some point, and my advice to him was that to ensure the continuity in and around the COVID response and ensuring that there was some level of stability in terms of the government's response to that perhaps any immediate plans that the Deputy Premier might have should be revisited for the sake of that.
When did you give him that advice?
On that Friday.
So Friday the 1st of
Yes.
October?
Yes.
This presumably followed the announcement by Ms. Berejiklian that she was leaving the premiership.
Correct.
So it happened along the same day.
Yes.
And in the month prior to that, in the month of September, was there any discussions about any potential scenario in which Mr. Barilaro would resign?
As I said, I was aware that Mr. Barilaro had intentions to resign. As to the firm dates and times and as to when that would happen was somewhat iterative and, as I said, often flippant. So as to the nature of when that would happen, I never understood it to be anything more than as you'd expect a chief of staff and a minister to have those conversations about Mr. Barilaro's intention to leave politics.
No doubt, Mrs. Hamblin, I'm not suggesting that they may have been flippant, they may have been iterative, but the actual question was, were any of these flippant, iterative, serious, non-serious conversations taking place in the months of September of that year?
Yes.
When in September?
I can't recall. To be fair, Mr. Mookie, I was aware for far longer than September that Mr. Barilaro was contemplating leaving politics. So to have those conversations in September, I would not have seen as out of the ordinary, given that those conversations, whether they be somewhat flippant, more serious, and to your point, more public, was not uncommon, and I didn't view it as uncommon in September.
Of course, but at this point, and just to be clear, I think at some point, I can't recall precisely when, but Mr. Barilaro did publicly say he wasn't intending to stand at the next election. So there was no question that there was certainly a question over his long-term intentions to remain as a member of Parliament or a member of government. And so that's not disputed. at all, but just in terms of the events of September, we can establish that you were having conversations with him about this. The other exceptional factor of September was that the state was in lockdown, correct?
Correct.
And so therefore, were you physically, I think you were entitled to a health exemption, as were all people who were associated with the government. Were you having daily meetings with him? Was this in-person meetings you were having these conversations with him, or they were on the phone?
I can't recall. At that point in time, we were also conducting regional media conferences that would go for some length.
Watching them.
They would go for some length in time. So given that we had those health exemptions, regular staff would attend, and as would I, depending on the nature of the announcement of the day. Given how my depth of knowledge across the public health orders, I could sometimes be in the office for those short period of times to conduct those conduct those press conferences, but I can't recall the specifics of those conversations that may have also led to discussions around Mr. Barilaro's intentions to leave politics.
So we can establish that there were iterative conversations taking place throughout. Were there iterative conversations taking place in September?
To the best of my recollection, but as I said, this wasn't just in September. I'd been having these conversations with Mr. Barilaro for some time.
When did you become his Chief of Staff again?
February 2020.
So what, from then onwards?
I couldn't give you an exact date.
Okay. Well, when did they start?
I can't recall the exact.
Then let's concentrate perhaps on September.
And so, just before you do, can I just ask a few clarifying questions, if that's okay?
Can you just give us
Yeah,
1
sure.
minute on this? And then I'll just ask one or two more fact-based questions, and of course.
Sure.
So you're having conversations in September about a potential resignation. Is that a fair way of characterising things?
Yes.
And they were iterative?
In some form, but as I said, Mr. Mookie, sometimes they were flippant, and then other times they did take on a bit more of a.
Ms. Hamblin, if you don't mind, before I pass to my colleague, can you just search your memory? And were any of these conversations about his resignation taking place from September 1 to September 16?
I couldn't recall exact dates.
There's a reasonable likelihood, given it's half of September, correct?
It could be, but I don't want to mislead the committee in,
I'm not asking
any,
you to.
no, and so I couldn't give you
I'm
specifics.
not asking for specific dates or specific times or duration of conversations, none of that. Just to be clear here, conversations were happening in those first 2 weeks of September.
That could be the case, but I can't recall.
Thanks. I just wanted to confirm the Deputy Premier took around a month of leave. I think it was mid-September 2020, so about approximately 12 months before he actually resigned.
Yep.
Would it be fair to say that after his return, those conversations perhaps became more numerous?
That would be a fair assessment.
So there would be a period of around 12 months that there were these conversations about perhaps leaving politics at some point.
I think that's the point I was probably trying to make earlier, Mr. Fang, was that the conversations around Mr. Barilaro's intentions to resign didn't begin in September. They were iterative. During my time as Chief of Staff, they took on different forms. It took on different levels of discussion to that. But it would be fair to say that following Mr. Barilaro's leave, that those conversations would probably be sort of a firmer marker as to when those discussions around the resignation.
So around that 12-month period, and I just for clarity, and I've got one more.
Chair, if you don't mind,
Okay, no.
given that I think we could perhaps, and I think it's only fair for the witness that the witness does get a 5-minute break at 11:30.
Which is what
Can I just resume the questioning to finish this off, and the government can resume this in its 15 minutes?
Sure.
If that's okay, Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Hamblin, just in terms of we established that there were conversations taking place in September about the Deputy Premier's potential resignation. There was certainly a chance that there were conversations taking place in the first 2 weeks of September. Is it the case that the reason...
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'd just like to point out that if those conversations were happening, my understanding, irrespective of those conversations that may have been taking place, the primary focus, and what I understood was also Mr. Barilaro's focus, was the COVID-19 response, the roadmap, and producing that for the people of New South Wales. So even if those conversations were happening...
Ms. Hammond, you use the term even if. You use the term if. Sorry to interrupt you, but Mrs. Hamlin, you've confirmed that the conversations were happening. And you have said to us you can't recall the precise date and time, and we haven't pushed you on that. So I take your point that in the context of all these conversations, you were having many conversations about many matters, including the matters for which the people of New South Wales would have real interest in. You've made that point very well. I am just concentrating on the particular conversations to do with his resignation. And the reason why I am, because I would like to ask you, was it the case that the reason why Mr. Barilaro wanted this cabinet submission produced ASAP and considered urgently was because at that point in time he had already started contemplating a resignation?
That's a question for him, Mr. Mookie.
Thank you. At any point in time, did Mr. Barilaro give you any basis upon public policy merit for converting these from a public service position to a ministerial position?
Not to my recollection, but I think in the evidence that I've provided, I was somewhat on the periphery of these discussions, so it wouldn't have been a matter of that he may have raised with me, nor would I have necessarily asked those questions of him, given that it was being discussed and managed by the relevant senior advisor.
And final, I guess, question or questions before we might give it slightly earlier, minute break, is it's the case, is it not, that to the best of your knowledge, you were never explained why it was urgent for this cabinet submission to go forward from proposal to passage in 10 days? So I'm very clear about that point. You've never told?
I'm not saying that I wasn't told. I'm saying I can't recall if I was told.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to put this to you. Was the actual reason why the Deputy Premier, in the middle of COVID, was urgently seeking a cabinet decision to turn these into ministerial appointments was because he knew he was intending to resign?
That's a question for Mr. Barilaro.
Okay, on that point, we'll just take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back at 11:35. Good?
Good.
Okay, we will now kick off with questions again. Back to the opposition, Mr. Mookie.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you, Mrs. Hamblin. Do you mind just turning your document pile? You'll see at the front there's an unmarked, as in not paginated document, which is titled Briefing for the Deputy Premier, Appointment of Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner.
Yes.
Do you recall seeing this briefing note?
No.
Is it ordinarily the practice that you would see such briefing notes from the department?
In the first instance, a briefing note like this wouldn't come to me. It would go to the relevant policy advisor, and anything that then would need the attention of the Deputy Premier would usually come via me and would then be passed on to the Deputy Premier. But I think, as I provided evidence earlier, was that my purpose, the role that I would be playing in reviewing or looking at these briefs would be in the context of prioritisation for the Deputy Premier, given the volume of briefs and correspondence that was required for him to sign, and would put that in front of him, and would ask sort of any questions that may mean that we needed to prioritise a brief being drawn to the DP's attention, or whether it could in fact wait for his signature or review when he was back in the office.
Do you recall applying that process to this brief?
I can't recall the specifics in and around this brief.
Do you recall there being any urgency around the production of this brief?
No.
Okay, Mr. Brayford tells us that it was his ordinary practice. And look, just step by step. Firstly, Mrs. Hamlin, what you say about it briefs going at first instance to policy advisors is supported by the documents that have been produced that show Mr. Brayford received this brief on the 6th as well, just so you have the context available to you. But do you recall, Mr. Brayford's evidence is that it was his ordinary practice to put these in your inbox for you to decide how urgent and otherwise they were?
Yeah, so during COVID, obviously, when we were in the office, I would have what would be an in-tray system that people would put everything in there. And from there, I would move that on to Mr. Barilaro, noting what was, and at the top of the pile would be somewhat urgent or for his attention. When it came to COVID, we had to move everything online. And the other point that I'd also like to make is that our office, not only going into lockdown on or about June 21, the vast majority of our office went into 14 days isolation. So we had a very quick and steep learning curve of how to not only move our entire office functions to working from home, but working with no ability to leave for at least 14 days. So some of the systems that were set up were done quickly to ensure that the functioning of the office could sustain itself in those really early stages. What would happen would be that staff would put it all in, I guess, a drive online, which then I would review and pass on to the Deputy Premier for his approval, noting that the advice from each of the advisors would be also provided to the DP in terms of whether to sign or to note or to ask, if there was any advice. But I don't recall anything in and around this brief.
Okay, so like all of Australia, you were standing up systems to allow the office to function during lockdown?
Except for the fact that our office was also in 14 days isolation.
Yes. So that created difficulties?
Would be an understatement.
Yes, and presumably did that result in delays of correspondence and briefs?
I took great pride in the fact that despite the stress and anxiety of having to leave this place on a Wednesday and then being forced into isolation the next day, I took great pride in the fact that I understood our office was able to set up those systems quickly, as well as being able to function normally, irrespective of the challenges that we face.
You are entitled to take great pride, because the record shows that this brief was sent on the 6th, which I think is a Thursday from memory, and it has the Deputy Premier's signature by the 11th. So he's turned it around in 5 days. And incidentally, what it's worth, he beat everybody else who got this brief.
What I'd also like to point out to that point is that as part of the Deputy Premier's normal function as the Minister responsible for regional New South Wales and leader of the Nationals, the vast majority of his time was spent on the road, visiting various electorates insofar as it relates to his portfolio areas. As a result of COVID, the Deputy Premier did not travel, and so therefore there was an ability for our office to function in a way that we might see other offices that don't require, or other ministers that don't require, the extensive travel. I'm sure Mr. Barilaro would remember the number of days on the road, but it far exceeded anything of in my opinion, any other minister.
Indeed. Mrs. Hamblin, do you mind reading the first highlighted section out in the box at the top?
Yes.
It says here that the Deputy Premier is now invited to endorse the preferred candidate prior to submission to Cabinet.
Yes.
Can you go down to the second dot point? You read that?
Yes.
It says the preferred candidate for the Americas is Jenny West, Deputy Secretary Trade and International Group Investment, New South Wales. Do you see that?
Yes.
Turn over the page. Sorry, no, before we do, down the bottom you see the recommendations. Endorse the preferred candidate for the Stick Americas prior to final submission to Cabinet.
Yes.
Then you can see overwords. Can you turn the page?
Yes.
You see that the Deputy Premier is that the Deputy Premier's signature to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And then you see that there's no comments.
Yes.
So we can infer that Mr. Barilaro did indeed endorse Miss West as the preferred candidate. Is that a fair inference?
Yes.
Thank you. And he did that around the 11th of August.
Yes.
Is it your view that, do you hold the view that there was no particular urgency around the production of this brief to the Deputy Premier's office?
To the best of my recollection, there was no urgency around this.
So, okay. Do you mind turning, please, to... I think we'll go to page... Which of the versions? We'll go to page 29, if you don't mind. So you can see at the bottom, are you on page 29?
Yes.
You can see you probably need to read 29 in conjunction with 28 because it's an email that goes over 2 pages. Mrs. Hamlin, of course, I don't expect you to have ever seen these before. If you do need to take the time to read it, feel free.
If I could.
Please. Well, if you are going to do that, can I suggest you read from, page 28 to 29.
Without me even having to ask. Giving her time. Giving her time to read it. Normally I have to ask.
You've beaten me over the head enough times, Spence. Thank you.
I'm lost on.
Read it.
Thank you. You can see at the bottom here that this is correspondence between, I'm just not going to necessarily name the people, but you can see that this is an email from the executive assistant to the CEO of Investment New South Wales that she is sending to the executive assistant from that time Secretary of the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment, who also incidentally is the incoming Secretary at this point in time to the Department of Premier and Cabinet. You can see there on page 29, Amy would like to arrange for the DPO to have a copy today if possible. Go up, if you don't mind, onto page 28.
Yes.
We need to include this with our brief to the DPO and across ASAP. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And best that we perhaps go to page 26 and 27 for the next part of this email chain, or some contextual email change to see the correspondence that takes place before that. Again, Mrs. Hamlin, please take a moment to read it.
Sorry, Mr. Booking, am I reading to page 26 and
Page 26 and page 27, if you don't mind.
I've read it.
Do you see here on page 26 down the bottom,
Yes.
the panel will need to now sign off. I'm assuming this will occur post-Deb Prem discussion.
Yes.
Do you know what they're referring to?
No, I don't.
Do you have any idea why the Director of People and Culture in Investment New South Wales thinks that there's going to be a discussion with the Deputy Premier's office that has to take place before the selection panel finalises its report?
Don't.
Okay. Do you have any discussions with Mr. Brayford about that?
Not that I recall, but I don't believe I did.
Okay. Perhaps it's necessary, if you don't mind, to go to page 32 of the tender bundle, which you'll see is a transcript of Hansard that reports on the evidence given by Ms. Brown at the hearing that the committee had on the 29th.
Yes.
Start on page 32, if you don't mind.
Yes.
You see that there's a highlighted section in which I asked Ms. Brown, who are you concerned would have veto rights of your appointment? And Ms. Brown replies, I was concerned that the deputy premiers would feel they had veto rights.
Yes.
Did Ms. Brown ever express to you concern that the deputy premier would have veto rights of this appointment?
No.
Do you have any idea as to why Ms. Brown would harbour such a fear?
No, that's a question for Miss Brown.
We asked her. She said that they feel, and you can see down there, you were concerned, I asked, you were concerned that the Deputy Premier's office would, and the then Secretary gave you advice to make sure that every panel checked with that career. So as in, you were concerned that the Deputy Premier would have veto rights. Yes, and then Miss Brown goes, yes, and particularly because the first rank candidate was a current bureaucrat. so she actually did answer the question as to why she was worried. Did the Deputy Premier ever express to you opposition to the idea of a bureaucrat filling this role?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Do you want turning to page 33? Probably need to take the time to read the full page, Mrs. Hamblin.
I've read it.
Thank you. See here that we're asking Miss Brown about why it was so urgent to provide the Deputy Premier's office with a brief. And Miss Brown says, around the middle of the page, when I ask, was he asking for this brief urgently? Miss Brown says, his office was. Were you asking for the brief urgently?
No, not that I'm aware of.
I asked, his office was asking for an urgent briefing outlining the selection report for the New York position. Miss Brown says they wanted to know the outcome of the process. Did you want to know the outcome of the process?
No.
Okay. Who then was urgently asking? If it wasn't you, you're the Chief of Staff, correct, at this point in time?
Yes.
So you're not asking for an urgent briefing, to the best of your recollection?
To the best of my recollection, no. But if there was any sense of urgency from either anyone who'd approached the agency or whether it had come through me, it would have been relating to a request from Mr. Barilaro.
Of course. That's not in dispute. Mr. Brayford says it wasn't him. Well, he can't recall either. So we're in this scenario where it's clear that someone was asking for an urgent report from the department on who was chosen for the Americas job. Senior Advisor for Trade says he can't recall. Now, with respect, Mrs. Hamblin, the Chief of Staff says she can't recall. So, was it Mr. Barilaro directly? Is that one scenario?
I don't imagine that Mr. Barilaro would have had a direct conversation, but that would be a question for him. I'm unaware of that.
To be fair, the other counterparty to this conversation says it was someone from the office. So we're going to infer that it's not Mr. Barilaro. So, if it's not you, and it's not Mr. Brayford, was it Mr. McCormack?
That's a question for Mr. McCormack.
Were you aware that apparently your office was seeking an urgent briefing on the outcome of the Americas selection process?
Not to my recollection.
Is that something you would have expected to be told if it was considered to be a matter of urgency?
Look, that's going back in time, and I wouldn't. It's a hypothetical in the sense of.
I'm asking you, would it have been ordinary practice? If someone is asking for an urgent brief from the head of an agency, was it ordinary practice for that person to come and speak to the Chief of Staff or at least disclose that? Or were they people who were potentially acting without your knowledge?
Not necessarily that they would come to me and say, I'm seeking this brief urgently. I think, as I pointed out earlier, my team of advisors that worked in the office would manage those relationships as to whether or not that they requested it, where that came from, or noted the urgency of it. Might not necessarily be that it would come through to me.
Okay, at this time the state is in lockdown, correct?
Yes.
You're, as you have described at multiple instances, doing your job in terms of making sure that the government is able to respond to that crisis.
Yes.
But at the same time, unbeknownst to you, someone is urgently seeking a report about who was chosen for the Americas job. Is that fair?
I can't recall. I couldn't speculate as to that's the nature of it.
Okay. You don't recall at all seeing... sorry, I'll move on. Just in respect, though, to that brief, do you have any conversations with the Deputy Premier about it?
Not that I can recall.
Do you have any conversations with Mr. McCormack about it?
Not that I can recall.
And you can't recall any conversations with Mr. Brayford about it either?
I suspect that given, as I think I've pointed out, that Mr. Brayford, as the primary relationship holder with the department, would keep me abreast of issues. I can't recall specifics of any conversation, but I may have.
But do you understand that it appears to be unusual that in the midst of a lockdown, someone from the Deputy Premier's office is seeking an urgent brief about who was chosen, but no one seems to know who was seeking that briefing?
What I will say is that in the course of what was going on at the time, I see that as the fact that there were members of the office who were focused on matters relating to COVID and the COVID response, and then others were continuing the usual practice of their portfolio responsibilities. So I couldn't comment whether it was an unusual that a request for an urgent brief, given that despite everything that was going on in relation to COVID and the various policy responses to that, the normal functioning of the office was continuing. So I couldn't comment on whether or not it was unusual that someone was requesting an urgent brief insofar as it relates to the portfolios in which we...
But you can confirm you have no recollection of it?
That's correct.
Thank you. Do you recall seeking legal advice at this time? Or any time in September about the legalities? I don't. Okay, can you quickly turn to page 30 of your tender bundle? Feel free not to read the whole page. The only time I need to ask you a question about the part that's highlighted. You can see here that this is an email that is sent by the General Counsel of Investment New South Wales to the person we've now established as the General Counsel or a senior lawyer at the Public Service Commission. And you can see here that he says, we are now asked to consider whether there are alternative methods that sticks could be employed. Specifically, we've been asked whether there's an option for ministerial appointments. You can see at the top, this is an email that is sent on the 21st of September 2021, which is incidentally after the Cabinet submission has been lodged, but before it's been considered. Do you recall asking for that legal advice?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anyone from your office asking for that legal advice?
No.
Do you recall any conversation at any time whatsoever in which the Deputy Premier made inquiries to you about what legislation would be required in order to convert these to ministerial positions?
I remember a conversation, and it's a vague recollection, in June prior to the lockdowns. I'm not sure if I've covered this already, that where Mr. Barilaro inquired with me in relation to, and it was general in nature, about how these appointments are made, what the process looks like, and what other means they could be appointed. I didn't seek that advice to the best of my recollection. That was managed by Mr. Brayford, I suspect, at some point. And I can't recall receiving that advice. But as I said, Mr. Brayford would keep me abreast of some of these issues where he would have, I suspect he would have informed me and I would have informed him to discuss that advice with the Deputy Premier. But to the specifics around legislative changes and to the extent to which these comments around the specificity of some of those legislative changes, I have no recollection of making any representations like this.
Do you recall in July of that year the Deputy Premier talking to you about what steps would be required?
I don't.
Do you recall having any conversations with Mr. Brayford in July of that year about what steps would be required?
I don't. As I said, I couldn't give you the exact dates, but as I said, I remember getting a request for information by which I asked Mr. Brayford to provide that advice. I suspect that I was given that advice, but given sort of the usual way that I operated, that if it was a request from Mr. Barilaro, it was best for that information to be provided.
Just go a bit slowly on this, Ms. Hamblin, if you don't mind. Mrs. Hamblin, just step by step. Do you recall in July having conversations with the Deputy Premier in which he was seeking advice about converting these to ministerial positions?
I believe that conversation happened in June.
In June?
Yes.
When in June?
Before the lockdowns. From a recollection, it was in Parliament, so before the lockdown.
So in Parliament?
Yes.
I recall that. It was budget week.
Yes.
So it was in the budget week?
I couldn't be specific.
The only other sitting week that week was probably, from memory, between the 10th and the 15th of June. So it was in one of those 2 weeks.
To the best of my recollection.
And he asked you at that point to do what exactly?
What would happen when in my conversations with Mr. Barilaro, particularly during a sitting week, that when he would return to the office, I would often go into his office to get a bit of a readout of anything that might need to have moved along. Had an MP asked, for them to come and visit their electorate, someone had followed up some correspondence, and so I would get somewhat of a readout of anything that I needed to then go and task the relevant advisors to do so. And to the best of my recollection, that's where that conversation came up with Mr. Barilaro. I don't remember it being the sole reason by which he asked me of that information. I remember it being in and amongst a list of things that I was then tasked to then go and delegate to the relevant advisors, but it was general in nature.
Is it the case at this point in time, did you have any discussions at this point in time or earlier from that point in time about the appointment of Mr. Cartwright to the Agent General's position in London?
I don't recall having any conversations with Mr. Barilaro about Mr. Cartwright's appointment in London.
Okay, so it's unlikely that this request, to the best of your knowledge, there was no contextual factor in that conversation that would lead you to conclude that the reason why the Minister was making the inquiry was to do with Mr. Cartwright?
Not to my knowledge.
Sure. But that conversation takes place in June, one of the sitting weeks.
That's to the best of my
So that's
recollection.
fine. I'm not going to push much further on that, but it was simply a request to go and... What was the request again?
It was general in nature, in the sense of how are these appointments made? What's the process in and around them? And by what other means by which can these appointments be made? And it didn't relate to any specific appointment.
Did he give you any reason or any explanation as to why at that point in time he was especially interested?
I suspect that he did, but I can't recall. So I can surmise from that it was nothing raised any red flags as to why that question was being asked of me.
But he was at least at this point making inquiries around that point in time.
Yes, among other policy areas that he would have in that same conversation. That wouldn't have stood out in the long list of things I was then tasked to delegate to.
Did you then delegate that?
Yes.
Who did you delegate it to?
Mr. Brayford.
What did you tell him to do?
I would have just referred the request from Mr. Barilaro. Could you please find out how these appointments are made, what the process is, and what are the other mechanisms by which they could be appointed? Okay.
And to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Brayford did that?
Yes.
And did he come back to you and report on your outcomes of that discussion?
As I said, I can't remember the advice that he came back with, but as I said, I suspect that he would have come back to me. But as would have been my usual course of practice, I would have said to also have that conversation or provide that advice to Mr. Barilaro.
Okay. So you basically said to him, thanks for telling me, please, you can also tell the Minister directly.
Yes.
Did you also have any direct conversations with the Minister about that point of advice?
Not to my recollection.
Can you please turn to page 16? Sorry, 16 and 17, if you don't mind, of your tender bundle. Don't mind Mrs. Hamblin, in the interest of time, I might just take you through it. If that's okay. It's best to start at the bottom. You can see that this is a correspondence from Miss Brown to Mr. Brayford on the 2nd of July 2021.
Yes.
You see that? It's approximately 10 days into the lockdown. You can see Miss Brown says, "Hi Joseph, further to your question on the above." You can see that Miss Brown provides some quite detailed advice here about what would be required in order to reach this conversion. Again, the advice itself is actually immaterial, but you can just see that the advice is contained. And I presume that the answer you got from Mr. Brayford was, broadly speaking, maybe aligned with this.
I couldn't speculate, but I suspect so.
Yeah. Okay. If you just go up the page, you can see there's another highlighted section in which it says, "In case helpful." This is correspondence that Miss Brown was sending to someone else on the 19th of August 2021. It's fair to say I forgot to ask her why was she pointing this out around that point in time, but maybe we'll ask her on Monday. But you can say here, in case helpful, when the DP wanted clarification on whether the sticks were ministerial appointments or not. And then to be fair to Mr. Barilaro, Ms. Brown provides an opinion here about the legitimacy of the question. She says it was a fair question because Treasury initially set up an erroneous process where they had to go to Cabinet, which is completely inappropriate. So, is that the reasons why you understood Mr. Barilaro was perhaps seeking this advice at this point in time?
I really can't recall that it'd be a question for Mr. Barilaro.
Okay, but is there any reason why it was particularly urgent within the first 10 days of lockdown for this advice to be sought and obtained that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thanks, Mrs. Hamblin. I just wanted to ask a question about, particularly around August or so last year, 2021. How many media advisors did you have in the office at the time?
Somewhere in the order of four or five, I believe.
And did one of those advisors leave the office in August 2021?
Yes.
And did that advisor end up going to go and work for Investment New South Wales?
I believe so.
Do you know what the circumstances were in relation to that appointment to Investment New South Wales?
I'm not.
So, you had a senior advisor. She'd obviously been there for quite a long time. And you're in the middle of lockdown, as you previously said. Were you disappointed that you were losing such a senior staff member out of the office?
I'm just wondering, given that I'm going to speak to someone's employment, if I could give it in camera.
Well, we've only got 10 minutes, and I'm not going to ask you a lot of questions about it. But I am asking you. I'm not asking you to give judgment on her performance. I'm just asking about the circumstances with which she left the role in your office and became a senior advisor in Investment New South Wales.
Can I just make the point of order that if we're not going to go into camera, that the witness be reminded that she can take the question
Yes.
of notice.
Yes.
I can keep it high level. My understanding is that for various reasons, one of the senior media advisors was looking for work outside of ministerial offices for some time. As to the way in which that appointment happened or how that came to place are matters for her, not for me. But of course, I took great pride in having a team that worked hard, and they worked well, and we had a really great team. And of course, I was disappointed to see a member of my staff leave.
Did you have conversations with Mr. Barilaro in relation to the loss of this staff member?
I would have had conversations in relation to filling the role and how we would then go about managing the team in the way that it would then operate.
And did you ever speak to Investment New South Wales about finding a job for this staff member, given that you knew that she was looking to leave?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Barilaro did?
That's a question for Mr. Barilaro.
He never spoke to you about that?
No.
And you're not aware how your senior media advisor got the job with Investment New South Wales?
I'm not.
Were you asked to provide a reference
I was.
by, did the senior media officer nominate you as a reference?
Yes.
When did she do that? Or he did that? She did that.
I can't recall the timing of it.
Were you interviewed as part of that reference?
Yes.
Was that by people inside Investment New South Wales?
No, from memory it was a recruiter.
Okay. And you vouched for her performance? I presume?
Yes.
And provided a recommendation that was favourable?
Yes.
And presumably the reason you were nominated was because at that point in time you were her direct manager, correct?
Yes. But I would like to point out that as a chief of staff during my tenure, a number of staff left, and for most part, I took great pride in be able to offer references.
Nothing unusual.
Because I had a great team, and any suggestion that they weren't, I took great. I welcomed the opportunity for my staff to move on to other things and provide, where appropriate, the right references for them to do so.
Okay.
Do you know how many other staff, while you were the chief of staff, ended up with jobs within the portfolio that Mr. Barilaro held?
I couldn't. I don't have that off the top of my
Could you
head.
take it on notice for us?
I can, but I mean, I'd have to. I wouldn't have access to that information.
She has,
I have no access
To the
be able
best of
to-
your
Yeah,
recollection.
best of recollection. I mean, you clearly recall this one. Do you recall any others?
Yeah, I'd have to take it on notice.
And just to round this particular point out, I'm sorry if I didn't hear this properly, but at this point in time, were any other members of your staff changing their employment?
Sorry.
Were any other staff departing?
There was a few from memory.
Okay, and this was towards the end of the year?
I wouldn't say sort of towards the end of the year. I can remember probably another 2 at that point in time.
And was this the only person who went from your office to Investment New South Wales directly?
I'd have to take that on notice. The 2 that I am thinking of took jobs outside of government.
Can you just give us a minute just so we can determine whether we've got anything remaining for the witness?
How much time? You've got until 12.
We just want to have a I know. Just if you can give us 30 seconds, we'll just have a quick chat.
I'm happy to. I'm happy
yeah,
to.
sorry, we're just,
Anything else?
sorry, yeah, I didn't hear what you. Yeah.
When I have a look, I'll.
Thank you, Mrs. Hamblin. We are pretty positive that, to the best of our knowledge, we've asked you the questions we had for you. We do appreciate, again, the diligence of your preparation and your willingness to assist us in our inquiries.
Thank you very much. I'll just go and see whether government
There are
members
just a
have.
few
Okay.
things that I just wanted to touch on, if that's okay. And thank you, Ms. Hamblin, for appearing and being, as Mr. Mookie indicated, so diligent. You've clearly recalled everything to the best of your knowledge, and I think that the committee is very thankful for that. In relation to the urgent advice that was, and I put emphasis on the word urgent because we sort of discussed this in an earlier hearing with people from Investment New South Wales. Was it sometimes the case that when a ministerial office requests something of a department, that they perhaps viewed it as urgent because it was from the minister responsible, and that they put the emphasis on the urgent as opposed to it being requested as urgent purely because it was from the minister involved and the Deputy Premier?
I couldn't comment as to the way in which the various departments operate and the way in which they treat matters of correspondence, but I suspect that the way a department would treat a matter of urgency insofar as it relates to a minister's office is a matter for them, but unless it's been directed from the office as to the sense of urgency. But I couldn't comment on how a department treats matters of urgency as it relates to a minister's office.
I guess more to the point that I'm asking is that sometimes what was just a regular request from the Deputy Premier's office may have been viewed as having urgency attached to it just because it was from the Deputy Premier. Would that sometimes have occurred in your experience?
It could be.
Thank you. Can I just take you to the document that Mr. Mookie tabled to you, and it's this one that seems to have the patch of black at the bottom at the front. Can I ask you to turn it over? Mr. Barilaro's signature there looks to me slightly digitalised. Would that be an e-signature?
I suspect so, given that we were in the middle of lockdown. I suspect it was an e-signature.
Okay. To that point, though, given that we were in lockdown and the Deputy Premier was, for the most part, in working out of the office, as you said, doing the media briefings and the like, would he have signed the documents personally as opposed to e-sig?
I can't recall, quite frankly, but given that trying to make our processes as seamless as possible, I would have attempted to avoid operating in a dual administrative process that had half correspondence being signed in person and then half as an e-sig. However, if it so happened that there was something urgent and a minister and a staff member was with the Deputy Premier, it wouldn't be unreasonable to think that the brief would have been put in front of him while there was a brief opportunity, or while someone was in the office with him attending to regular duties.
Okay. I think that pretty much covers everything that I wanted to touch on. And
Because I thought you had a gotcha moment there. No?
I'm just purely asking.
Is that the end of your? I was just worried where the brief was going. Is that the end of your questions? Scott, do you? Okay, all right. Excellent. We have finished our morning session then. Thank you very much, Mrs. Hamblin, for appearing this morning. We really appreciate you agreeing to come today. And the committee will break now for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30 p.m. Okay, welcome back. And I now welcome our next witness, Ms. Kylie Bell. If you could please start by stating your name and position, title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Sure. My name is Kylie Bell. I'm the Acting Managing Director for Trade and Investment at Investment New South Wales. I'll give the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, do you have a short opening statement? I understand you do.
Yes, I do. Hopefully you've just received a copy.
Thank you.
I'm going to read it. Thank you for inviting me to appear as a witness in this inquiry. For the record, I am the Acting Managing Director, Trade and Investment at Investment New South Wales. I have been acting in this new role since the 22nd of February this year. One of my key responsibilities in this role is the delivery of the international network expansion for Investment New South Wales, which was approved by Government in November 2019. Investment New South Wales Senior Trade and Investment Commissioners therefore report through to me within the organisation structure. As outlined in her testimony, Secretary Brown was the panel chair for the recruitment of the Stick Americas role. I supported Ms Brown as a participant on the panel, given I was the eventual line manager for the role. As Ms Brown has already stated, the process of the Stick recruitment has been imperfect, often due to machinery of government and staff changes. I can confirm, however, that at no point as a panel member for the Stick Americas role was I contacted by Minister Stuart Ayres or any member of his office, or indeed any political office, seeking the appointment of Mr Barilaro into the role. The guidance I was given in the recruitment of these international-based roles, based on New South Wales employment legislation, is any decision to employ an overseas trade employee must be based on the person's appropriateness for the role concerned, having regard to the nature of the role and the person's qualifications, skills and experience. As a panel member, I came to this decision to endorse Mr Barilaro for appointment based on his skills and experience for this very particular role. For the background, or your background, I can confirm there are matters I'm not able to discuss as I was not privy to them at the time. I was Ms West's direct report from 16th of October 2020 when she joined the New South Wales Government through to her departure on the 30th of November last year. At the time, I was therefore not privy to the issues that were underway between Ms West and Investment New South Wales and her subsequent departure. I was also not involved in the drafting or the production of the 27th of September decision of government to convert the stick roles into ministerial appointments. I was only briefed on this after the decision of government had been made, given it had the potential to impact the rollout of the international network that I was now responsible for. And I was not involved in the recruitment process for the Agent General to the UK, nor the stick for North Asia. As Ms Brown has stated, the process was commenced by New South Wales Treasury, and I did indeed work there, but it was commenced by the then Secretary and Deputy Secretary of Trade. So to conclude, I just want to make this statement. I have been a dedicated public servant for more than 20 years, and I'm committed to helping Australian and New South Wales businesses succeed and grow. My entire career has been focused on this goal. So again, I look forward to discussing with the committee today my involvement in the recruitment of the Stick Americas role.
Thank you very much, Ms Bell. We'll go to questions from the opposition now. Mr Mookie.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms Bell, for your appearance. And it's good to see you again.
It is.
Ms Bell, and equally, I do appreciate you've been a member of the public service or public services for 20 years. So thank you for that. Can we just go back in time, just to cover a few more details just about your position? What does the Managing Director of Trade and Investment do?
Good question. I've actually got an org chart which I can table as well. So look, my role is, my role was created earlier in the year. It was an amalgamation of 2 or 3 managing director roles. So I'm responsible for the trade portfolio onshore, and that's a team that does everything from working with international students to exporters, skilled migration. I'm responsible for the international network offshore, and so the 5 sticks and their teams now report to me. I'm responsible for the investment portfolio within Investment New South Wales, which is called Investment and Partnerships, and it's that team that works with foreign and domestic businesses to invest in the state. I'm also responsible for the net zero economy strategy and that team. And my next new role or new addition is the recruitment of the Modern Manufacturing Commissioner, who will also come into me. And I feel like that might be my group in a nutshell. But yeah, at the moment, I have about 10 direct reports.
Do you have that organisational chart?
Yeah, I've got it, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. I also, just to be clear, I've also just, because I anticipate your next question is how is that different from Miss West's role? I also
Not
have,
my next question.
okay, well, I have Miss West's structure as well, if that helps.
Thank you. Prior to you being the Acting Managing Director of Trade and Investment, what was your role?
I was the Executive Director for Trade and International.
Okay. And you joined Investment New South Wales at its formation last April.
That's correct.
Prior to that, where were you?
New South Wales Treasury.
What were you doing there?
I was the Executive Director, Trade and International.
Indeed. And you were transferred as a result of
the
new
machinery of government change, correct.
Yes. And you effectively were ported across, as were many other people.
Yep. I think I just
Thank you.
box and went down.
You say that you are responsible, amongst your duties, is for the management of the 5 offshore offices. There are 6, is there not?
There is 6. I said the 5 sticks.
Yes.
They report to me.
But there are 6 offshore offices, correct?
That's correct.
And one of them is in the Americas?
That is correct.
And can you please tell us, where are we up to in terms of finding our Sticks America Commissioner as it currently stands?
Well, as it currently stands, due to the inquiry, the position's on hold.
For how long?
However long the inquiry goes for.
Which inquiry?
I would call, I don't know the name of this inquiry, but this inquiry.
Okay, and what about the head review?
I feel like it's more focused on this. I believe the head review is coming to a conclusion.
Okay. And so, have you been asked to take steps to start the preparation process for the selection of a third panel?
Not at all.
Okay. Have you provided any advice about the recruitment of a third person?
Not at all.
Has anybody ever asked you for advice as to what the timeline or process could be?
Not at all. I don't think. I don't recall that anyone has, no.
Okay. Currently, how we have established through the Court of Delaware, I think, we've established a holding company of some form in the United States, have we not?
So yes, the New South Wales government has a registered entity in the US.
And it employs 4 people currently? 5 people?
Currently 4 people.
And they earn, according to a filing in the Delaware court system, somewhat of $900,000 collectively?
That's correct.
What are these people doing?
Well, 2 of our staff have been there for a very long time. Our Trade and Investment Commissioner in San Francisco and his colleague, the Director for Trade and Investment in San Francisco, have been working for the last, Joe has been with us for at least 5 years. He has been working to assist New South Wales exporters get into the US and working with US companies to invest in New South Wales. That has not changed despite this review.
He's in San Francisco?
Yep, and we have 2 staff in New York that have commenced in the last, I would say, month, that are working to the direction of our Trade and Investment Commissioner in San Francisco, who is reporting into me. And they are meeting with companies in New York to get them, talking to them about New South Wales. They are working now with New South Wales exporters to start getting them up and hitting the ground running in the US.
San Francisco is on the west coast of the United States, is that true?
That's correct.
New York's on the east?
That's correct.
So the Trade and Investment Commissioner in San Francisco is effectively the one role down from the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner,
That's
correct?
Yes,
And that role's been there for 5 or 6 years?
that's correct.
And that person was previously working from a WeWork office, weren't they?
Yes, that's correct.
And then we shut down that WeWork office?
We closed the WeWork office during COVID. The WeWork office closed, and therefore our staff couldn't go there anymore.
We, at that point, were paying, I think, 500,000-ish for that office, were we not?
For the WeWork office.
Or over that period of time, maybe.
I would have to take that on notice. I
We
don't
shut
think
it.
it was a particularly expensive arrangement.
Okay, well, look, to be fair, right, with WeWork's prices, one never knows.
Yeah, that's right. I could not tell you, in all honesty. We closed that office down when COVID hit some point in 2019. So I could not tell you before then what the cost was.
Sure. But the Trade and Investment Commissioner in San Francisco is currently working from where?
His house.
Okay, and we have still got an office in Manhattan.
We do indeed, yes.
We are paying rent
We are
for
paying
it.
rent and we have staff in it.
Okay, so the 2 staff that are based in New York are working from that office.
That's correct. We have a third person that is working with us as a contractor that is not yet registered in the FARA report that you're referencing with our 4 staff. So at the moment there's 3, and I think by next week there'll be 4.
So we're hiring an additional one.
Yep.
So
Go.
we're expanding the actual size of the Americas office despite not having a commissioner. Is that fair?
That's correct. We've expanded the international net, all of our locations around the world without having,
How many additional positions are we intending to recruit to the Americas office?
that will be starting from the stick position that was proposed, that will be the final recruitment for the New York office. We're working with the Australian Trade Commission to appoint someone in Washington, and then that will be our footprint in the US.
Okay. And in total, how many employees are we going to have in the United States?
We will have, not including the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner, we will have 2 staff in San Francisco, we will have 4 staff in New York, and the person in Washington will not be directly employed by us. It will be employed by Austrade on our behalf and work for the state of New South Wales.
Okay. Were you involved in developing the strategy to establish the New York office at Treasury or Investment New South Wales?
Yes, I think so. I think that's safe to say. The Global New South Wales strategy, there was a number of us that were involved. I wasn't the lead, but I was certainly involved in that process.
Okay. And why did we establish one in New York when we had one in San Francisco?
New York was considered to be the US's financial capital, and so in all of the work that we're doing overseas, we have one hub office and a number of spoke offices that report into them. So as we were looking at our trade and investment, footprint, we were covered in San Francisco and working with technology companies. We needed a footprint on the other side of the US, and the US role was considered to be the centre for finance and investment. It also meant we were close to Washington from a travel point of view and close to Boston, where the state also has opportunities in sectors like medtech and healthcare and biotechnology.
When was the decision made to establish the New York office?
It would have been made, the expansion footprint was a government decision that was made and approved in November 2019.
Can we go through what does it mean by a government decision, please?
I think it's a decision of Cabinet.
So the Cabinet decided.
A proposal, I'm assuming I can say this, but a proposal was presented to the government and the government endorsed that decision in November 2019.
Okay. And that at the time was when the Minister for Trade was supported by the Treasury, correct?
That is correct.
And who was the Minister for Trade at the time?
I'm going to say it was Minister Barilaro.
Okay. And was it, I presume that Cabinet submissions of this type would have had to be brought by Mr. Barilaro?
Actually, I believe
Well,
it
there's
was
only 2 really in that cluster.
No, I believe there was a joint submission by a number of
Sorry.
members of government.
So a joint submission would have been Mr. Barilaro as Minister for Trade presumably would have had to have, it's fair to infer that that's possible.
Yes, so I can't recall the document, but we sat in New South Wales Treasury. So the cluster minister was Minister Perrottet or Treasurer. The Minister for Trade was Minister Barilaro, and I think at the time the Minister for Investment was Minister Ayres.
Okay, so they were the 3 trade people, well, the 3 ministers of that cluster, correct?
That's correct.
And that submission was brought by that cluster?
I can't confirm,
Okay, sure.
as in the cluster led the commission. Which minister had his name on top, I can't recall.
Okay, but it's not unreasonable to infer that perhaps when it comes to global New South Wales, it would have presumably had to have included the Minister for Trade, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I might just slightly pause there for 10 seconds. Thank you, Ms. Bell, for that. In deciding to establish the New York office, why was it necessary to close the California office?
It wasn't. The decisions were independent of each other. In 2019, when the decision to keep, we still had an office at that point. In 2019, the decision to close the office was a COVID decision. The staff couldn't go to a WeWork office at that time in 2020. Our entire international network worked from home. In fact, I'm pretty sure I did as well. So.
Okay, I accept that, Mrs. Bell.
Yeah.
Miss Bell, sorry. I do
I'm a
accept-
Mrs.
Sorry, I will refer to you as Miss Bell. Earlier this morning. But Miss Bell, I agree that obviously COVID would have affected the opportunity of that office to operate.
Literally, we had to shut down for 6 months. At some point, it didn't make sense to be paying for an office, a WeWork space that we couldn't use.
Who made the decision to keep it closed at the end of COVID?
I believe I did, in consultation with the two staff that worked there, as to whether their preference was to return to a WeWork or to continue to work from home. And the decision was they preferred to continue to work from home. As business development managers, their role is to go out and meet with companies. And a lot of the companies they were meeting with are in Silicon Valley. And so the San Francisco office wasn't necessary on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, so it was basically an operational decision, is that fair to say?
That's correct. And
That
a
didn't
personal
require the
office.
consideration of government?
No, because to renew a WeWork conference, I feel like ministers have more important things than the renewal of WeWork
What we've learned
contracts.
through this inquiry is you just never know.
No. So it was an operational.
What you can imply.
Yeah, it was an operational decision based on do we necessarily need.
What I'm trying to understand then, Ms. Bell, is it, accept the fact that the California office closed, right? When exactly did the Americas position office open?
When you say the Americas position,
Or Americas office, when did we open it? When did we get sign the lease?
I'd have to take that on notice. I suspect you've got the document.
I'm sure I do.
Yeah.
Which of the 6 binders is
Look,
it?
I believe we signed a lease earlier this year or at the end of last year.
But the Cabinet had decided in 2019 to establish the New York office, correct?
That's correct.
So 3 years passes before we establish the office. Is that because of COVID?
Yeah, the first 2 years, honestly, the first 2 years it was absolutely because of COVID. It was very difficult for us to be opening offices. We could not, I know we tried to open an office in London, we took a lease. We then could not get workers in to do the renovation because the building was shut down and the directive of the High Commission was to work from home. And what ended up happening is we were paying for contractors that were not able to do the work. And so in the case of New York, the lease was signed later last year when the US became safe for us to do business in.
Okay. And in respect to these, I'm going to refer to it as an interregnum period from the Cabinet decision to the actual signing of the lease and the actual establishment of the company. To be very clear here, the lease is sort of a minor detail, but basically we form a US company on 31 December 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And then that is then in a position to allow us to start employing staff, that's correct?
That's correct.
But the key trigger point here is around the establishment of this offshore company, that's correct?
That's correct. So we did have within the US, as a starting point, we had a entity registered. So in the US, you can register state by state, just as you can in Australia.
Most people do in Delaware.
Yep. And then, so we did have an entity registered in San Francisco, and I believe we may still, which was how we employed our staff in San Francisco up until that point.
Indeed. But in the interregnum period between the decision of the Cabinet in November 19 to establish the New York office and the actual formation of the company, you had predominantly 2 trade ministers, that's correct? You had Minister Barilaro from the November until October 4.
Yes, we had Minister Barilaro when I first commenced.
And then from October 5 onwards, thereabouts to
Minister Ayres.
earlier this week was Minister Ayres? Okay, so in that interim period, were you providing advice to the Deputy Premier's office as to the status of the New York office?
I would say yes, probably, but don't recall having conversations with Deputy Premier's office as much. We were focused at that point in time more on the trade agenda and
Indeed.
the
But you were
trade
having,
statement.
we've heard from Miss Brown that there was fortnightly meetings with the Deputy Premier's office thereabouts.
That's correct.
How many of them did you attend?
I'd say I was a regular attendee.
And having seen some of the paperwork from them, it was clear that updates were being provided around each of the locations. That's correct?
Yes, but as I said, the last few meetings that I attended, or most of the meetings I attended, we were focused on progress around things like our industry development strategies, because he was also the Minister for Industry, as well as I mentioned, he was very focused on the trade statement and a number of other things, but we would have been giving updates, but pretty high level.
Okay, we'll get back to precisely what updates
Yeah.
were being provided a bit later on, I think, Ms. Bell. But can I just establish right now, what are the monthly costs of the New York office, both for the physical costs?
I do have them here. I will. Maybe I could take that just on notice while
Feel
I...
free, Ms. Bell, it's okay.
Oh, no. What?
Oh,
Yeah, I feel like...
take 10 seconds, it's fine. We've got
I've got a
time.
lot of papers.
I know the feeling.
I can tell you the fit-out costs, but I'm not sure if I can tell you the... What I might do is take it on notice and give it to you after the break. If that's
Appreciate that, Ms. Bell. Can you also, incidentally, take on the... well, can I ask you to take two further questions on notice, if you don't mind?
Sure.
For ideally answer after the break. Can we just get a total annual cost of the entire global New South Wales network?
Probably give you that.
Yep. And can we also just get the US operation side of that?
Mhm.
If you don't mind, thank you. I might just move on to another matter. You were... the 5 stick commissioners report to you, correct?
They do now, yes.
And assuming that there is an America's position appointed, that person would report to you too?
That's correct.
And so, formally, I think we've established from a legal perspective, ultimately it's the Secretary who has to enter into the employment agreement, that's correct?
That's correct.
The actual day-to-day manager would be you.
That's correct.
Fair? Thank you. Can I ask you, did you call John Barilaro to tell him he had the job?
Yes. Oh, I texted first because I didn't think he would know who I was.
Okay.
And then I called him
Okay.
on the 23rd.
Can we go through step by step, please?
Sure.
Yeah. When did you text him?
The 23rd.
Okay. And then what, you called him?
Do I remember? Yes.
Well,
I sent
let's
him
go.
a quick text message saying, hi, it's Kylie Bell. Just because, as I said, I thought he might screen my call. I'm ringing to say congratulations on being the successful candidate for the US or something. Can we please set up a time to have a conversation about next steps or the contract?
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that as well. And what did Mr. Barilaro say back to you?
Well, he texted me. He just said any time to chat. Then I sent a calendar request to him. And the next morning, I believe on the 24th, I had a call with him, my general counsel, and our executive director for people and culture. So we could start to talk him through the role, the contract, and potentially negotiate salary package and how things would work and discuss timing and next steps.
At this point in time, there's no selection panel report that's been signed by anyone, correct?
That's correct.
And
There is a selection panel report, but it had not been signed by the committee or the panel.
Okay. And you offered him the job before you had negotiated the contract?
We offered him the job as our preferred candidate so that we could negotiate the contract. You normally tell someone they've been successful and then you
Okay.
start having a
And that's what
conversation.
happened with Ms West, for example, in the first round of...
I was not involved in the process of Miss West, but I was very careful. I mean, essentially, someone is not the candidate or is not in the role until they have signed the agreement and the CEO has signed.
Sure. Well, many common law decisions have been made about precisely when it's a
well,
contract formed, but let's not go down that rabbit hole. We'll be here for a while.
People withdraw if they
Gone
don't
down
like
every
what
other
they
rabbit
might
hole.
get.
Why not?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a whole course. But can I just ask, in respect to the selection panel,
Mhm.
when were they told, when did they agree, in the absence of a written report, when did they agree that Mr. Barilaro was this lucky candidate? How did they agree, given that best we can tell, they met once on the 15th.
Mhm.
There's no evidence of any further meeting.
That's correct. I do not believe that we met a second time. But Ms Brown, as the panel chair, I understand, was talking to each of the panel members just as she was talking to me as one of the panel members, and jointly, through those consultations with each individual, we agreed that he was the final preferred candidate. And then I was instructed by her, I think on the 22nd or the 23rd, to move towards contract negotiations.
Just my final question before I pass to the chair. Therefore, if that's the case, that this all happened bilaterally in conversations between Ms Brown and panel members, how was it possible that panel members were able to rate the candidates? Because we've got multiple ones in which they're according to criteria. So if the panel members never saw the report,
So
how precisely did they provide their rankings?
the panel is a record of the discussions. It is not, it doesn't direct the discussions. So the panel report was prepared at the conclusion of all discussions that were undertaken. It's a
We're on the
summary of
15th of March.
from
The
the
last
15th of
discussion
March,
was on the
but
15th of March.
conversations were absolutely held
Sure,
in
but
between,
not collectively.
including reference checks were
But
provided,
not collectively.
not collectively.
So can I just
But
keep
can
on?
I just,
Sure.
when someone signs a panel report, it means they agree with it. So that is a collective decision.
Which was made on the 15th of June,
That's correct.
6 days after
So-
Mr Barilaro
But
signed.
Minister Barilaro had not signed his contract at that point.
So can I just keep going in relation to the selection panel and the report? So and in fact you joined the selection panel, the second recruitment process, in a particular point in time. Is that correct?
That's
You weren't originally chosen to be on the selection panel?
For the second process, I honestly don't know, as in the panel chair. At some point I was on there, and the panel chair would have, and her office would have determined who was on and whether, so I can't answer that.
Is there because you were added at a particular point in time after everybody else seemed to have been established on there, is there a reason you were given for you joining the panel?
No, in that at that point in time, Ms West had left last November, and so the sticks were reporting to me. So as the sticks reported to me, I think the logical assumption was I'm the line manager. I should have a say in who is appointed into the role.
Were you involved in shortlisting?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so the shortlisting happened after the 22nd of February.
No. So I think we received so the maybe if I could just explain the sequence. So
Yes, please.
we went to market on the 17th of December last year, and as you all know from all of the testimony before me, NGS Global was engaged to assist us with the process. As I understand it, they led the shortlisting and all candidates were directed through them. I received the first shortlist from NGS Global on the 21st of January. But I do know I was on leave on the 21st of January, so I might not have looked at it. And then a second shortlist was sent through to us on the 28th of January.
That was a short list or the long short list? That was a short list.
Yeah, there were 8 candidates there, and then that went down to a further 6 on the 2nd of February in consultation with the group. So,
Can I also just ask, do you know how the independent members of the selection panels are chosen? What's the general criteria for those independent members to be chosen?
well, look, I know I was. Usually there has to be someone at level, at least as the chair, or obviously senior. And so the candidates typically, so these are band 3 roles. So therefore typically on the panel is at least one secretary because they're therefore senior
Yes,
appointees.
there has to be an independent person though. Is that?
That was my understanding, yes. We typically do have independent people on most of our panels where we can, particularly at a senior level. If I'm recruiting for a policy officer, no.
Do you have a pool of independent people that you go into a database and there's your independent person that sits on the panel and you choose them? And
No, we tend to look for subject matter experts, is my experience.
okay, and is that that's your understanding of Warwick Smith's addition to the panel?
So I understood Minister Warwick Smith had been on all of the panels up to that point. So having him there was no different to, from the records I've seen, he was there all along.
And do you know whether is he remunerated for that? Is he paid to be?
No, not to my knowledge.
And so he's independent, even though he has been a Liberal senator. He's viewed by the department as being independent enough to sit on that panel to interview Mr. Barilaro.
I believe if he was a Liberal senator, it would be a very long time. I think he's been a businessman for 20 years, and that capacity is.
1998, perhaps.
And I'm not sure that's exactly going to be.
No. He's there because he knows a lot about trade and international matters. So.
And so for this, were you responsible for working with the NGS recruitment about making sure that the position got to as many people as possible and, you know, went out to the world and ideally you got as many applicants as possible? Is that your role to work with NGS recruitment for that?
That's correct. But can I say that we probably don't want lots of people will apply for a role in New York necessarily, but what we do want is the right people to apply as opposed to thousands of people. So NGS was very involved in proactively. One of the reasons why you employ a recruiter is they can go through their networks and identify candidates that are suitable for that particular role.
And so what would be the bare basics of, for example, trying to find somebody for this position? What would be the essential requirements to make sure that gets out there and the right people see the job and apply?
In this case, we advertised in the AFR. NGS would have used their contacts through LinkedIn and other... Sorry.
I'm
Talking
just
to each other.
I'm just telling Mr. Mookie just to...
Sure. I believe it was advertised in the AFR. It was advertised on the New South Wales Government Employment website, but more importantly, NGS have been involved in a number of global recruitment activities, and so their role was to go out and help us find the right candidates to our brief.
Is there a reason why you didn't advertise in places like the SMH and the Australian?
Yeah, I think that was... I think that might have been my decision. To not do that, largely due to cost. I think we might have got some pricing in, and the costs were quite high. And when I looked at past records, I had not been responsible for the earlier recruitment, but for the other ones, we'd only ever advertised in the AFR as well.
And at what time when did you advertise for, we were talking about the AFR then, when was that undertaken?
I believe sometime around the 17th of December for this role.
Yeah, so
it was when it was re-advertised, so I believe maybe, I don't know if that's a Friday but I think the AFR ads are usually on a Friday or a Saturday.
So it's so you're advertising, so your decision to recruit the top talent from around the world was to put into the Australian Financial Review on the 17th of December, which is a Friday, before the 2-week shutdown, when every single person really probably looking at something like that is definitely not working, and they're at their, holiday homes in wherever. Wow. So that's 2 weeks from the 17th of December to the 31st of December through to New Year's Eve. That was the extent of the advertising. Was it 1 week in the paper and 2 weeks online? Is that right?
I would have to take that on notice because the advertising was obviously organised by NGS at my direction. How long? Typically people apply for jobs at the end of the year, is my experience, unless something's wrong. So often people sell their homes, go for new jobs over that Christmas, January period, and the role was open for nearly a month.
So in your experience, a really good time to advertise an executive position, from your experience, is the Friday 2 weeks before New Year's Eve, over the Christmas break when everybody's on holidays.
That's not what I said, but the decision was made then because the role was vacant and we needed to move forward with it. I believe actually the Labor Party had issued a media statement the week before that we were delaying the international rollout, and so there was interest. Yeah, so I believe it was put potentially in response to a media statement, and we were very keen to show that we were not delaying and keep moving forward.
I'm going to call Mr. Wookie.
Did the minister express any view about this, the way in which it's advertised? Did the Minister Ayres at the time, want to have any involvement in that?
I believe the Minister's office, not the Minister himself, but I believe the office, we were consulted on whether we should advertise. I believe there's an email that you have which says I was directed to advertise in the AFR, Sydney Morning Herald, and any other newspaper we could get our hands on.
The Australian.
Probably. And we proceeded with the AFR.
And it says
Which is consistent
which is
with
an
the
email from you, which was sent on the Tuesday, the 14th of December, and I don't have the big lawyer's tender bundle that Mr. Mookie likes to do, but I think you'd probably...
I concur that
yes.
that email exists.
Yes, so this is the one where you have said that Minister Ayres has confirmed he would like to add in the SMH, AFR and the Australian. Was it usual for a minister to be so involved in the appointment of a particular official that they dictated to you or to the department where the ads would be placed?
I don't know, this was the first one I had been involved in.
It's the first instance that a minister has suggested where an ad should be placed, is that?
No, it's the first time
evidence?
I had been involved in the stick recruitment process from the start. I had inherited the other sticks or the finalisation of their agreements towards the end, and so this was the Stick Americas and the Stick China was the first role I sort of led and took over. And I have to say, whether it was Minister Ayres or Minister Ayres' office directing me to advertise widely, can't recall. I think sometimes we use the word Minister Ayres for his office, not just for him. So I can't say if it's unusual or not. But I guess I made the...
Usually you do try to. I mean, we have.
Yeah, the member was trying to finish
Sure.
her answer, and I think you might have cut her off there. So I just.
All I would say is that I looked where we had advertised before. The cost of advertising, if we advertised everywhere, would be something like $100,000, $200,000, which I didn't think was a good use of taxpayer money. The previous roles, when I checked records, had only been advertised in the AFR, and so I went forward on that basis.
They were in the Financial Times too, weren't they?
In the UK,
Yeah,
but
worldwide.
not in Australia.
Yes, but we went to the Financial Times.
Yes, but not all of the roles did we advertise overseas.
So there was, and I think there was continuing a few emails that were suggesting to advertise in the SMH and advertising in the SMH and the Australian, and I think there was one from you as well that
might have
said
missed
that
the-
confirming the minister would like to do this in January, which was advertising in the advertising in further publications. So just to be clear, so you decided that you do a 2-week order.
Oh, no, it's okay.
This is good as your brief and the electronic signature. So this is just to confirm
Yeah.
that you made the decision to advertise. The only promotion for the Sticks Americas was 2 weeks, 1 week online in Fin Review over leading up to Christmas. No, 2 weeks online, 1 week in print.
Mm-hmm.
And then you did inform, there was something from you as well that's saying that confirming the minister would like to do this in January.
Yes.
So the minister would like to do, again, the minister, not the minister's office, would like to do this in January, which is advertising the SMH and the Australian, and then you come back saying confirming the Fin Review is sufficient for our requirements. Did you speak with Minister Ayres in that period to see whether he still wanted to advertise in the SMH and the Australian?
No, but I must have spoken to someone in his office. We had a shutdown period too. I think probably we shut down for 2 weeks. So I can't tell you the day we would have come back to work, but it would have been the first or second week in January. And at that point I probably checked in with someone and it was deemed no longer necessary.
And you didn't think to extend the advertising time frame to beyond New Year's Eve just to potentially get a few more people that may have been involved in that office shutdown that all government offices, for example,
Guardian next
do?
time, shall we?
No.
Okay. Can I just turn to the Can I just, actually no, I'll go back to the opposition now for the remainder of this time, which is 6.
Yep, thank you. Ms Bell, can you, when you spoke to Mr Barilaro in relation to the position and the kick-off of negotiations of his contract, was he aware that he had already got the position before you spoke to him?
He should have been warmed up by NGS, and so I assume he had been. In all the other cases, for example, when I rang Ms Shukchuk, who was the successful candidate for China at the same time, she had been told at that point by the recruitment company that she was the preferred candidate.
So it's fair to say it's possible that other people had told him, but you don't know.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask, sorry, just to close off before we go to the next sort of set of questions, but what's the name of the Trade and Investment Commissioner in San Francisco?
Don't ask me to pronounce his surname, but Joe K. Joe Cassava.
Joe Cassava. And is Mr. Cassava required to register as a foreign agent in the United States?
No,
Sure?
I don't think so. I'm not. I'd have to take that on notice. I don't know.
Well, I'm looking at his registration as a foreign agent.
Okay. Then he's a representative of foreign government, so then he's probably a foreign agent.
Indeed. And he declares himself, though, as his primary business address as being in New York. You're telling me he's working from San Francisco?
That's correct.
Do you know why, by any chance, he's managed to tell the US government that he's working from New York, where in fact he's actually
No, that's his registered office. Just like if you were an employee of an organisation here, your organisation registered office, usually the head office is the key point of contact.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't.
Can I also just ask, in respect, you said that the person's being employed as a contractor next week?
We do have a regional business manager that is like our office manager that's been involved in setting up the office from a logistics point of view.
Okay. Do you mind just on notice, perhaps, we might come back to this a bit later on, but can you just check whether they've had to declare?
No, because
Register
they're
as
still
foreign
they're
agents?
still a temp. They're actually like from a temping agency, so they don't have to declare yet.
Okay.
That they are employed by Michael Page, like as a temporary worker,
Sure.
so they
Right.
don't.
Fair enough. Can I just ask that we provide the tender documents to the witness, please? Ms. Bell, did you ever attend meetings with Minister Ayres directly?
In one-on-one or with Minister Ayres in a group setting.
How about both? Give me both scenarios.
Okay, so we had a Monday meeting with Minister Ayres' office.
Yep.
He would, I would say, attend every second or third one.
Yep.
And that would be with the CEO, various executives from across Investment New South Wales.
Yep.
I also attended meetings with Minister Ayres where I was the departmental rep, say with a business or a part of day to day. So yes, I
Did
did
you also attend meetings with Minister Ayres and Secretary Brown?
Yes.
And just two of you, effectively, with the minister, or?
Very rarely, but possibly.
And did you ever have any one-on-one meetings with the minister?
No.
Okay. I might just, if you don't mind, just ask you to, I think it's you'll have it as your tab 2 or 3, I think.
Tab 2? Yep.
Yeah, the one with the document with it says K Bell at the top. Have you got that one?
Yes, I've got that one.
Thank you very much. Do you mind turning to... Let me ask, did you have any meetings with Minister Ayres in the week commencing the 13th of December 2021?
Yes, I met with Minister Ayres on the 13th of December 2021, I think, or the 14th.
Who was at the meeting?
I genuinely don't recall, but according to my diary, myself, Ms Brown,
What was the purpose of the meeting?
to discuss Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner appointments.
Which particular appointment?
Well, the title of the meeting says Americas and China.
So a specific meeting was held with Minister Ayres on the 13th of December to discuss the Americas and China's position.
Yeah, it would have been on a Monday morning meeting that I spoke of.
And this is because at this point in time, the government is getting ready to announce the Singapore and ASEAN positions, correct?
Yeah, so while the heading and the meeting heading was sent out by Ms Brown's office, I recall the meeting as being more wide-reaching because I do recall that we discussed the announcement of the Stick ASEAN and Stick India and Middle East role at that meeting. So I feel while the heading of the meeting might be China and Americas, I do feel like it was a broader discussion on where we were going.
But it was specifically called to discuss the Americas and China's position?
I can only speak to what the meeting heading was because I recall, in fact, my actions from the meeting were more focused on the media release that was coming out that week rather than...
We can see.
I feel like if you worked out the timeline, you would see where I went with it.
Yeah, we can see.
So,
But this meeting takes place on a Monday, correct?
that's correct.
On the Friday is when we have the advertisement in the AFR opening up the job position, correct?
That's correct. So I believe in that meeting we discussed where we would go next. So on the Friday that week as well, we went forward with the recruitment for both Stick Americas and China, and we announced that week before Christmas the two other sticks as well.
Yes.
So,
And Ms Bell, was there a formal agenda for that meeting?
no, not that I recall.
Who called it? Was it a department-initiated meeting or a ministerial-initiated meeting?
I can't tell you because all I have in my diary is that it came from Miss Brown's office.
Okay. And how much notice were you given about that meeting?
I would suggest not long, but I don't recall. Meetings, I know this sounds terrible, but I'm frequently in meetings and meetings often appear while I'm in meetings to go to more meetings, so I could not tell you.
Do you know what time the meeting was?
Yes.
In the morning, typically the meetings with the minister were in the morning.
Did you get called that day to that meeting?
I genuinely can tell you. I can't tell you.
Look,
But I
Ms Bell, you just said that you often get called to a meeting in a meeting.
yes, but what I'm
Is this
also
one of
saying
those-
is that the typical meeting with the minister's office was Monday morning, so it may be that it was always in my diary.
This wasn't a typical Monday meeting, was it?
But I noticed that my diary, I didn't have the typical Monday meeting then either, so it may
This
have
was an
been,
atypical meeting with the minister.
no, it just may have been repurposed. It may have meant that others were being disinvited that were normally there, so we could talk about a particular issue.
Do you know why?
No.
Okay. And well, what happened at the meeting?
It's a very good question. I've tried to recall that this morning. So I think the conversation was around 3 or 4 key points. The first was finalisation of the appointments of our Stick, as I mentioned, Stick India, Middle East and ASEAN, so that we could move to an announcement before Christmas. They had been, that process had been going a very long time, and I think we were keen to conclude it. And then obviously the other part was around, because of the name of the meeting was around the recruitment of the Stick China and Americas roles. And I would suggest giving us the go-ahead to now go forward with
Did the
recruitment.
minister have any staff with him?
I honestly don't recall who was there. And I say that, I actually don't recall. What I don't recall is the meeting being unusual. So that's the extent to which I can recall the
Ms.
meeting.
Bell.
Yeah.
You say you don't recall the meeting as being unusual.
No, that's what my recollections of this meeting are really quite vague. So
Did this follow your regular Monday morning meeting with the minister? Was there 2 meetings that day, or
I'd have to check my notes. I don't think so.
so we can establish that there was at least one thing unusual about this meeting, was that it wasn't your regular Monday morning meeting.
No, but it would, to say that we only met with the minister on our Monday meeting is also not correct. So
I'm not asking you about the other ones, Miss. You're the one who said it's not usual. There's nothing
No,
unusual about this meeting.
Now, I want to take a point
to
of
me,
order.
it wasn't an unusual meeting, so I don't recall anything that came out of it that was contentious or, until this morning, until I saw the Sydney Morning Herald, I'd forgotten the meeting.
So, can I ask you, did you discuss at that meeting Miss West?
No. But I had seen the meeting in my diary, and I had asked I don't know if I asked or Human Resources team forwarded me the Stick America's recruitment process for round 1. The report, I had not been involved in it, so I actually don't know what had happened until that point or who the candidates were. I can't recall opening the email or reading the report before I went in. I think it all happened pretty quickly. But I believe the reason why it was sent to me was so that I could actually familiarise myself as a new person in the role with the candidates from round 1, so that if required, we could go back to them. But because I had only really taken over that responsibility very, at about that time. I believe it was sent to me for that purpose.
Were you sent anything else to assist you in that meeting?
I don't think so, because we hadn't gone to market previously for the stick China role.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Is the correspondence you're referring to at page 8 and page 12 of this tender bundle?
Page 8. Yep. Yes, so page 8, yes.
Can you read me the email, please?
For your discussion with the Minister.
And what's the attachment?
Selection panel report, Stick Americas.
And is that the report that's over leaf?
Yes. If I open...
Can you tell me, at the top, page 8, it says here red category. I just don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Where are you reading a red category?
Right at the top. It says categories, under attachments, red category.
On page 8.
Page 8, sorry, Miss Bell.
Sorry. Don't know what that means.
Does it mean it's more urgent?
I don't know. I've never noticed.
So you were sent this email at 10:52 a.m, so that Monday, correct?
Yes,
The person who sent you she's the Chief People Officer.
correct.
Did you have any discussions with her prior to this meeting?
No.
How did she know you were meeting with the Minister?
I don't recall. But here it is.
So at least it was known in your organisation that there was to be a meeting that morning with the Minister, correct?
That's correct.
And the Chief People Officer of her own volition apparently sends you the Stick Americas report that recommends Miss West for the job.
I simply think she was sending it to me as a new person in the role so that I could go and prepared for a meeting with the Minister about a topic that I might not know the history on.
And so it was in anticipation of your needs.
I think so, yeah.
You still can't tell us when precisely you were invited to the meeting.
No, I can't. I don't know if there's a way from technology to tell you. I know the meeting was at 11:15, and that's all I can tell you. I don't know when it was extended to me or when I accepted it or whether it was on the day that it was long-standing.
So you were sent this email, which includes the report, 30 minutes before the meeting itself.
I'd go so far to say even 20. Yep.
I was being generous.
Yeah, so
That's unlike you.
the honest answer is I don't even know if I received it before I'd walked down for the meeting.
Is it possible that perhaps Miss Brown anticipated that this might be required?
I can't say. That would be a question for Ms.
Do you understand how curious this looks?
Yes,
Do you understand that it looks like 4 days before we're reopening the Americas position, a meeting is called that's attended, we can only confirm by Minister Ayres, yourself, and Secretary Brown, in which you are sent 30 minutes prior a report on Jenny West.
well, actually, it wasn't a report on Jenny West. It was a report on the recruitment process for round 1.
Which recommended Jenny West?
Yes, I would. Well,
And
I
you
don't
can't
know.
recall
It's all
any
my
specifics?
version is redacted, so I actually don't know what it recommends.
Are you suggesting
There's a lot
are
of
you
black
wishing to
on mine.
challenge that this report recommended Miss West?
No, I just I'm looking at it for now, and what I'm saying is the report is blacked out.
Sure. But you don't then recall the actual discussion?
On the meeting on Monday the 13th of December? Yeah, I do recall the discussion. I feel like the discussion became that we would move forward with advertising that week and we would quickly work to announce through a media release the 2 stick appointments that had been ongoing for a while.
So if it was simply, even at that level of operational detail, you've confirmed that you wouldn't expect the ministers to be across matters of leases. Why was it important for there to be a meeting with the minister directly, simply to say to him, we're intending to go ahead with advertising? Why did it require a direct face-to-face meeting with the minister? Was the meeting face-to-face, firstly?
I can't even tell you that, but my feeling is yes.
What date
So
was
you're
it?
telling
Is
me,
it-
Miss Bell,
we
that
might
you had
been
to
in
have a
lockdown
meeting?
again. I'm not sure.
I don't think
Yeah,
we're
I
in
feel like I
lockdown.
walked down and went to a meeting.
What date was your press release?
I actually don't recall. It wasn't mine.
I don't recall either. So, but the press
It wasn't my press release. It wasn't mine, rest assured. But
I suspect it was
Miss
probably
Bell,
before
are
this.
you seriously suggesting that you had to have a meeting with the minister to just talk about a decision you had already made to reopen advertising on the 17th and to discuss a media release, for which, as we can see from the documents, there are multiple exchanges happening with his staff? Seriously, you're telling me that that's what was required the Minister Areas' attention?
I feel like he wanted to have an update and be briefed on where we were up to. He was probably concerned that a media release had been put out saying we had not moved forward. He might have called us in to make us hurry. He might have given us a kick.
You're speculating, Miss Bell, but you were at the meeting.
Because I don't recall the meeting as being particularly, but there was no colluding. Yeah, I
To
don't,
be fair,
I
Mr.
don't
Mookie,
recall
most
it
of
as
what you've
being
put forward to
memorable.
is speculating.
Yeah.
Order.
Well, actually, it's
Okay.
inquiry.
You know, it's the afternoon.
So I'm actually talking to a person who is at the meeting.
Reasonably good. It wasn't great. Like,
Order.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I was reasonably good. I wasn't great. Like, you know, oh, I struggle.
Do you have anything further
Mr.
you wish to add,
Continue.
Miss Bell?
Yeah. All I can say is, as I mentioned, it wasn't a meeting that I remember as being instrumental in this process.
Well, Miss Brown told us 2 days ago that she certainly put to Mr. West a suggestion, to Minister Ayres a suggestion that made inquiries about his attitude towards progressing Miss West. I think, to be clear, it wasn't at this meeting. According to Miss Brown, it was at an earlier meeting.
No, I believe Miss West had left on the 30th of November, so that was not the subject of.
Hence, it was quite curious.
Yeah, literally, I feel like this was a colleague being, giving me a heads up to help me prepare for my first meeting with the minister on this matter. I don't feel it was a conversation. There was.
Am I able to just...
Yeah, if you want to take a minute now.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Bell, thank you for appearing today. While I appreciate there is some difficulty in the recall, and I note that my colleague, Mr. Mookie's put some, I'll say, scenarios, and he's drawn some parallels and conclusions from the evidence, but can I just perhaps take you to the fact that the week before this meeting occurred, there was a press release from the Labor Party which was talking about the slow rollout of the positions.
Yes.
Is it at all possible that perhaps the Minister and his office sought a update, given that he was new to the role, given that you were new to the role, that in anticipation that you may get questions about the previous recruitment process, your colleague sent you the report. As you've noted, it was about 20 minutes before you walked into the meeting. Given the length of this report, there is no way you could actually have
I
read
don't recall reading it or
and
receiving it before the meeting.
yeah, to have actually absorbed it in detail enough to explain it to a minister before the meeting, but that you had it there if you needed to perhaps address questions around it from the minister who might have asked what had happened. So that's an extremely likely or possible scenario, is it not?
That's correct. My recollection is that the meeting was scheduled in response to the media release just to make sure we were progressing on that government priority.
And normally a minister wouldn't be, I'll say, engaged so much about what newspaper adverts are going in about a job role, except for perhaps where an opposition might have actually drawn attention to, say, a perceived slow rollout of the role, and then it may have attracted their attention just to ensure that they were able to indicate that no, the government was in fact progressing the rollout and the recruitment process quickly, and therefore might have had a bit more of a interest in the where it was being advertised.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. At this point, we actually are going to take a 15-minute break. So we will be back, let's say, 2:45.
Thank you.
Actually, we went out a minute early, so we'll kick off when we're ready.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Just very quickly, Do you know what the merits are of converting stick positions to ministerial appointments from a public policy perspective?
No.
Okay, can you just bring the microphone forward?
Sorry, maybe I'll come forward.
Were you
Sorry.
ever asked, sorry, I'll just repeat the question. Do you know what the merits are of converting stick positions to ministerial appointments?
No, I think they were, in my supposition is other state governments have ministerial appointments, and I believe senior trade and investment commissioners at the Commonwealth level may also be ministerial appointments. I'm not sure. So,
But just again to confirm, for the purposes of bringing a submission to Cabinet, you as a person who was actually responsible for managing the stick roles, were you ever asked what the merits were of this conversion?
at that point, I was not responsible for the sticks. Miss West was.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'd been asked a passing thought, but I don't recall being involved in that conversation at all.
And Miss Brown has effectively told us that that decision, for want of a better term, to convert them remains, but is effectively in abeyance. Is that your understanding as well?
Technically, as far as I can see, a decision of government was made, and it hasn't been technically overturned. So,
Just going to, Miss Bell, I'm just going to go through some matters that arose from Miss Brown's evidence in which Miss Brown suggested we speak to you.
that was kind of her.
We thought so.
No, that's fine. They were
As people of our word, we said we would, so here we are. Do you mind just turning to page 11?
Mm-hmm.
You can see that we were... Did you by any chance see Miss Brown's evidence?
I haven't had the chance to go through it all, and I did not watch all day.
Fair enough.
But
But
I
we
did
were
watch some of
asking...
the day.
We were asking Miss Brown about certain emails in which she says... In which there was reference made to informal referees of the candidates. You can see that on page 11 in the highlighted section. She says that the obvious question, I ask as the obvious question is who were the informal referees? She says I was certainly referring to Minister Ayres. But then she goes on to say Kylie Bell, who's more connected to the space around because she was a trade and investment commissioner herself, she did a bit of a ring around the people who had worked. Did you do a ring around about any candidates around the 25th, any time from the 15th of March onwards?
I made one call to a colleague, not regarding Minister Barilaro or Mr. Barilaro. It was regarding our second candidate. She had been working in Asia, and I made one inquiry just as to whether she was known and what someone thought about her, which came back glowing. So
So the informal reference check
it was not on Mr. Barilaro.
Not on Mr.
Remember, we were
Barilaro.
assessing two candidates.
Well, we've established who the second candidate is through other documents, so
That's
we'll refer to
correct.
her as Miss Cole.
I'd rather not, just because I feel like she's still someone that's out there and it's a job and probably doesn't want people knowing all this stuff, but yes.
Well, we have to be because
Okay.
there's 4 candidates in this process, Miss Bell.
Okay, so okay,
we
we'll
have
talk
to
about
be
Well, I
it.
think,
specific.
No, that's okay.
Now that we've done it, we will move on and just refer to this person now as the second candidate. But to be clear here, the person you were referring to, you made the call, whose informal reference you checked, is Miss Cole.
That's correct.
And the reply that came back was glowing.
Yes, she was very good. But her career had been in Asia, and this was a US role. So the question, and I believe you'll find in the correspondence that I did ask the recruitment company if she would consider a role in China.
I saw that.
And so the assessment wasn't whether she was capable of doing the job, but the question became whether she had any experience that was relevant to the US.
Well, incidentally, between the draft that we've established was produced by NGS on the 25th of March,
That's correct.
which Miss Brown told us was a draft she didn't ask for, it's fair to say that draft was also pretty glowing about Miss second preferred candidate, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and then after that you check her informal references and they were glowing, correct?
That's correct. She was recognised as being a strong businesswoman in Hong Kong, in Asia.
Sorry, can you say that again?
She was recognised as being a strong businesswoman in Hong Kong, in Asia.
And yet, when we go forward in time to the selection report that was produced on the 28th of May, her ratings are downgraded from the draft. Do you know why?
I think NGS sent that again, and I can't comment to why they kept sending these reports in.
But then the same downgraded rating of the second preferred candidate, who seems like she was a very strong businesswoman in Asia.
Yeah.
The final report that you signed,
Mm-hmm.
and equally signed by the other panel members, either well and truly after the decision was made to employ Mr. Barilaro, also contains a similar downgrade.
That's correct.
Okay, so we've checked her references formally and informally. They come back glowing, yet we downgrade her rating. Can you
I
explain
think
how
we
that happened?
downgrade her rating in the context of a US commissioner role.
We upgraded Mr. Barilaro's, but best
when
we
we-
can tell, the only informal referee who was checked for Mr. Barilaro was Minister Ayres.
I would assume that's a question for Ms Amy because I did not check his informal.
We did ask her,
reference.
and she said the only person she mentioned was Minister Ayres. Was the only informal reference she was making to. She said it. I was certainly referring to Minister Ayres. That's on page 11, and she says you were. So it's clear you weren't doing any informal referee checks on Mr. Barilaro.
No, I was looking into Miss Cole and how suitable she would be for a role in the US.
Okay, so we've upgraded. Insofar, the only informal reference who's checked for Mr. Barilaro is Minister Ayres. He has his rating upgraded. The informal reference check you undertake on Miss Cole is glowing, yet she has hers downgraded. Can we explain how that happened?
Yeah, I think it's important to understand the context of the role. Because someone is a fantastic business person in Hong Kong or China does not mean they're going to succeed in New York.
Does that mean Mr. Barilaro, has he ever had experience in Hong Kong?
No, and
Does he have
can
any
apply
experience-
for the stick role in China. So
Has he had any experience internationally whatsoever?
he's a minister for trade.
Sure, but has he worked offshore?
Yes, no, he has not worked offshore.
Okay,
Before he joined government, according to his interview and according to his CV, he led a company, a small business that he took overseas. And
Sure.
so that was an exporting business. He was able to articulate how he himself, as a business person, cracked the China market as an SME, which
that was known
is
to
going to be
you-
what his job is doing. So it was quite a credible,
that was known to you on the 15th of March, correct?
yes.
When you interviewed him?
No, that was. I don't believe I knew anything about him before I interviewed.
Yeah, but it was
Aside
known-
from his CV, it was in there, but it was.
It was known to you by the 25th of March, correct?
That's correct.
And so that was factored in terms of the draft report by NGS at least, correct?
Well, the draft report, I think it must have been in there. Yeah, it should have been in there. But there was
Yeah,
a
it
lot of
was.
things that should have been in there that weren't in
Indeed.
there, and things that shouldn't have
What
been.
I'm trying to understand, Ms. Bell, I'm not going to ask you much more about this.
Oh, you,
Uh,
by all means.
I've got other things to ask you, rest assured.
Other rabbit holes to go down.
But your evidence is Miss Cole, who is at this point and still is a respected businesswoman in Hong Kong who's had years, decades, from what I can tell, of international experience in multiple markets, Asia, Europe, elsewhere,
Yeah.
has glowing references, formally and informally. But you saying to me that your concern with her was that because she didn't have any specific experience in America, that was a factor, which is fair and reasonable. But the issue is that the person you ended up choosing lacked similar experience as well. And it does look like one standard was applied to one candidate and another standard was applied to another. So if we're going to accept the basis that having experience in country was an essential requirement, or at least a factor that didn't help Miss Cole in her candidacy, how is it possible that Mr. Barilaro then was the conclusion that he would have the same experience?
So there's two sides to the coin, I guess is the best way I could articulate this to you. We're either looking for a candidate that knows the state, knows the businesses that are here, knows our industry strengths, and can sell those to the market that they're in. And, for example, Mr. Barilaro, as the Minister for Trade and Industry Regional, he met that criteria. In an ideal world, we'll get someone that can do both and that has deep US experience. In this case, Ms. Cole unfortunately did not have US experience and she didn't have New South Wales experience. So she kind of had neither. She's from Victoria, she's lived overseas for her career. She has worked in Sydney 15 or 20 years ago for 3 years. So it was an assessment based on neither meet the criteria 300%. Do we go with someone that doesn't know the state and doesn't know the US, or do we go someone that could stand up in New York and articulately explain why someone should do business with New South Wales? And that was why Mr. Barilaro was selected.
Seems highly reasonable to me.
Thank you for
So
that.
yeah.
No, that's fine. I do want to ask you, Ms. Bell told us this week, sorry, Ms. Brown, sorry, you're Ms.
Too
Bell.
many Bs.
Yes. She said to us when we were asking about what happened with the selection panel and the change from the original selection panel, which was, to be frank, not very flattering for Mr. Barilaro. And then we got to the final, which obviously has been elevated significantly since then. But Ms. Brown did say to us that you spoke to NGS on a number of occasions to sharpen up the report in terms of its accuracy. Do you want to tell us what you actually did?
Yeah, so look, we had come back with a report that said that wasn't actually at all complimentary to Minister Barilaro or Mr. Barilaro, or whatever we want to call him now, was incorrect. We had agreed at that meeting that we were completely torn between the two candidates. That's why we went to get reference checks on both of them. Normally, like I can say, I've sat on 10 panels in the last 12 months. We only reference check the final candidate. So the fact that we got 2 reference checks, and we're still debating this, I'm unclear why they sent the report which was so scathing of him, other than, quite frankly, at that point in time, we had not interviewed for Stick China. We had 4 male senior trade commissioners.
I mean, do you think it's unusual that a very experienced...
I think Ms. Bell was trying to complete her answer before.
I feel like there was a bit of unconscious bias there from NGS, if I'm honest. And so my conversation...
What do you mean by that?
Well,
They didn't like him.
potentially, we agreed in that meeting very clearly that we had 2 candidates. They were instructed to reference check those 2 candidates, yet when they sent the report back, it very clearly stated that Ms. Cole was the preferred candidate and that Mr. Barilaro was not, I don't know the words, but obviously he was downgraded, and that's completely not factual. We did not go to, you only go to reference checks when you can't work out how to proceed.
Sure, and
So-
okay, I appreciate that, but it is very unusual for a highly regarded global search company who've done all of these other selection panels. You don't think that their view had, even if you disagree with what came in, are you just dismissing out of hand their view in relation to the assessment of Mr. Barilaro?
I'm dismissing the conclusion that they drew in the first report, yes. Which was why we went back, or Ms. Brown went back. At the end of the interview, we were undecided. We were, it's no secret, there was a number of us on the panel that were very interested in ensuring that we had diversity in candidates.
You were trying to get women candidates, yes,
Absolutely.
that's very clear from the paperwork.
You can see from the paperwork, I'm very clear. So on merit, Ms. Cole was a successful businesswoman, had done fantastic work. But she had 2 criteria we're looking for: that someone that knew the state or someone that knew the market. She did not necessarily meet both of those criteria, and so we went to reference checks to see if we could sort of work through that further.
Just to be clear, Ms. Brown's evidence was that she was an equal candidate, and really she lost the job when she had a 12-minute Teams meeting with Mr. Ayres.
That was one of the factors, I understand. I was not present at that meeting, and I don't know how she performed, so I can't comment on it. But certainly, I guess what we're obviously all, keen for Ms. Cole. And as I said, there would be an email somewhere in your pack which asks me asking the recruitment company if she would consider the China role.
I've just got one more question on this, which is, and subsequently to this whole process, obviously there's been a lot of attention about it. Have any of the other panel members raised with you concerns about the panel and the changing of the wording of the panel process or the selection process at all?
No, I don't believe I've seen or spoken to Ms. Lowe.
Or Mr. Smith?
Mr. Smith. I've had one interaction with Mr.
Broadbent?
Sorry, she had one.
No. I've had with Mr. Smith at an event, and no, I don't. No. The answer is no.
Can you please turn to page 40 of that transcript I gave you? This is about the composition of the actual selection panel, and you can see where there's an email from you in which you say that the involvement of MCT is critical. MCT, who are you referring to?
Michael Coates-Trotter.
You can see I ask why it was critical to have Mr. Coates-Trotter in the process, and I think Ms. Brown says right down the bottom that that was basically your view. In fact, she says it on top of page 41.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you think it was crucial to have
Well,
him
I
involved?
looked at the other recruitment that had been, so again, remember I'm kind of new to this, and the Secretary of DPC and the Secretary of Treasury had sat in on all of the panels previously. And then from the documents I could find, at the time, so Miss Brown only became a secretary, I don't know the exact date, but we had been part of we were part of the Deputy of Premier, the DPC cabinet. So I was just assuming, probably incorrectly now, that we should have the secretary of the department. As it was, Miss Brown became her own secretary and we were covered. But as I was planning, based on the seniority of those that had been involved in earlier, maybe my mistake, but I just thought it was something.
Mr. Reardon and Mr. Pratt.
Yes, that's correct. And I just thought we should follow the same process.
Okay, I won't push you much further.
Yeah.
I just wanted to give you a chance to reply.
Yeah,
that's all. Can we just go forward now to page 49? You were at Treasury, correct, before you were at Investment New South Wales?
Yes, and before that, Department of Industry.
And the Treasury developed a global New South Wales strategy, correct?
That's correct.
And the Treasury also led the process around the selection of the Tokyo position, correct?
Yes,
They also led the position around the United Kingdom position.
that's
did they not?
correct. They were the first two.
And that was the position that resulted in the appointment of Mr. Stephen Cartwright, that's fair?
That's correct.
And at that point, the process for the selection of the Agent General commenced under Treasury, but was transferred to Investment New
Through the
South Wales.
machinery of government change, correct.
And then you got involved in the contract negotiation stages.
Not with the Agent General, no.
Sure?
Not his initial contract. He has, as the documents will show, he has renegotiated one element of his contract this year.
Which part of that has he renegotiated this year?
His accommodation.
Excuse me?
His accommodation.
Okay. So from what to what?
Sorry?
From, you said he renegotiated it. What was the base position prior to that renegotiation?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order has been taken, Mr. Farlow.
Thank you. The terms referenced in the inquiry are clearly on Mr. Barilaro's appointment to the US Senior Trading Investment Commissioner role. While we've entertained some questions in terms of the Agent General position, I don't think this would necessarily be relevant at all in any other related matters to the appointment of Mr. Barilaro.
About establishing a
to the Senior Trading
baseline to
Investment
compare to other
Commissioner.
positions, including the opposition.
Yeah, there is no point of order. Continue your questions.
So, Ms. Bell, what was the renegotiation? There was a renegotiation this year, was there?
Yes.
And that resulted in a change to arrangements as they applied to accommodation?
Yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to work out is, and I might have to take on notice, is it's part of his package and I just don't know what
Rest assured, you are covered by
parts
parliamentary
of
privilege.
people's
Well, it is actually in the
Enumeration.
public.
It's a lawful.
Yes,
It's
I
been
feel
in the
like it's
public
been in the
domain.
media
It
quite.
has.
So,
Um,
I appreciate the caution, but nevertheless,
Unless someone's telling me not to, I'll keep going.
Yes, please do.
sorry, who's telling you not to?
No, she said unless somebody tells.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But then I would remind, if the witness is
point of
unsure,
order?
she can, well, I just want to remind them, if she's unsure, she can take the question on
Yeah.
notice.
Well, the witness does know there was a renegotiation this year, correct?
That's correct.
And that was about accommodation?
That's correct.
Was it a case that resulted in the provision of additional income? Well, what was the outcome of that negotiation?
So it was simply a matter of that in the case of the Agent General, he is paid salary and an allowance, a cost of living allowance.
Mhm.
We simply converted the cost of living allowance to paying accommodation rather than paying cash.
Okay. What's the cost of that?
It's cost neutral.
Is the reason to do that because it gets different tax treatment?
That's correct.
Does that result in him paying less tax to the United Kingdom?
It resulted, the money was intended to support him with the difference in cost of living. If someone is paid that as part of their salary, then it's not an allowance that helps with cost of living. So it was converted following an analysis of what the Commonwealth and other state governments do.
Ms. Bell, the question was, did that result in Mr. Mr Cartwright having to pay less tax to the United Kingdom government?
Well, it would result in Mr Cartwright not having to pay as much tax on that proportion because
Yes,
it was a cost
thank
of
you.
living allowance. And at the
So why did we
Mr.
do it?
Monkey, I'll just jump.
You guys ask a
Unless-
question. Final question. before I
Yeah, okay,
ask
final
you.
question, yeah.
Given why did we agree to that change?
we did some analysis of how both the Commonwealth treat packaging, and we did some analysis around how the other state governments, I guess, remunerate and look after I can't say that word, so sorry, but look after their agent generals in the UK. And it made sense that rather than paying 50% tax on allowance that was supposed to support changes in cost of living, that we paid the accommodation directly.
One
Did
final
Mr. Did Mr Cartwright approach you for that change, or did you initiate it?
I believe Mr Cartwright approached us for that change.
When did he do that?
I'd have to take a fixed date on notice, but I know it was this year.
Is there a
So I
fringe
wasn't
benefits
involved.
tax regime in place in the United Kingdom?
Yes, I
Is it
assume
the
some
case
sort
that-
of, I don't know what it's called, it's not called fringe benefits tax
One of
there.
your last questions.
Well, the last question is that as a result of that change, isn't it the case that rather than Mr Cartwright having to pay that tax, the people of New South Wales now need to pay that tax as a fringe benefit, or it's a UK equivalent, because we're his employer. That's correct, isn't it, Ms Bell?
I believe that is so.
So we have given him a tax cut, and we have picked up his tax bill. That's the actual, in human terms, what we've agreed here, isn't it, Ms Bell?
No, we have not picked up his tax bill.
We now have a bigger tax bill.
We have used the allowance for cost of living to go towards a cost of living in the UK, which is his rent.
Okay.
And Ms Bell, you
Just
said
wanna
that's
go back-
cost neutral.
To let's just continue with Sticks Americas if we can. I wanted to go back to the situation with the changed selection reports in the second round. So were you sent the selection panel reports, or you and Amy Brown from NGS Recruitment, or was Amy sent them directly and she sent them on to you?
So there was a few. So the first one I was copied in on, or it was sent to me, and I believe the date of that, you probably have the date better than I do, but I think it was, you will have the date better than I do, but I think it was around about the 28th of March or something.
Yes,
Anyway.
I think it was the
Or the
I've got
26th of March or something.
Friday the 25th.
Actually, draft selection report was sent to me. It was on the 25th of March.
Can I just check with that one? Just a question with that one. So when they're saying draft selection panel report, you get every single applicant together, your selection panel report for each of those applicants. So you got one for everyone that was interviewed, candidate, I should say, not applicant.
No, it's one document.
Mhm.
Which was prepared in this case by NGS. I'm not sure if we asked for it, but it was basically a document ranking those that we had interviewed, and an assessment of those.
So just to be clear,
But before that, I think you might be talking about the shortlisting report, maybe.
with the one on the 25th.
Yeah.
So
The
the original one that had referred to Mr. Barilaro where they summarise
Yeah.
for you,
Yeah.
and it says, and it's extremely tiny writing when you print it out, but that the panel came to the view that John did have some of the relevant capabilities, that's that last sentence, and experience for the role. However, he had not worked internationally in a role aligned to the experience expected for high-level stick candidates. He would need to hold a team without the business or departmental infrastructure he had previously. His lack of business development networks would mean that he would have a considerable learning curve in the role. So with this, this was the first one. So just to be clear, that one, when it had the other person as the recommended candidate,
Yes.
did it have in the summary explain for Ms. Cole why she would be suitable for the role? Did it outline it that much?
I don't have a copy of the report here with me. It would have outlined some sort of why she was the preferred candidate for the role, or if that was what the report was getting to. As I mentioned, the outcome of the outcome of the interview was that we were going to do a deep dive into the two candidates. So I don't recall what it actually said, whether she was equally critical, equally critical or not. But
and so when you were liaising with NGS Recruitment, according to what was it, to work on accuracies or something in terms of what sharpen, that was to both Mr. Barilaro's selection panel as well as Ms. Cole's. So as well as changing what we've seen here, because we have the documents revealed that show the difference between what was in the original selection panel report for John Barilaro and what ultimately came back after being changed, that was upgraded, if you like, was the original recommended candidate, was she downgraded as well in the text?
in the text, I think it was more amended as to, so as the report, and remember this was a first draft provided to us by NGS that we had not seen before, as the report iterations were prepared, her strengths and weaknesses were elaborated on, and so were his. And so I know there's across the top the meets and exceeds. I don't even know if that's required for these roles, but they had done them nevertheless. So in terms of the word downgraded, do you mean in the text?
Yes, well, we have seen that she was clearly downgraded.
In the rankings.
Clearly in the rankings.
So I think, yeah, look, and
in terms of altering the words.
Words were also altered.
Okay, so words were altered. So words were altered for John Barilaro to essentially say that actually he can do it, and he, despite what the global recruitment firm says that he would have a considerable learning curve in the role, suddenly that's not the case at all, and he would have a deep understanding and would operate well in a dynamic. So that they were the changes. Was there changes to that extent, do you think, with Ms. Cole's? Because you were responsible for crafting those words in the end, were you, Ms. Bell?
Yes, so certainly I remember articulating finally the strengths and weaknesses of both, and I don't want to talk about what Ms. Cole's words were.
No, not after that.
Ms. Cole's words, I think the word downgrading, I think all we did was include in the text why eventually she had not been selected on comparison to Mr. Barilaro, and so please be clear, the reason she was not selected was not because she would not do a great role, or be great in one of these roles. The question became whether she was going to be great for this particular role, given most of her expertise was in Asia. And so the report was updated to reflect simply that she would be a very strong candidate in the future, but she was not right for this particular role.
Yeah, because one of these NGS global reports with these are the ones that you actually rank them against all the capability frameworks. It's basically what the NGS global comes up with.
I don't know if I've seen that.
This has been every candidate receives one, and it's basically underneath, if we've got track record, this is assessed against this capability framework. We've got track record, decisioning, delivery, leadership of self, leadership of others. And this is the one that has been referred to in the past. Jenny West, for example, highly competent in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of these fields. Mr. Barilaro, in his assessment, didn't get highly competent in any of those fields. And similarly, for Ms. Cole, she may have also received.
Yeah, she exceeded the diagnostic baseline. Hers was better.
Yeah, she got a similar through the
Was
roof,
that
if
from
you
the
like.
panel report, or was that one of the psychometric diagnostics?
No,
Sorry, I can't
that was
see.
This is a diagnostic baseline.
We'll
Can I suggest that you provide the document
Yeah,
to
I'll get
Ms.
it.
Bell
I'll
so that
get
she
it.
can actually have a look?
Yeah, it's in
so
the.
that
It's
we're
in the. It's
Or is
in
it in
the-
one of these packs?
I'll get it for you.
And so the question is, it's quite remarkable to consider downgrading Ms. Cole, for example, and upgrading Mr. Barilaro in terms of the capabilities on that selection report where it has exceeds and exceeds and exceeds and meets, when against we've got these assessments that are clearly against assessing capabilities, where he didn't rate highly competent on any of them. And so the question is, like, how do you just simply it's like you're just popping.
I believe they might be the
Cut and paste.
psychometric.
No, they're not. I can assure you they're not.
Yeah, okay. Just hold on.
So while that's being found by Daniel, thanks, Mr. Morkey. So there also is that same email that you said on the 25th of March. That's when you were emailed the draft selection panel report.
That's correct.
So from the managing partner of NGS Global, has sent these to you, and she said in the email to Amy and yourself, Ms. Brown and yourself. Firstly, she says we weren't sure, Amy and Kylie, we weren't sure if you wanted Kathrina and Warwick included in this stage, but happy to forward on if appropriate. So firstly to you two, do we include the other two selection panel members? So then she says, attached is the draft selection panel report for the Americas role. Was not sure how you want to do this, but have done what we thought was in line at the time. So the head of the managing director of NGS Recruitment says to you and Ms. Brown that what's contained in the draft selection panel report is what we thought was in line at the time. And that is a clear recommendation for not Mr. Barilaro, but the preferred recommended female candidate. So how did she get that so wrong?
I simply think, as I said, we definitely went to reference check two candidates. Simply think she was following our desire to put the female candidate first. And I'm sorry that it doesn't go with your...
But if your desire at the beginning was to
have a
put the female candidate first,
Yes.
you're saying that then after that, so she's come in recommended, it was just simply because she was a woman that she exceeded all those capabilities.
No, but I think she was, so to be clear, and like I'm not saying anything that you don't know through the documentation, there had been a preference to try and find a successful female candidate, and I think she was trying to help us follow that brief. But someone should not be employed because they're a female if they are not the best person for the job.
Can I make
So,
I ask a question?
and so I think Miss Broadbent
We've got
Okay.
was sending that report because
I'll ask-
she knew we wanted a female candidate.
So,
I'll tell you, there's a bigger question here.
Yeah.
so when you're saying, when the managing partner, why wouldn't have she said maybe had Mr. Barilaro,
I can't
Mr.
say, I can't
Barilaro.
talk to what she was thinking.
but
But-
for example, if it was just the woman was recommended, the female candidate was recommended at the time, why would Mr. Barilaro's selection report be so, he definitely would not be able to cope with this, he'd have a strong, steep learning curve, he only meets this quality, he meets this quality. Why would potentially they be equal? And then, but we know that you're after a female candidate, so we'll put her forward. Why would that not have been?
I'm unclear. We will have to ask them.
It's just trying to work out how the
Yeah,
selection,
To
how
be
the
very
recruitment
clear, we
panel-
would not have gone to bothering into reference checks. There was clear and robust discussion in that meeting that she was an excellent candidate, no doubt. But she did not meet either of the two criteria that we were looking for. Someone that knew the US intimately or someone that knew New South Wales intimately. I suspect Ms. Broadbent was trying to help us fulfil our mandate of looking for someone from a diverse background. But we absolutely, I can't comment to why she wrote that, but I can absolutely say that there was robust discussion, and the comments that she's written there in that report about Mr. Barilaro were not concluded from the first interview.
Because I did just want to, we'll just go back to
Do you want me to?
has been found in terms of how many, Yeah, I think so. So
Can I approach?
thank you. Yeah. Mr. Mookie will pass you
Thank you.
the documents
I'm
that...
lost down the rabbit hole at the moment. But anyway.
No.
No.
Order, Mr. Fang.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes.
Mr. Fang has been pretty good most of the day.
Yeah, and I've
But
been
he's,
asking
but,
for the
he's, but
opportunity.
he is now regularly interjecting and making commentary over the top of the questioning, which is wholly inappropriate and out of
Yes.
order.
Well, I've been
Also,
asking for the
thank
opportunity
you.
to address some points, and I keep getting. Obviously,
Mr.
we have an
Fang, we
agreement.
have organised...
Minutes
I'm
of the
sorry,
end.
but when we have... as chair, I have allowed you to ask particular questions at my indulgence because the government members have 15 minutes at the end.
Which was
Okay,
it?
so
There
no,
was but Chair, what
Mr.
was the other
Fang,
part of the agreement?
no.
Chair? That I be given the opportunity when I ask to ask one or two clarifying questions during the hearing, that be granted. Now,
And-
that hasn't happened in the last 20 minutes when I've been seeking to actually clarify a few matters. So, okay.
Mr. Fang, you're not asking clarifying questions.
I actually
you're
am.
mumbling and speaking
I know,
over
because you're not
every
allowing me to
question
ask
that
you
I
questions.
ask.
Take a
No, order.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The point of order is the chair shouldn't be speaking on.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, all right, let's continue, shall we? And
Whenever I get
where
to
we...
ask my-
Okay, so Ms. Bell has in front of her the what I understand is the the diagnostic baseline for who was the preferred or recommended candidate in the original draft selection report, and the diagnostic baseline for
just-
Mr. Barilaro.
Can I just introduce some context, Chair, with your
Sure, if you've got it.
Miss Brown, sorry, Miss Bell.
Talking that a lot today, aren't I?
Indeed. Miss Bell, you were a part of the selection panel, correct?
That's correct.
As a part of the selection panel, you were sent certain documents, correct?
Correct.
Included in those documents were candidate reports produced by NGS Global, correct? And that was provided to all panel members?
I can't say I was not the panel chair. I only know what I received.
Okay.
So it wasn't.
Well, the documents show that they were provided to all people.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
So, and that contained NGS's independent view of the merits of the candidates going into the interview process.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct?
That's correct.
And that is the document that is displayed in that report and referred to as diagnostic baseline. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the diagnostic baseline, I assume, is done based on some sort of diagnostic.
Yes, because NGS Global, we were paying them circa $100,000 to
Yeah.
tap their global
I'm assuming
expertise.
they fill in a questionnaire or something like.
Nope,
a psychometric
it's actually,
test.
nope, the psychometric testing we'll get to never happens at this stage. What happens is that NGS does a preliminary interview with all candidates, correct?
That's correct.
They did that interview between effectively
Sometime in
the 20th,
January, let's say.
from the 20th of January to the 2nd of February, correct?
Correct.
And then after that, they produced a diagnostic baseline according to the interviews that they have with each of the candidates. That's correct. So that reflects the interviews that we paid NGS Global to do with all the candidates.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the information which the chair is taking you through.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's right. And so with the diagnostic
Sorry,
baseline in front
Chair,
of you,
can I
you've
take a
got
point of
Mr.
order? I'm advised that there are issues to do with the broadcast.
Like, that's a good thing.
Depends on your eye beholder.
So can I just check with the broadcast? Is everything okay? What are the issues?
I'm told that the live
It's
stream is glitching and is on or down.
Okay. All right. We will just keep going. So everything is a-okay, and we could have a look at that, please. So, yeah, the diagnostic baseline I have here with Mr. Barilaro has no one highly competent, leadership of self, representation or communication skills. So how many does the person who was the recommended candidate in the selection panel, the second round, the draft selection panel, how many does she have?
So, to be clear, this is NGS's report to us. This is not part of the selection panel report. This is the report that we were presented with to evaluate candidates before we went to interview.
Mm-hmm.
The panel report is
Yes.
how we assess them after the interview.
Yeah, I'm still...
So this is not the panel report.
Mhm.
This is NGS's analysis of the
Yes.
shortlist.
Mm-hmm.
And if I read this,
Not their analysis of the shortlist. It's advice around the production of the shortlist.
Then
So it was done before the interviews, as not as a result of the
It
interviews.
was to support the shortlisting.
Yes.
Correct.
So how many?
So let me count. Sorry. So there are about 6, 6 broad criteria. Mr. Barilaro was competent on all but one, which was tertiary qualifications. But instead he was ranked highly competent on New South Wales trade and investment policies and programs. That was the ranking based on NGS's view. He was also ranked highly competent on representation and communication skills. That was their ranking, and everything else he was rated competitive. I can't say words, competent on. Miss Hall was ranked highly competent on 8 activities, things like decision making, leadership, and so on. She was not ranked highly competent on New South Wales trade and investment policy programs. She was ranked competent, and so she was ranked competent also on leadership of others.
And so then just to...
So she has more purples, but sometimes the purples are not in the places that they count.
And then in
If
the...
you're selling New South Wales and you don't know New South Wales...
And just to be clear, then in the
No.
selection...
I think that's a key point.
Ms. Bell was trying to provide an answer.
I'll let her finish.
She could expand on it.
Yeah, the simple answer was that we weren't just looking for someone that was a good leader or had done good in business. We were actually looking for someone that could sell New South Wales to the US, could walk into a room with a business leader and talk about what is happening in this state. We were looking for someone that knows what New South businesses' challenges and opportunities are and could use that in developing a strategy. So that, for me, was critical, and she didn't have it. So we can talk about these reports. She had fantastic self-management. But I would expect everyone at this level has self-management. What I would expect is that when we appoint someone for these roles, they can either sell the state or they've lived and worked in the country for 15 years and have networks there.
Okay, I'll go to questions from the opposition. Ms. Sharp?
Thank you. I just want to clarify your role in relation to the negotiation of the contract with Mr. Cartwright,
Yes.
which I believe that you were involved. I understand that you weren't involved in his recruitment, but you were involved in the contract negotiation around his final remuneration package when you were working with Mr. West.
Point of order. No, I don't believe that's what Ms. Bell said.
We're asking her to clarify.
I'm asking. I'm not actually asking you.
Let's
she's
allow the
already
witness
answered
to answer the question.
I don't believe I was involved. I don't recall being at all involved. I believe Miss West and Miss Brown were involved, and no doubt our people and culture team and our general counsel.
Just wait one moment. I've got an email that has your name
I feel like there's a
all
lot.
over it, Ms. Bell, which is why I am asking you this. I'm not trying to be difficult
No,
about this.
I don't recall that I was. I don't know.
Okay, I've got an email from. Sorry, just to be clear.
Order.
I've got an email here from you on the 1st of April, and I'm happy to hand it up in a minute. Sorry, my bundles, but it's from the 1st of April 2021, giving an update in relation to. It talks about Tokyo, but it's also talking about London.
Can you just, is it in the pack?
No.
So I don't think Steve, like Mr. Cartwright, on the 1st of April, I don't even know if Mr. Cartwright was the preferred candidate or...
Yes, well, that's what I was. So this is okay. That's great. All right. Well, that's fine. We'll go to that point. So, and you are in a number of emails in the information that we've provided. You're providing updates. And as I said, I'm not suggesting that you're involved in the recruitment, but you are providing updates on the status and what's going on there. Do you? So there was a round of application. There was a round of applications for the Agent General role in February 2021. Is that correct?
I'm not clear. I wasn't leading it, so I know...
But you were aware when you were working...
I was aware that we had gone to market for this in 2019.
Yes.
We had gone to market for the role.
Yes.
And I believe that at the end of 2020, we might have gone back to market. When I say we, New South Wales Treasury.
Yes.
And so there should be, typically after 3 months, there's at least a shortlist.
Yes, and there had been interviews undertaken.
That's correct.
And there was a preferred candidate at that point.
I can't tell you that.
around February 2021.
I couldn't say with certainty as I wasn't leading the process.
Sure.
I did ask Ms West for updates so that I could brief the team. We've got this issue where you have an office, staff, so my updates were more seeking guidance on, do I need to establish a bank account soon, or do I need to get in place payroll?
Yep, sure. But you were aware that there was a preferred candidate, and then at some later period of time, Mr Cartwright became the preferred candidate. Is that correct?
I'm aware that Mr Cartwright certainly became the preferred candidate.
There had been a previous preferred candidate.
I think there'd been multiple. And I say we did have a few withdrawals as well, I understand. So I'm going to say, yeah.
Okay, but at the point, when was Mr Cartwright appointed Agent General? Was it around 1 October 2021 or thereabouts?
I'd have to take it on note. Oh, no.
It was announced.
He was
Announced.
announced. So, yeah, that's a very different date
Yep.
to the date of appointment. His date of appointment, I haven't come
It
prepared.
was
with
announced in October, correct?
He was announced on the 1st of October.
And the negotiations effectively initiated under the auspices of Treasury but concluded under the auspices of Investment New South Wales.
That's correct.
And your involvement arose at the point where it was taken over by Investment New South Wales, or you released, that's where you became a bit more?
No, Ms West transferred with me from New South Wales Treasury, and she was still the Deputy Secretary for Trade and still led that under Ms Brown. So she led it under the former Secretary of Treasury, and then she led it when she moved across.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you please turn to let's start at page 50 of the transcript I gave you. Brown transcript.
I've moved things now.
I know, so have I. It took me a good time to find where I put it to, so.
Page 50?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Can you see on page 50, Miss Brown tells us that she thinks Mr Cartwright felt he had some sort of elevated status. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, just go forward to the next page. And then you see that Miss Brown tells, she said her awareness was that they conducted a round of interviews. Someone was first ranked candidate, and then Mr Cartwright got considered later. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that your understanding of also what happened?
I understood that in 2019 we had, or we as in New South Wales Treasury in 2020, we had found a candidate but then did not proceed because of COVID. We did not proceed with any of the expansion at that point because of COVID. I understood that they might have gone back to some of those candidates from the first round, and most of those had well and truly
Gone.
moved on.
And there wasn't any reopening of the process. There was no further.
No, there was there was a reopening. Look, I'm going to have to take some of the dates on
Please
note
take on
because
notice. Was there public advertisements for the role?
there was definitely a public advertisement in 2019. I feel like there was a public advertisement in 2020 again.
This is not those 2 years.
No, because they were always done. I think we just must have had this terrible end of year cycle because the first Agent General was also advertised in 2019 in December, and I think the second time we advertised the Agent General in 2020, it was also in December. I must have just.
That's all happening under the auspices of Treasury, correct?
That's correct.
And out of those two processes, a bunch of candidates are found, interviewed, some
Yes.
preferred, but none
I don't believe
appointed.
Miss Brown was on the panel for the interview for the Agent General role or for Mr. Cartwright. I believe.
No, accept that. Just before we
Yeah.
get to that point in the story, is it your recall that from January, let's go from December 2020, anytime in, let's go May 2021, was there a public call or advertisement for the Agent General?
Yes.
Can you on notice give us the dates?
Yes.
Can you
Sure.
also on notice give us the publications?
I'm just going to raise again the same point of order that Mr. Farlow raised earlier, which is that we're now delving into areas around the recruitment of the Agent General, which is well outside the terms of reference for this inquiry, and I do not believe is encompassed in the any other matter. Now, I think I know where you might want to take this line of questioning and this issue, but it's certainly not at all involved in this, and it's just I think.
Thank you, Wes. To the point of order. Just, I mean, this is going from evidence that Ms Brown gave to the committee this week.
where this was discussed, and we did indicate that we were going to be following that up, and there was no objection taken by the government at that
Can I
point.
also say,
Yes.
it's also relevant in order to establish how usual or unusual the US process was.
And I did say earlier, in terms of Mr. Farlow's attempted point of order, that there was no point of order, and we do have reasonably broad remit in relation to the sticks and the AG. So continue, Mr. Mulcahy.
Thank you. Miss, I think you'd agreed kindly. To
Yes,
take that on
I'm
notice.
taking on notice the date that it was advertised.
The publications?
So, yes, and the publications. I can assure you, I feel like this is the one where you and I know it was the Times and the AFR, but I'm not 100% sure, so I want to take it on notice.
My recollection of that one was we were talking about the America's position on that one.
No, the
No,
Times.
Times
the
was-
Financial Times is the London publication, so I feel.
We definitely did advertise a lot of the positions in the FT. I'd be interested to know
Yeah,
whether
so I
we
just
included
wanted to
the AG.
check because I'm not 100% sure.
Of course, Ms. Bell, I'm glad that you are. Thank you. But can you go down on page 51?
Mm-hmm.
You can see here that Ms. Brown tells us that the contract negotiations were protracted. Do you agree that they were protracted?
So again, I think Miss Brown might have, and I say this nicely, but she may have confused me for Ms. West,
Okay.
because I was not involved in the first round of contract negotiations. It was Ms. Brown, Ms. West, and our general counsel.
Okay.
And I think it might have been like we've all done.
Had a long day.
Yeah, it might have been.
That's okay.
She
Look,
dropped
but
my
that's-
name instead of Miss West's name.
That's why we're asking you. Ms.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Can we
as I
just go to
said-
page 52 though? Because there's a specific point which I'm invited by Ms. Brown to test something with you, and I feel like I should.
Okay.
Ms. Brown describes a Teams call that she confirms Mr. Carr was on. To be fair to her, she wasn't sure whether you were on it or not.
Miss West, we've confirmed.
It was Miss West.
Yeah, that's why I think she might have.
Which is probably how you know about it as well.
No, we have. I think I can go back and confirm that we have checked records.
I do.
You did check?
Yeah,
You best to your knowledge you were not on that call?
I was definitely not on that call, and it was Miss West and Miss.
Given that you checked,
Carr.
did you identify the date of that call?
Didn't, but I
Can you take it on notice?
that on notice. Yeah,
If you
there
can
were a
identify-
number of calls, I believe. Just as I had a call with a number of calls between human resources and the candidate for China or.
Just to be clear here though, Miss West ceases service circa, she certainly ceases formal service in November, but she ceases,
On the 1st of October.
yep. And from there on, when precisely was the negotiations with the Agent General concluded?
He was announced. He started work with this on July the 26th. So, well and truly,
Before then?
while Miss West was here. Yeah. So, I feel like just to clarify the dates, Mr. Cartwright commenced work for Investment New South Wales in Sydney.
Can I just clarify, though, that his remuneration package was an ongoing negotiation after that start date?
Well, he sought variations to his remuneration
Not-
after
yeah,
he commenced.
so I wasn't on the call, but I believe that there was some.
Well, there's at least one variation we
Yeah,
can
I can only
establish
talk to what I know. I was not on the call. I can talk to what I know
in the month since.
We know,
Yes, you-
we know that.
Can I just establish,
Hold on.
was there,
He had a signed contract when he obviously commenced.
how many times has he sought to vary his contract since he signed it?
I'm not privy, as in I can only talk about the one that I've been involved with.
You're his report, you manage him.
Yeah, I
So is there
manage
only one?
150 people, and I have no idea what contract negotiations
So
they've
you're
had.
telling me that you don't know, it's possible for the Agent General to negotiate his contract with someone other than you?
Prior to 1st of October.
I'm not asking prior to 1st of October,
Absolutely.
Ms. Bell.
So in my
I'm not
time as
ask-
being his manager,
I'm
we've had
asking
one
you-
conversation
Well,
about the
point of order.
negotiation.
Point of order.
That's
Ms.
fine.
Bell has
Thank
been
you.
trying.
Yeah,
I can't talk
I think
free.
it's discourteous.
I think I do know what the point of order is, and I just remind the member
Yeah,
that
no,
the
no.
witness is able to answer the
resolved
question
it.
any way she sees fit.
We
and
have
she's-
resolved it.
Yeah,
Thank
okay,
you.
good. You can keep going for another 1.5 minutes if I've just wanted 5 minutes at the end.
Sure.
Have you got anything more? Or I can jump in now and come back to you.
So can we just
I can't
in
look at
respect to from onwards, you've been directly managing the Agent General since 1 October, correct?
Technically, Miss West went on medical leave, and I acted for that period I acted from the 1st of October or about the 4th of October or some start there through to the 30th of November in her role as well.
But since then,
Then I
you've
went back to
taken
being
responsibility?
executive director. And then since the 22nd of February, I've been responsible for the sticks.
Okay, and how often do you talk to the Agent General?
Frequently.
Is it weekly? You call it check-ins, or how does it work?
Weekly. Often, because the teams are overseas, we'll often check in more frequently than that, but it won't be a formal meeting. It might be, I've got this issue with this business. Who should I talk to?
And precisely what business investment has the Agent General delivered to New South Wales in the year he's been there?
Well, he hasn't been there a year.
Well, how long has he
That's
been
a
there?
bit unfair. So he only arrived on the 1st of February. Yeah.
Okay, well, well, to be fair, that's not really my fault.
No, no, to be fair, it is what it is. So he's only been in the role for 4 months, and we've just got his team recruited.
When did we start paying him?
I'm going to date back to the date of his contract.
So what, July last year, around there?
I would say around about July.
My final question: if you've been paying him for more than a year, regardless of whether or not your choice has been to have him, and the COVID scenario has allowed him to go there,
Yeah.
can you identify if he hasn't yet been able to deliver inwards investment? How close
Our
are
focus has been very much on working with exporters. So the UK, we've delivered a number of programs to help exporters into the UK.
Well, then can you tell me, please?
Okay,
how are we
order,
measuring?
Mr. Mookie, sorry. So I just wanted to go back to the advertising for the position, and I've got an email that outlines the advertising for all the positions, as well as the advertising for the first round, the initial recruitment round. So the initial recruitment round had AFR, Financial Times UK, The Economist, and LinkedIn.
For the US?
No, this was yes, for the Americas.
Okay.
Yeah. So was there a reason why you then chose to do just AFR over the Christmas break for 2 weeks?
Literally,
Conspiracy.
no. It literally was, I thought we'd only advertised in the AFR. And so I just was being consistent with what we had done in the past.
But that wasn't consistent.
Yeah, and LinkedIn and using NGS, which was consistent.
The Economist and Financial Times, not for this one?
No, we didn't.
So on the 17th of December, there was an email from you to, I won't say who it was, but the stick ad for AFR and Trade Statement Copy and Tracker. I think it was when you were sending the stick ad to the AFR. So you've got, as promised, please find attached the AFR for the stick New York. Sorry for the delay. And then you've said that we are also working for ads in the Australian and SMH for next week as well.
Oh, I truly believe that I think because it was Christmas, we may have missed the deadlines. I don't think, I don't really recall heavily why we didn't do it, but it may be that we had reached the end of the year and we just didn't do it because we couldn't get in before Christmas. And then I'm unclear why we might not have done it in January. But I know we just made the deadline for the AFR.
So you've said this is when you say you're working on the ads for the Australian and SMH for next week, and then there's something that comes in later on the 23rd of December. So this is 2 days before Christmas.
It didn't seem worth it.
And that's when you say confirming the minister would like to do this in January.
Yeah, I think we just could not get it done properly before Christmas, and then I honestly can't tell you why.
So instead of saying in that email, it's just too close to Christmas and we're not going to get the ads for the Australian and the SMH done, instead you wrote confirming the minister would like to do this in January.
I think no doubt I would have contacted the office and said we're not going to make it before Christmas. Is that okay? And that the direction was it's fine to go ahead and do in January. I think it was more around if we couldn't follow the direction and get it done before Christmas, I would have probably at least given them a heads up that they weren't going to see ads over the Christmas period in those publications.
That's when you came back and said that then there was 3 weeks later, 17th of January, when you said NGS confirming the AFR is sufficient for our requirements.
I think when we came back and we got quotes for the new year, it probably didn't seem required. And at that point, we did have.
You had who you wanted.
No, we didn't have who we wanted. We had a fantastic shortlist of good candidates, and we're reasonably comfortable at that point we could go forward without having to continue advertising.
All right, do you want to jump in for one last one?
Oh, well, I've got
Oh.
seconds before it's mine. But, yeah.
No, I feel like it's 30.
Okay, can I go?
Yeah, you can go.
All right, thank you.
An extra one minute.
Say we're fine for the government to go.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I do appreciate the opportunity. I first wanted to start where I think Mr. Mookie started, around the office in New York. Who decided to select New York? Can you provide some context around that?
Yeah, so I think that political analysis was done. We engaged consultants like Boston Consulting Group. Like
We in Treasury?
Treasury, yeah, there was a project team that was established by New South Wales Treasury to develop this strategy. BCG were one of our advisors, and we looked into where, analysis was done on global trade trends, global investment trends, and where, the top 10 investment markets into Australia were coming from. And for the US, it was New York. That's where capital comes to the state.
So
it was based on that analysis that we determined that in the US, our head office should be in New York, because that was where it's the financial capital of the country.
So the Trade Minister at the time didn't go to, that you're aware, go to anybody in Treasury and say, I want to go to New York, for example, I want the office there.
No, not to my knowledge.
No, and it was all based on analysis
based on
of
analysis.
analysis from
Trade and investment data.
Right, thank you. So we'll now turn to the decision for the other officers. Was there any time that the Trade Minister at the time went to Treasury and said, I want this office in location X, i.e. the sticks India or sticks China?
No, to my knowledge, the analysis of all of our 21 locations was done on trade and investment data.
And so it was more a case of the trade and investment data was then compiled by Treasury and presented to the Trade Minister as, this is where the analysis says we should put these offices.
That's correct. I don't think it was. So the Global New South Wales strategy had one component of it was where we should locate. There was a whole, it also had things like what industries should we focus on, what are our state's strengths, what places should we focus on. There was a lot of talk at the time, which there still is, around our precincts and the work that's being undertaken by the Greater Cities Commission. So it was a broad document that sort of gave a matrix of these are the markets, these are the industries, and this is kind of how we should play in them.
Because we've got an unsworn statement that was tabled to the committee.
Yeah,
that
I don't know that person.
It said that the Trade Minister at the time had said that he wanted to go to New York and that he was going to put the office there. That wasn't that doesn't fit with the analysis and the recommendation that went up.
I wasn't in the room with any of these people. There was never any direction that, to me as an individual, that
So completely
John
independent.
Barilaro wanted to go to New York.
Completely independent of.
Allow the witness to finish.
Yeah.
Okay, completely
Yeah.
independent of what the Trade Minister wanted at the time. The recommendation was to go to New York.
That's correct.
Okay.
So there was
I'm
no
glad
ministerial push to shift from San Francisco to New York at any stage.
No.
That's really good to know. I just wanted to move now to, I guess we've addressed the NGS global situation. Now, you spoke of unconscious bias.
Might have gone too far there.
No. I actually do. Look, I think that it does explain quite a lot, and I think there's been quite a lot of documents that have been passed around, but it does explain pretty much everything that's been tabled to this point. Now, can I ask, in relation to the panel, the reports that you were shown by Ms. Sharp that were related to the compiling of the shortlist, not the shortlist or the final panel reports themselves, but the actual compiling of the shortlist.
Yeah.
Now, that helped you to compile the shortlist for the Sticks America role.
Mm-hmm.
You've said that while there were a number of broad categories there, not all of them carried equal weight, did they? Because things like knowledge of New South Wales would rank more highly than perhaps some of the other categories. Would that be fair?
That was the heart and the nub of the discussion at the interview. It's which are the most important things to the state in these roles.
So it's wrong to assume that each of those categories has equal weighting.
That's correct.
Okay, so you can have a number of categories that are outlined. In that instance where perhaps somebody has a higher rating in a category, but and that is the more important category, and other people have higher ratings in other categories that are perhaps less important. The whole reason of having a panel interview is to be able to
Correct.
equate those things and actually test.
Is there a question?
There is a question.
The good
and I'm-
question is there a question?
There's been some long run-ups as well.
Yeah, there's
for
been.
other
I mean,
questions.
I've sat here for.
Okay, just go back to the question.
Thank you.
I was going to let that go.
I think they're getting a bit testy because they know where I'm going with all this.
We're getting tested.
Yeah, you are. The whole point of having a panel selection panel is to be able to test these things and actually come to a conclusion around the candidate that's best suited. Is that
For
right?
the role, that's exactly right. So let me be clear. I think NGS shorted something like up to 10 people for us to interview. We selected 5 or 6. 2 people dropped out before we selected them for interview. 2 actually dropped out before we got to interview because they were able to secure other roles. So we were then down to only 3 interviews. The report prepared by NGS that you have copies of is NGS's assessments of the candidates. The panel then interviews them, conducts reference checks on those that are highly ranked, and proceeds. So this is NGS's view of the world, not the panel's view of the world.
Right.
We support a lot of what has been said here, absolutely. Yep. But the analysis and the discussion on the day came down to not was Miss Cole suitable for the role, that was not questioned. It was whether she was suitable for this role.
Okay. So in relation to the panel report itself, before you get to that draft panel report that was emailed to Ms. Brown on the 25th, is it fair to say that leading up to the interviews and to that point before the report was sent to Ms. Brown, that there had been a conversation with perhaps yourself, Ms. Brown, NGS Global, Ms. Broadbent, around the fact that the other stick positions had been male and that there would be a desirable, it would be desirable for diversity to ensure that we had more female people moving forward into those 6 positions. Is that fair?
That's correct.
So when we talk about unconscious bias, would it be fair then to say that the director from NGS Global who compiled the report may have felt that it was desirable to have a female appear of a higher ranking, even though there had been agreement by the panel at the time that both sets of referees would be checked because they could not be separated?
That's correct.
And so in the instance where neither of the candidates could be separated and referee checks were required for both, there was no preferred candidate. Is that correct?
There was no preferred candidate at that point in time until the reference checks had been. We had 2 candidates that we wanted to take a closer look at. It's all out there now who those 2 candidates are.
Correct.
The final decision was only made after further consultation between the chair of the panel and the panel members on receipt of the reference checks.
So when
Can I just ask to the question on this? When the second report was published, had there been a determination or a shortlist produced in terms of the China appointment, which was a female appointment?
They were done concurrently, which is one of the reasons why there was some time lag. The stick China recruitment was also underway, and of course our preferred candidate there has been publicly announced as a woman. Our successful, who has also commenced with us. So it alleviated the concern around reaching a conclusion that we had 6 men. Like, I'm sorry about
So
the men in the room that might not get a job because you're a man, but whatever.
can I just take you back then to when the report was received on the 25th, and it clearly appeared to favour one candidate over another, it was accepted by both yourself and Ms. Brown that that didn't reflect what
That's correct. The report on the 25th of March did not reflect the panel interview that day, or
Okay.
the panel interview that was heard earlier that month, or whenever it was.
And so there was a request that went back to NGS Global to say, this isn't what we discussed. We haven't had the opportunity to reference check the other candidates, etc. And we couldn't separate them, hence the reason that there needed to be some sharpening, as the term was used previously, around the report.
That's
right?
correct.
Now, I want to ask you very clearly and specifically, did anybody ask you, instruct you, or request of you to preference Mr. Barilaro for this role?
No.
Are you aware that anybody asked or requested Mr. Barilaro be preferenced for the role of the other members of the panel?
I can't speak to the other members, and I wasn't the panel. I didn't consult with them, but I'm not aware that that's the case, and I'm sure Ms. Lowe is up next, and you can ask her as well.
And we certainly will be. And now, the other part that I wanted to get to was, if knowing now that we, as we do from the testimony of Ms. Brown, that the other panel members did not see the initial report on the 25th, they've only seen the revised report, did they raise any questions about the panel report, and did they give any feedback to say, this isn't what we agreed to when we left the room?
I believe Ms. Brown is best to attest to that, only because she was the panel chair. But in finalising all of the documentation, one of the things that we put together, I worked with the People and Culture team, was getting all of each of us confirmed in writing the panel report that we agreed with it.
Yep.
When I approved the brief to go to the CEO with his contract and everything finalised, there was an email from each of the panel members
Yep.
confirming the panel report was there, and an email from each of them confirming that they endorsed the panel report,
Yep.
which was why I then sent up the final contract and agreement for Ms. Brown's sign-off.
Okay, so all the panel members agreed that
This was the outcome of
the outcome, yep.
of the process.
And in that instance, the referee checks and the referee checks where one candidate had strong business ties in, I'll say Southeast Asia, or the Asia area,
Yeah.
but not particularly the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
One candidate had a strong knowledge of what was within New South Wales.
That's correct.
And that was actually the overriding factor for the selection of the other person. So in effect, that person now who has stood down from that job has probably been a huge loss to New South Wales for the fact that they're not actually going to go into that role. With that, I mean, I don't expect you to answer that. I'm just making that view.
The witness should be entitled to respond.
Okay. Can I? No. Well, I'll.
Loss.
Sure, even
Is it a huge loss?
No,
It's a fair point. It's a very good question, Liz.
Have
The
we
witness
have
should be
we
entitled. Have we lost?
have we
Huge
lost
talent.
somebody who's potentially going to have been a very good stick commissioner for the Americas by Mr. Barilaro stepping
Do you
down?
mean by Mr. Barilaro or Mr.
Mr.
The
Barilaro.
way you described it as a huge loss for New South Wales.
Look,
Yes.
can I?
Has it been a huge loss for New South Wales for Mr. Barilaro not to perform the job?
Yes.
Government question.
That's essentially
You
what
want me to?
Yes,
No, no, no.
please.
Shall I?
You've got 2
Look,
minutes.
so honestly, as I said, I participated in the panel, one of 4 of us. He clearly demonstrated in the interview that he knows the state probably like very few people. He knows the businesses, he knows the industry groups. If he was in New York for us, he would be able to pick up the phone and talk to business leaders and get things happening. So
And
we
I've
came to the conclusion that he was the best person for the job from the candidates that were interviewed.
got one
and
last
went through the
question.
process.
I've got one last question just to ask. Now, NGS Global were involved in round 1 of the recruiting process. Is that correct? Now, in the similar circumstances where I guess the information that was sent for the shortlisting was sent to yourself for the second round of roles,
Same process, I assume, would be followed for the first, but I was not
So-
involved in it.
but that person would have been Ms. West. Is that correct?
Yes, that person would have
So-
been Ms. West.
so
she
Ms.
would have
West was
received
given-
this documentation. That's
Ms. West was given all the documentation around the candidates, the shortlisting, the strengths and weaknesses, and she hadn't applied for the role yet decided to apply for the role afterwards, after being given all the information around who was running for the role, who was shortlisted, their strengths and weaknesses, and all their CV information. Basically everything that had to do with the role.
Again, I wasn't involved in the process, but that appears to be the case.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bell, for attending today. You will have, for any questions that you took on notice, you'll have 21 days after receipt of the transcript. The Secretariat will get in touch with you about all of those.
Okay, I've got some.
You don't just need to rely on your sticky notes.
If we've got answers to the question.
Well, it's just the New York. One of them.
She's got answers now.
I think one of them was the lease. So the lease was signed on the 4th of August for a 1st of September start,
This year?
2021.
2021. There was a lengthy fit out, which concluded, and we've been occupied in the office since May, but I think it was around costs. The lease cost is $82,000, 200. Now the problem is I don't know if this is AUD or
think it's
US.
AUD.
I feel like I might have done a QI.
Yes, I'm sure you have.
But I think it's about $82,000, and I think the currency is AUD. Anyway.
Okay.
And is
Thank
that for the
you.
New York office or the San Fran office?
No, that's for the New Yorkers. Again, we don't have.
Was there anything else, Ms. Bell? Did you have another one there?
If we've got it, it'd be good to get it.
No,
Okay.
they're just.
So, yep. Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We
Thanks.
will now break, and we're back at 4:15. We're live, so welcome back, and we're here with our final witness. So we'll begin by swearing you in. So if you could state your name and position title, please, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Sure. My name is Kathrina Lowe. I'm the New South Wales Public Service Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much, Ms. Lowe. Now, do you have a short opening statement to make for the committee?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you for inviting me to give evidence today. I'm a long-serving public servant who has worked with both Coalition and Labor governments. I've always remained apolitical and acted without fear or favour. As Public Service Commissioner, I'm an independent statutory officer and I take that independence very seriously. While I report to the Premier, I'm not subject to the control and direction of the Premier, or indeed any other minister. It's common for me to be involved in recruitment for senior roles in the sector. From time to time, former politicians, including former ministers, apply for roles in the sector. There's nothing to preclude them from doing so under the Ministerial Code of Conduct, and if they do so, they must abide by the process and be treated impartially. Turning to the subject of the committee's inquiry, I was one of 2 independent members on the second selection panel. The panel's role was to undertake a merit assessment of candidates. I can state unequivocally that I approached the task of merit assessment with impartiality and objectivity. No pressure was placed on me personally to achieve a particular outcome. If it had been, I certainly would have resisted it. In undertaking a merit assessment, it's not appropriate for a panel to take into account whether the appointment of a particular candidate could potentially be controversial or unpopular. These are not relevant considerations for a merit assessment. Instead, a panel must focus on whether the qualifications, skills and experience of a candidate means they have the capabilities for the job. I have recently become aware, including through evidence given at hearings of this inquiry and through media reports, of various matters relating to this recruitment process. This includes degree of ministerial involvement, including input into shortlisting and provision of an informal reference. I was not aware that informal references were sought for any candidate, nor was I aware that the Minister met with Ms. Kimberly Cole. I have also recently become aware that the treatment of the 3rd ranked candidate in the report did not accord with what I believed would occur. Had I known on 15 June what I know now, I would not have endorsed the report. The other independent panel member, the Honourable Warwick Smith AO, who has not to date been called as a witness before this committee, would like me to put on the record that had he known then what he knows now, he also would not have endorsed the report. In particular, he did not know the Minister met with Ms Cole, and he's concerned about the treatment of the third-ranked candidate. I want to be clear that I was on the panel as an independent member, not as a probity advisor. It would be a conflict for a person to be both a panel member and the panel's probity advisor. Every panel member must have regard to probity and fulfil their responsibilities. The chair and hiring agency also have responsibilities in managing the process. As Public Service Commissioner, I should not be viewed as cover for a recruitment process or as a way for other panel members or the hiring agency to avoid accountability. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Ms Lowe. Questions from...
Sorry, I have to take a point of order.
Yep.
I'm advised that there were audio issues to do as Ms Lowe was providing her opening statement. Given that the nature of the opening statement that we just heard, can I invite, is it through you, Chair, is it appropriate perhaps if Ms Lowe could pull her microphone forward and then perhaps we might need to repeat the opening statement?
That's the issue with... right, okay, so it sounds very loud and fine in this room,
But there is
but
issues.
it is not okay when we've got the microphone away. Sorry about that, Ms Lowe.
Can I also perhaps ask that if Ms Lowe happens to have
a copy of
it,
I was about to get there.
Yes, one of my staff members has a copy of my opening statement.
Thank you, Ms Lowe, and very sorry about that.
sorry,
Is
Ms
it
Lowe,
just
to
maybe
ask you.
just put it even closer just to be sure?
Shall I
Or-
test the volume now? Is that okay?
I think that's
Well, I don't
fine,
think we can
and-
do any better. And I
Yes.
understand the nature
So,
of it. I'm
Mr.
sorry to ask
Hockey,
you to do it
thank
again,
you,
Ms
Mr.
Lowe.
Yeah, just to explain for people listening or watching the broadcast, Ms Lowe is going to repeat her opening statement because we understand that there were concerns with the first one, the way in which it was received.
Are you ready for me
Yes,
to proceed?
please. Yes, we are.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to give evidence today. I'm a long-serving public servant who has worked with both coalition and Labor governments. I've always remained apolitical, acted without fear or favour. As Public Service Commissioner, I'm an independent statutory officer and I take that independence very seriously. While I report to the Premier, I'm not subject to the control and direction of the Premier or indeed any other minister. It's common for me to be involved in recruitment for senior roles in the sector. From time to time, former politicians, including former ministers, apply for roles in the sector. There's nothing to preclude them from doing so under the Ministerial Code of Conduct, and if they do so, they must abide by the process and be treated impartially. Turning to the subject of the committee's inquiry, I was one of 2 independent members on the second selection panel. The panel's role was to undertake a merit assessment of candidates. I can state unequivocally that I approached the task of merit assessment with impartiality and objectivity. No pressure was placed on me personally to achieve a particular outcome. If it had been, I certainly would have resisted it. In undertaking a merit assessment, it's not appropriate for a panel to take into account whether the appointment of a particular candidate could potentially be controversial or unpopular. These are not relevant considerations in a merit assessment. Instead, a panel must focus on whether the qualifications, skills and experience of a candidate means they have the capabilities to do the job. I have recently become aware, including through evidence given at hearings of this inquiry and through media reports, of various matters relating to this recruitment process. This includes the degree of ministerial involvement, including input into shortlisting and provision of an informal reference. I was not aware that informal references were sought for any candidate, nor was I aware that the Minister met with Ms. Kimberly Cole. I have also recently become aware that the treatment of the third-ranked candidate in the report did not accord with what I believed would occur. Had I known on 15 June what I know now, I would not have endorsed the report. The other independent panel member, the Honourable Warwick Smith AO, who has not been called as a witness before this inquiry, would like me to put on the record that had he known then what he knows now, he also would not have endorsed the report. In particular, he did not know the Minister met with Ms. Cole, and he's concerned about the treatment of the third-ranked candidate. I want to be clear that I was on the panel as an independent member, not as a probity advisor. It would be a conflict for a person to be both a panel member and the panel's probity advisor. Every panel member must have regard to probity and fulfil their responsibilities. The chair and hiring agency also have responsibilities in managing the process. As Public Service Commissioner, I should not be viewed as cover for a recruitment process or as a way for other panel members or the hiring agency to avoid accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowe. Now to questions from the opposition, Mr. Mookie.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe, and thank you for your appearance today. I'll formally tender the tender bundle, if that's possible, and provide it to the Public Service Commissioner. Commissioner, when you say that if you know now what you know then, if you knew then what you know now, you wouldn't have signed the report, can you identify the specific pieces of information which has led you to reach that conclusion? What have you learned?
I was not aware of the number and nature of interactions between the Minister and the Secretary, and I also was not aware of what I believe is relevant information that should have been disclosed to the independent panel members. And that includes the fact that Ms. Kimberly Cole met with the Minister. I do not know what the outcome of that meeting was other than what I heard in evidence given at these hearings. I do not know whether that outcome was factored into the selection panel report, which was presented to me to review and sign. I did not know that informal references were sought. I do not know who those references were sought from. I do not know the content of those references. And I do not know whether those references were factored into the selection panel report, which was presented to me for review and signature. There is another matter that's problematic, which is the third-ranked candidate on the selection report and how he was treated. And I need to give you some background in relation to that. So I won't identify the candidate by name.
So we have identified him in these proceedings. We are aware of his name.
Okay,
It's
okay.
Mr. Fitzpatrick we're talking about.
Okay, yes, that's correct.
Yep.
So Mr. Fitzpatrick, he was an applicant and was interviewed in the first round. At the suggestion of the chair, the panel agreed not to re-interview Mr. Fitzpatrick. Now, my expectation and belief was that we would rely on the first panel's assessment, and that would simply be carried over and reflected in the second panel's report.
Sorry, just to be clear, in the first round he was considered suitable for the role.
Sorry, can we
Yes.
we might do this through the documents, Ms. Lowe, because we happen to have these documents with us.
Sure.
Can you go to page 4 of your tender bundle? You can see page 4. You are reading from the one that has the one on the top, panel reports, correct?
Yes, there's a lot redacted.
Yes, of course there is. I'm sorry, it's not really our fault, but you can see here that this is the report of the first selection panel, which says Jenny West exceeds 3 criteria and meets. Yes?
Yes.
And you can see that below that is a candidate who we've now established is Mr. Fitzpatrick, who exceeds 3 criteria and meets as well. See that?
Yes.
If you turn to page 30 of your tender bundle, you see that? This is the final report that is sent to you as an attachment.
Yes.
And you can see that on page 29 if you want. And that is the final report that you're asked to endorse, is it not?
Yes.
And you can see here that there's a substantial downgrading of the ratings.
Correct, and that is what I only recently learnt. I also learnt that the commentary in relation to the candidate was edited to make it more negative. I had trusted that the first assessment would be carried over, and with the benefit of hindsight, I should have asked to see the first panel's report. And I deeply regret not doing so, and I've learnt hard lesson there.
Ms. Lowe, let's just be clear here about the difficulty of the position you're in. Can we stay at, please, page 29, I think it is. Let's start at the bottom. You're contacted on the 15th of June by the Executive Officer of NGS Global, are you not?
Yes.
You're sent an email at 2:57 p.m.
Yes.
The email says, I have just been sent this email from Investment New South Wales today asking for panel confirmation of the agreement for the final version by all panel members. See that?
Yes.
See, we can establish from that NGS Global were only sent this file from Investment New South Wales, so we can infer from that Investment New South Wales produced the final report. That's fair? Given it was sent to NGS, they didn't have it.
Yeah, I can't answer that. It is quite possible that NGS Global did a first draft and then
We'll get to
Investment
that.
New South Wales
We'll get through that.
reviewed
as well.
that. I just can't answer that.
Fair enough. But then you can see that you reply at 4:14.
Yes.
It's approximately 75 minutes later, and you just say agreed.
Yes.
Was there any phone conversations that took place in between?
Not between the sending of the first email and my reply.
With anyone?
No, not at that point.
So you were relying predominantly on the written report that was sent to you?
I was relying on the written report, and I did have a conversation with the secretary before I was sent the report.
Okay, when did you have that
I
conversation?
can't recall the date. I didn't make a note of the date, but she did talk to me about the referee reports.
But at this point in time, the announcement of Mr. Barilaro takes place, I think either the next day or probably the day after, actually. It was a Friday, the 17th of June, correct? That's certainly what we understand from the press release. But equally, formally, I think the contract is signed on the 16th of June. So you were in a difficult position, weren't you? Because effectively the decision had already been made, negotiations wrapped up, and you're sent a report literally 2 days before.
So I wasn't aware that an offer had been made when I received this, and I wasn't aware that Mr. Barilaro had signed a contract. I wasn't aware of any of those conversations between the department and Mr. Barilaro. But having said that, an independent panel member would not be involved in offers and contracts and things like
that. Your expectation is that the things that had changed along the way you would be informed of when you were asking to do the final sign-off.
So just to be clear, I only saw one version of a panel
So you didn't know that there'd been
report, so I wasn't comparing it to anything else. I was relying on referee reports and a conversation I had with the secretary.
Ms. Lowe, when were you told that Mr. Barilaro was the preferred candidate?
So that was in a conversation with the secretary, the date of which I don't have a note of, and she spoke to me about the referee checks.
Okay, was that prior to the 23rd of May?
No, it wouldn't have been because I was overseas on leave during May.
So the issue is, at this point, Mr. Barilaro is selected for the job without the concurrence of the panel, because we're told by Miss Brown that she authorised effectively the decision following a discussion at Stratco of Cabinet around the 12th of May, and she issued an instruction to Miss Bell to offer the job or to at least commence negotiations with Mr. Barilaro on the 23rd of May. Were you aware that that had happened?
No.
So at the time that Miss Brown settles upon decision to appoint Mr. Barilaro to the role, the panel was unaware that she had made that decision.
I hadn't seen a report at that point.
So you get back from leave around June,
Yes, my last date of leave was the 3rd of June.
and sometime in that period from your returning in June to the 15th, you have some conversation.
Yes.
Does Miss Brown tell you that she's chosen Mr. Barilaro for the role?
No, it was a conversation to let me know what the referee reports.
So when did you find out that Mr. Barilaro had the job?
Well, we had a conversation. I was comfortable based on what I was told and seeing the referee reports that he would be the preferred candidate.
Okay. And then, but basically the actual confirmation of the decision comes forward when you're asked to agree to the final report.
That's the formal, I guess,
Formal
decision,
confirmation.
formal decision point, if you would like to put it that way.
But the formal decision point takes place 2 days before it's announced publicly, we can infer, if that's what we establish is.
Yeah, I don't have the date of the press.
I think we can affirm it's 17 June. Okay. So it is the case that Mr. Barilaro was offered the job without the panel agreeing to that he was the best candidate until 2 days before it was announced.
I don't have those dates and I wasn't involved in the offering. I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
I'm going to take you now, Miss Commissioner, if you don't mind, to just page 12, if you don't mind, of your tender bundle. Just need to forgive me for having the documents slightly out of order, but on page 12, we'll just start on this communication, Friday 25 May 2022. Do you see that in the middle of March, Friday 25th of March 2022?
Yes, 2:26 p.m.
This is correspondence from the managing partner of NGS Global to Ms. Brown and Ms. Bell, and so I'm going to assume that you have never seen this email before.
I've never seen it before.
Okay, and then we can see here that the managing director is sending to Ms. Brown draft selection panel reports. You can see that in the subject matter.
Yes.
And you can see here that the person says, Amy and Kylie, we weren't sure if you wanted Kathrina and Warwick included at this stage, but happy to forward on if appropriate. Was this ever forwarded to you?
No, not that version, and I've never seen that version.
So you can see here, it says down below in the highlighted section, attached is a draft selection panel report for Americas. Was not sure how you want to do this, but we have done what we thought was in line at the time. Plus attached are also references report. See that?
Yes.
So you can see that certainly a conversation was had at that time as to whether it was appropriate to forward it to you, but your evidence is it was never forwarded to you.
That's correct.
Can you go forward, please, to page 9 and 10?
Backwards?
Sorry, yes. This is the draft report.
Yes, I'm assuming that that's the report that was attached to the email.
It is.
Yes.
It was out of order. I put it before the email. My mistake. You never see this, do you? Have you?
I've never seen it before. This is the first time I've seen it.
So you can see here, this is a report that scores Miss Cole as being above Mr. Barilaro in all criteria.
Yes.
And then you can also see that, well, the downgrading, we've gone through that. But there's right down the bottom, you can see that there's this sentence here. It says, the panel came to the view that John did have some of the relevant capabilities and experience for the role. However, he had not worked internationally in a role aligned to the experience expected for a high-level stick candidate. He would need to build a team without the business or departmental infrastructure he had previously. His lack of business development networks would mean that he would have considerable learning curve in the role. Did you see that? Right down the bottom, it's in very fine print.
Yes.
Does that accord with discussions that were had by the panel on that day?
No.
Okay. That's good to clarify. A version of that does make it to the final report where it was identified that he'd have a learning curve. That was at least accepted, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Can we go forward, please, in your tender documents to page 18? So, you can see at the top, it says Selection Report 28 May 2022.
Yes.
To be very fair, Ms. Commissioner, that's my addendum, just so you are able to identify what the document is without reading the index of the production. So I just want to be very clear to you, I've added that at the top where it says Selection Report 28 May.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd have to produce for you a 400-page index and take you to it. So
Sure.
I just thought it was more convenient to put it
Thank
there. You can see here that there's a change in the rating. Mr. Barilaro's is upgraded, and the second candidate, which we understand now to be Ms. Cole, is downgraded in 2 respects, and that's just by comparing it to the version of the earlier draft. I presume you've never seen this either.
I've never seen this document before.
The interesting thing is this. It says the panel came to the view that following a review of references that John had relevant capabilities and experiences for the role. That's in the highlighted section down the bottom. Again, it's very, very fine print. But that's what it says. By this point in time, had you reviewed the references of Mr. Barilaro?
On the 28th of May? No, I was still on leave.
So this report is saying that the panel had reviewed the references of Mr. Barilaro, but you were on leave and you had never seen the references.
I didn't review the references till June.
Okay. So do you know why this draft was being produced as saying you came to review the references or the panel had reviewed the references?
I can't answer that.
So let's just be very clear here. On the interview date of 15 March 2022, of course, there was a reference report available to you?
There weren't reference reports available
At the interview
at
stage.
the interview date. There was the NGS Global Information Pack we had.
Okay.
And at the conclusion of discussion and deliberations after the interviews were held, the panel had agreed to ask NGS Global to obtain references for the 2 top candidates.
Okay, so just to be very clear here, the panel did not come to the view after reviewing references that John had the relevant capabilities for the role because the panel never reviewed the references at this point in time.
Not so. What date are you talking
This is
about?
28 May 2022.
Well, I hadn't. I don't know if other
Well,
panel members had at that point.
It doesn't say panel members, it's the panel.
Well, I
Collective.
hadn't, and as a
Sure.
member of the panel, I hadn't.
Thank you. And can I just establish here, if you kind of go up, a reference is made to one of the referees as being the Australian. Look, it's very fine print, so I'm going to ask for some indulgence that you trust me on this. But a reference is made to the Australian the Australian ambassador to the United States. At this point in time, were you aware that the Australian ambassador to the United States, Mr. Sinodinos, had given a reference to Mr. Barilaro?
Not on the 28th of May.
Were you aware that Mr. Gary Barnes, the secretary, had given a reference?
Not on the 28th of May.
Do you know who the third referee was?
Yes, I do.
Okay, but I presume you're not going to tell me, are you?
That's correct.
Can't blame a person for trying. The relevant section I've now found is the immediate sentence above the highlighted section. It says he explained that though he had not lived in the Americas, he did have good context there in relation to the Australian ambassador and the consul general. So I can only assume that in the interview, Mr. Barilaro positively mentioned his relationship with Arthur Sinodinos and Nick Greiner.
I can't specifically recall that. It was a while
Okay,
ago.
fair enough. Can we then go forward to the actual report that you're sent, which I think we showed you was on page 29. So before we do that, can I just ask you to clarify one matter from your opening statement now that it's been shown to me? When you said that you were not aware, or basically, when you said that I should never not be used as cover, or words to that effect, what do you mean by that?
I'm a participant on the panel. I don't have elevated status compared to any other panel member because of my job title. I mean, my view does not carry more weight than, for example, Mr. Smith's view.
Okay.
And just because I am Public Service Commissioner, people shouldn't feel that, you know, it gives their process.
You're not a green light.
I'm not a
in
green
relation
light.
to these
Everybody
matters.
needs to fulfil their individual and respective responsibilities, yes.
And Ms. Commissioner, do you feel like you have been used as cover?
Possibly.
Who do you think has used you as cover for a recruitment process?
Possibly the hiring agency.
How did you find yourself on this panel?
I received a telephone call from the secretary, and she said that the secretary for the Department of Premier and Cabinet had suggested that I be on the panel.
Okay. And did she explain to you any particular explanation she was given from the Secretary of DPC as to why you were an appropriate person?
No,
Did you make any inquiries with the Secretary of DPC as to why he thought you were an appropriate person?
no, I took it on face value that he had suggested that.
So why then do you think you may have been used as cover by the recruitment agency when presumably they were told that you were the person to be on the panel?
When I said it was possible that I was used as cover, that is based on evidence I've heard given to this inquiry.
So what evidence have you heard in this inquiry that's led you to feel that
References to the Public Service Commissioner being on the panel.
that was being made by the Secretary?
Yes.
So you think perhaps it is the case that the Secretary has been using you as cover to
I
justify
don't know.
things? But is that a conclusion that is possible? Or is that how it made you, is that what led you to that feeling?
I was concerned.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Have you, in your extensive career, I assume you have been on quite a few selection panels for senior public service roles?
Yes, both for public service roles, and ministers also ask me to manage statutory officer recruitment for them.
And is it usual then when a selection panel is a selection panel report is pulled together and sent to selection panel members, is it usual for the first selection panel report, a selection panel report is prepared and it goes to every panel member?
So my experience as a convener would be if an external recruiter is preparing the report, they may very well send it to the chair first to have a quick look and to make sure it was okay from the chair's point of view before it's sent out to the rest of the panel.
So in terms of ensuring that all applicants are treated fairly, that there's the degree of there's full impartiality, all of that, that it is expected that once it's sent to the chair, that all panel members would then receive the correspondence from the recruitment agency.
Yes, so panel members would normally get a draft and then would have the opportunity to comment or just endorse it.
So we were told by Ms. Brown and Ms. Bell that there were certain inaccuracies in the first draft, the selection panel report that they had received, and that Ms. Bell, I believe, was liaising with NGS Recruitment to make alterations. Has that happened before on any panel that you've sat on without the agreement of the members of the panel?
Yes, it can happen where the chair gets a first draft, and if it's not accurate, those inaccuracies are corrected. And now that I've had the opportunity to have a very brief look at that first draft, it was not accurate in terms of ratings and rankings.
And so with the chair, so you're saying that the chair goes back to NGS Recruitment without consulting other panel members, or is there a general agreement?
Happen. Yes, that can happen.
Okay. Can I just turn to your opening statement as well, where you say that that it was a merit assessment, and in undertaking that you approach the task of merit assessment with impartiality and objectivity. How does that merit assessment work with the Section 10A of the Government Services Employment Act, the Public Sector Employment Act, which provides, we've been told this whole time, an exemption, if you like, from any merit assessment? How do you balance that? Like, I'm assuming there does have to be some kind of merit assessment.
Yeah, so if I could just explain, Section 10A, or Clause 10A, sorry, is still merit assessment because it's looking at qualifications, skills and experience of a candidate in relation to the role. And so the exemption is from the rules, the GSE rules, which requires certain things to be done for GSE rules when you're recruiting. So there's an exemption, for example, from doing things like 3 forms of assessment, for example. So I think that's probably a good example to use. So there's no need to do 3 forms of assessment.
And so when you interviewed the 3 candidates in the end, did you have a piece of paper that you were ranking in terms of your candidate questionnaire? Were you ranking the candidates as you went, or were you making just general comments?
General comments, and if I could explain what
Sure,
happens
great.
during
Thank you.
interviews
That
for
would be
senior
useful.
people, it is not a paint by numbers approach where people write down scores and at the end it's all added tallied up. Sometimes there is discussion immediately after an individual's interview if there's time to do that, but there's always discussion at deliberation at the end, and that is where every panel member has an opportunity to express their views on what they've heard in the interview, and there's often discussions about relative strengths and weaknesses between candidates at that point. And it's fair to say we did have a robust discussion at that point, and the 2 top candidates had very different experience and very different strengths. And that often happens in interview processes where you're having to work out which strengths are higher priority for the role.
Is it fair to say that all 4 or 5 in the end, 4 panel members, is that correct?
So there were 4 panel members,
Yes.
and a representative of NGS Global was in the room and performing the role of scribe.
Yes, okay. So is it fair to say that the 4 panel members were all equally torn between Ms. Cole and Mr. Barilaro, or was there a split between some of you who thought Ms. Cole should have the role and some of you who thought Mr. Barilaro should have the role?
I think at the conclusion of our deliberations, we thought that we're not going to try and rank them at that point in time, that we will just ask NGS Global to get references for the top 2 candidates.
Where was the 3rd preferred candidate within that discussion? Yeah, given he wasn't interviewed again. Was he ever really?
Yes. So I think that is the issue. So from my perspective, because I wasn't on the first panel, so Mr. Smith and I are in slightly different situations. Because I hadn't eyeballed that 3rd ranked candidate, the only choice for me was to rely on the assessment of the first panel. Mr. Smith was on both panels, and he had an expectation that there would be further discussion about that 3rd ranked panel member.
Was it?
I don't think he thinks that there was sufficient discussion there.
So the 3rd, when you were talking, the 4 of you, weighing up between Ms. Cole and Mr. Barilaro, was Mr. Fitzpatrick brought into Mr. Patrick or Fitzpatrick? The 3rd candidate brought into that discussion in terms of weighing up.
Only in the sense of we'll get the referee reports first on the top 2 candidates because, nothing else needed to be done in relation to the 3rd ranked candidate at that point in time. We needed the referee reports.
And so were you under the assumption that there would definitely be more discussions by with the selection panel potentially to come back and agree on who ultimately, out of Ms. Cole and Mr. Barilaro, who you would recommend for the position based on the referee reports. Is that the assumption?
So I think what I would say to that is, in relation to the third rank candidate, Mr. Smith expected there to be a further discussion about that candidate. That would have been a discussion that would have been difficult for me to contribute to, because I hadn't interviewed him, and I would very much have been relying on the ranking and views of the first panel.
And so you and Mr. Smith, the panel members, were given, I think we heard before, 90 minutes or an hour and a half between when you got the final selection panel report. You sent an email back 1.5 hours later saying agreed. Is that because, can I check, that ultimately, like, why did you agree to that without questioning whether, where the discussion, why you didn't have the discussion around who to ultimately recommend?
So I had assumed incorrectly, now that it turns out, that the second report reflected Mr. Fitzpatrick's assessment in the first round. And yes, I should have asked and verified that. I can't speak on behalf of Mr. Smith other than what he's told me since the process has concluded, that he wanted a further discussion there about the third rank candidate.
Okay, all right, thank you. I might finish there and go to the opposition again.
Just a quick one on that. I mean, all of this was really a moot point, given that Mr. Barilaro had already signed the contract. So when you were signing off on that, did you realise that he had signed the contract already?
Of course not. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I, Commissioner, just other aspects of your opening statement, which I wouldn't mind mentioning. Can you, if you return to that, the issue of informal referees, you were never aware that such a process was being embarked upon?
No.
Is it appropriate for people to be seeking informal referees?
Sometimes the hiring agency will do some due diligence, and that's appropriate. It becomes an issue if the feedback through the informal referees was factored into the report that was presented to the rest of the panel members, and those panel members weren't told about it.
And you presumably were not aware that one of the informal referees was the minister? You said
No.
that? And then clearly, though, there is reference made in the final report that you agree to that references were important. So
Yes,
it
but
says
from my perspective, that referred to the formal
referees,
references.
but you had no basis to know at that point in time that there were informal referees.
That's correct.
So, thank you. If you could just go to page, I took it out, actually, it's page 11 of your tender bundle. And you can just see there that this is the reply of Miss Brown to the draft report. I should just note for the record that there's no reference in this reply that there was any errors in the draft report. Just to be clear, it doesn't say that Miss Brown replied immediately to the recruitment agency and said that there's a problem here. It does say, though, that I've sourced a couple of informal referees for the candidates. So I can only presume that I'm going to presume by 26th March, when this email is sent, Miss Brown had. I presume she didn't ever discuss that with you around that March date?
No.
Okay. Equally, we've established this morning from the evidence of Miss Bell that Miss Bell did seek informally to text with some people who are unknown in Hong Kong about Miss Cole, and the references that came back informally were glowing, was the word Miss Bell used. I can also presume you were unaware of that.
That's correct. I was not aware of that.
Okay. Would you have expected to become aware of that, to be told that?
Yes, if it was factored into the final report that I was asked to review and sign.
Okay.
In effect, you don't know what you don't know. You were presented with this
right.
report, didn't realise that there'd been several different versions, all that, and you didn't know that there were informal referees at this point.
Yes, I think that there was an issue around disclosure here.
Commissioner, do you feel like you've been misled?
Well, I think I don't know the answers to some things, so I don't know the answer to whether the informal referee checks were factored into the report.
Do you think it's appropriate, though, that a minister would be that an informal reference from the minister who's in charge of the portfolio, that is a reasonable process, given this is supposed to be an arm's length public service process?
Look, sometimes applicants for public sector roles do put ministers down as referees.
Yes, as formal ones, but informally, it's not good practice, is it?
Yeah, I think that if a minister's reference is being sought, I think it would be good for the panel to know that it's not that the reference was
You're
sought.
ruling them out.
Yeah.
Ms. Commissioner, I just want to take you to another matter just before we finish, because it involves the Public Service Commission. I've just provided you an email there as well from an earlier tender bundle that was presented to another witness. You can see here this is correspondence between the General Counsel of Investment New South Wales and a person that we've now established as the General Counsel of your organisation.
Correct.
The General Counsel of Investment New South Wales turned to the Public Service Commission for advice as to the legality and desirability of altering these appointments of stick positions from public service positions to ministerial appointments. You recall that discussion?
Yes.
Did your General Counsel consult you before she provided a reply?
Yes, she did.
Did she ask you what your view was as to whether or not it was converting these to ministerial positions was in?
We had a discussion.
What did she ask you?
My understanding is that I might not be able to answer that because there is legal privilege in place that has been upheld by the independent legal arbiter.
Sure, but your counsel did provide a reply. We can establish that from the index. And a discussion was had with you.
Yes.
Can you please explain to me, in your view, is there any merit? What are the merits of converting the stick positions to ministerial appointments?
That's a policy matter and I'm not going to comment on it.
Fair enough. Can we also just go back and go, your counsel did provide a reply to this correspondence? We can confirm that?
Yes.
Thank you. And can I just also establish, part of the complexity here is because it involves constitutional issues when it comes to foreign appointments, or people who are working for the New South Wales government overseas, probably a better way of putting it. That's correct?
Look, I only know of that through what's emerged in evidence at this hearing.
I just don't know the process issue here. When a cabinet, I'm not asking you to talk about what went into it. I'm asking when. So we know that a cabinet minute went to cabinet on the 27th of September that sought to convert the positions from public service positions to ministerial positions. We know that there was some interaction between your agency and New South Wales in relation to that. Do you provide other input into cabinet submissions in relation to these types of matters as a matter of course?
So I was not aware that a cabinet submission had been presented to cabinet on that date. I learned of that through this hearing.
So that's okay.
So presumably, therefore, the Commission was not asked to provide a view as to the...
Not in the formal cabinet consultation process. It could very well be that my General Counsel's advice back to Mr Chris Carr was factored into that, but I have no way of telling.
But the issue with that is that we have established that the submission was lodged on the 16th of September. And the correspondence from the General Counsel of Investment New South Wales to your General Counsel takes place 5 days later. And the advice you gave back to the General Counsel came back from the index a day afterwards, or thereabouts. So we can only presume that it was almost impossible for that to be factored in, given that the submission was already lodged by that point in time. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so we can infer, therefore, that the Public Services Commission view on converting these from public service positions to ministerial appointments was never sought?
We weren't formally consulted through the e-cabinet process.
Okay. Would you ordinarily, you are the expert in public service, well, you are the Public Service Sector Commission, aren't you? Public Service Commission?
Public Service Commissioner.
You are an expert in public service related matters?
I have a great team behind me.
You are an expert in the particular requirements around the GSSE Act, correct?
GSE Act.
Mr. Mookie, one last question because it's 5.
So
We've got
I
to go to
can
government.
only presume that perhaps you would have had the expectation to be consulted on a question of converting a public service position of this seniority to a ministerial appointment.
Look, it's very hard for me to comment on something I didn't know at the time.
Thank you. We'll now go to government for the last 15 minutes if they want to.
Thank you for coming and appearing before us today, Ms. Lowe. The first question I want to go to is, obviously Mr. Smith was a member of both of the panels, and there were a number of other members of the panel who had been on both panels. In the instance that the third candidate obviously wasn't interviewed for the second round in person, did any of the members from the first panel insist that the third ranked candidate in the second round, i.e. Mr. Fitzpatrick, is that right? Yep. Mr. Patrick should be considered in the top two positions like Mr. Barilaro and the other Ms. Cole?
Not during the deliberations that happened at the conclusion of the interviews.
So at the conclusion of the interviews, the people that had seen Mr. Fitzpatrick in the interview in the first round didn't insist that he be considered in the, I'll say the first tier of the final selection.
That's correct. We were awaiting referee reports.
Thank you very much. Now, in relation to the reports that we've got, the first thing I'll say is you're obviously aware that 10A isn't applicable to these roles, that there is an exemption. So we talk a lot about these upgrade, downgrade, and it's happened a lot through this inquiry, but the reality is they aren't the ultimate decision-making point around these roles. Is that correct? That it's actually a lot wider and broader because of the dynamic nature of these roles?
So 10A allows a lot of flexibility in terms of recruitment, but the hiring agency chose to go down a path of using the capability framework and focus capabilities.
Understood.
Yeah.
So I'll just take you now to, if you've got that tender bundle that Mr. Mookie has given you, on page 4, this is the report from the first round where Jenny West has, you'll see, is highlighted with her capabilities.
Yes.
And the second ranked candidate, which has exceeds, meets, is Mr. Fitzpatrick. I think we've established that. Is that correct? We're all in agreement there. I'll now take you to, if that's okay, the page 9 of the tendered bundle. I've become Mr. Mookie. What you'll see here is the, this is the initial draft report that was sent to Ms. Brown, where it has Mr. Barilaro ranked second, as you can see, has Ms. Cole ranked in the top position, and you can see that the third ranked candidate has meets, exceeds. Now, that's Mr. Fitzpatrick. I think we
haven't established that.
Oh, okay. Well, in any case, okay.
Ms. Fitzpatrick's name is definitely there.
Okay.
He's definitely one of the 4.
He's definitely one of the 4. That's what I'm saying. So if the third ranked candidate is Mr. Fitzpatrick, it's meets, exceeds, which is different to the first one. And if it's the fourth ranked one, well, then it's drastically different. So I'm going to assume that it's the third person on that form. Now, given that this page 9 was the draft that was sent through from NGS Global to Ms. Brown, the initial one, is it obviously not the fact then that it's NGS Global that has actually made the error here or not transcribed it across? Because in the final report for the first round, where on page 4, where the second ranked candidate is exceeds, meets. NGS Global, without asking, sent to Ms. Brown the report on page 9, which then has the third ranked candidate with different rankings before anybody had even seen it. So it's actually an error of NGS Global. Would that be fair?
The question's for the witness.
Yeah.
Would that be a fair?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay.
You might want to take the witness to the email that she was sent when she was sent the report.
Well, I'm going to get to
an
it.
impersonation of me. Do a proper one, please.
I'm going to just go to another.
39, because you'll see that report was sent by Investment New South Wales. I've just been sent this far from Investment New South Wales. We established that Investment New South Wales produced that report. Yeah, I mean, to be fair to the witness, you're not taking the witness.
Point of order. Let's just let Mr. Fang answer.
But it has been in evidence that came from NGS Global.
Not the final.
All right, Mr. Fang, if you feel
Okay.
wanting to continue your line of questioning,
I
keep
would
going.
like to. Just addressing in relation to being used as cover, and I think you said that you felt as if the Secretary perhaps had used your position as cover. Is it possible also that perhaps the Secretary highlighted the fact that you were on the panel and as the Public Service Commissioner, because as you rightly said, you're well respected on both sides, with opposition and government, and you've worked with governments of both persuasions in your long career in the public service. Would that be
Possible.
possible? Thank you. Now, do you agree that the draft report, and I know you said you've only seen it now, the draft report that was sent through that had Mr. Barilaro ranked as second, and Mr. Mookie took you to the description of Mr. Barilaro, do you agree that that doesn't accord with the discussion that was had with the panel members at the time? So there was inaccurate?
Yeah, based on my very brief look at it today, I would say it didn't reflect the deliberation at the conclusion of the day we interviewed.
And we've spoken previously about unconscious bias. Do you believe that potentially if there was a view from NGS Global that there was perhaps a desire to have a female candidate over a male candidate, given that a number of the other stick positions were male, that unconscious bias may have, or even in fact conscious bias, may have actually found its way into the report to ensure that the female candidate was ranked, and that might explain why Mr. Barilaro, the report, the first draft report was as critical towards Mr. Barilaro as it was, given that that didn't represent the conversation of the panel members.
I can't answer that. That's because the hiring agency is the client of NGS Global, and I'm not quite sure what discussions they had around mandate.
Okay. I'm going to get down to the tin tacks now of what we're sort of really, I guess, discussing. So when you were presented with the report for signature,
Yes.
and you read it and before signing, did you agree that it was an accurate representation of the discussions that were had by the panel members at the time, and that it was, I guess, an accurate report?
At that point in time, yes.
Okay. Did anybody, and I know you've touched on this in your opening statement, but I just want to be very clear about this. Did anybody approach you, ask you, encourage you, subconsciously or whatever, in any which way, to preference Mr. John Barilaro for the role before you signed that report?
No, and I'll put on the record that I've never had a conversation with the Premier, the then Minister for Enterprise, Investment and Trade, or staff in their offices about this recruitment.
Okay. And the last question I want to ask you, given your involvement in the interview panel and your understanding of the roles, do you believe that Mr. John Barilaro earned that role on merit?
That is very hard for me to comment on now, because I now am aware of things I wasn't aware of at the time, and I think if I was aware of those things at the time, there may have been a different conversation amongst the panel members. So that's just the position I'm in now.
And I understand that, but perhaps I'll rephrase it. Do you believe Mr. Barilaro if he was to have taken up the role, do you believe he would have been a successful person to conduct himself in that role?
Look, based on what I had seen to date, by the time I was asked to sign the report, I would say yes. I guess my concern is more around the process.
Okay, so it's not that you don't believe Mr. Barilaro was capable of the role. You have concerns around what has, I guess, come out of what has been an imperfect recruitment process.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Lowe, for appearing before this inquiry today. I don't believe you took any questions on notice, so thanks again. Really appreciate it. That is the end of today's hearing.